5 teams started the week in the Netherlands, but only 4 survive, and we'll see the top 4 going head-to-head today in finals day. Kampong, they've made their run. They've made the top 2 this year. Can they keep it going? VCC are on this slide, and well, Punjab Rotterdam, they're the wild card. Sunland will be their opponents first up this morning. So I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome to finals day. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it is a really big day in the Netherlands because it is finals day, day 6. Only 4 teams have survived to this point. The host Sparta, they were swept aside in the round robin stage, so we won't see them today, but we will see the 4 other teams here at the Sparta Club in Capella, just out of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And we're starting with match 21 on the calendar, and it's the eliminator. It's the teams that finished 3rd and 4th after the group stage. It's Punjab Rotterdam taking on Sunland. Let's see what happened at the toss. Rob Kemming is there with the 2 captains.
Oké, je gewoon. Tails. Tails is cold. It is hits. Wij gaan fuelen.
So it is Punjab Rotterdam. Their captain Suleiman Tariq has won the toss and he's elected to field first in this do or die clash. Of course, we saw them improving during the week. They ended up winning 5 of their 8 games. They did lose the first couple, but won 5 of the next 6. I think they're a really good T10 unit. Bit unlucky really to finish outside the top 2, so they don't get the double chance. So they have this eliminated game. We know anything can happen. And look, Tajanida Banuru, injury to him was a bit of a blow to them yesterday, no doubt. But they do have a lot of exciting players. Don't forget, the Zulfikar triplets are in there, and Remat Zulfikar as well. So 4 Zulfikar brothers will be playing for Punjab Rotterdam. And look, I do think they start heavy favourites against the Sunland side that actually weren't able to do too much in the group stage in the end, but they do have 4th place. I think Victor Lubbers becomes really key for them, the captain. He's been inspirational this week and just dropped off towards the middle of the week. If he can have a big performance, of course, anything can happen. And we've seen in eliminators, funny things do happen. Let's talk about the conditions today in the Netherlands. It's a beautiful sunny day. Currently, it's about 10 degrees, but it will be up to about 16 later on. So I'm looking forward to a really nice day of cricket. Not too much dew on the outfield either, so it's a bit drier than this time yesterday. The other thing is the outfield has had a bit of a haircut, so I think it'll be a little bit quicker as it had a mow last night. So maybe watch out for a few higher scores. Right, let's get ready for the first ball, and I tell you that the news from the toss is that Punjab Rotterdam, they've won the toss. They want to chase, so they're going to bowl first. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Hello everybody and welcome here to some T10 action today. Looking forward to this match between Punjab Rotterdam and Sunland, and it's finals day, so everybody, it's all on the line now. No more second chances. And well, you've got to be winning in this early eliminating fixture. It's Punjab Rotterdam and Sunland, and looking at those 2 lineups, looks like Punjab, well, they're going to welcome back Ashkullah Saeed, who missed yesterday, a very dynamic bowler. And well, for Sunland, if they're going to go close in this one, you sort of feel that top order, Victor Lubbers, Hashim Khan, they need to have a good day with the bat. And Pasan Periyanga, they're opening. So it's a really, really tough ask for Sunland to maybe try and get the win here. But they're going to have to give everything they can, and they've got nothing to lose. It's a final. Why not go out there, throw everything you can at it, and see how you go. The expected scores from the supercomputer, well, they're saying Punjab will get up in this one, and that they are the heavy favourites. But you never know in this crazy game of cricket. And it's a perfect day for the match. So if Sunland can maybe get themselves up to 100, 110, then they might be able to defend that in an hour or so. That's Victor Lubbers on your screen, the captain of Sunland. He's had a really good tournament, a really good week. And looking forward to seeing how he goes today. And good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, good friend, and yellow suit wearing on finals day, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny.
It's got a bit of an orange tinge, this one. As I guess it's open to interpretation, but good morning to you. Good morning to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in this game. And yeah, I mean, obviously, Sunland, things not quite going to plan during the group stages for them. Only won 2 out of their 6 games. They split each of their first 2 series, but they went a bit of a losing streak towards the end. But I guess it's all equal now, as they'll each have 10 overs. And here is Samuel Lasalarazai to open the bowling. He's a guy that really impressed us yesterday, as he's recently been acquired. Part of the Afghanistan to 19 setup recently. He showed a lot of promise yesterday in this format. Bit warm after 1 ball. This is Piaranga, the keeper out there. Pasan Piaranga facing up. He's out there with Victor Lubbers for Sunland. Good morning to all of you watching on our YouTube channel, of course, or on the FanCode platform in India and the subcontinent. ECN, European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. And I would encourage you to join us in the live chat if you are unaware. You can interact with us live on air during this finals day. Lasalarazai. No ball called. And this is one of his kind of minor crimes yesterday. Overstepping the front line. Obviously nothing behind when he lands, so no ball called. That means the next one's a free hit. Chance for Sunland to get away. Well, a moment like this early, Corey, if you can cash in on it as a batter, then suddenly you feel like you're off to a decent start. Well, it will be Lubbers facing up.
It's a perfect way to start your day if you're Lubbers. Just walk into the crease and get a free hit. So if he can get this one out the screws, get himself going early, make him feel a lot better about himself. That was a pretty quick ball from Lasalarazai as well. Looks like he's got his tail up.
Gets it through. Does drive, but he won't beat the infield here. So just a single. Anita Manuru in the lineup. Just saw he was withdrawn. Probably due to that injury sustained yesterday, but Asif Khan holds his place for Punjab Rotterdam. And for Sunland, no Ryder Lubbers. So that probably hurts their chances a little bit. No Stephen Lubbers either, which would have been interesting.
Yeah, it would have been interesting, but yeah, still Punjab very stacked side, and Ashley Kulasay did come back into the lineup today, so looking forward to seeing the opening bowling pair.
No ball called again. So you just need to sort this out pretty quickly. See, Lasalarazai just oversteps. Not by much, but yeah, the line does belong to the umpire. So we'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, just driving a little bit too hard this morning, Vinny. He's a young man, obviously wants to let the ball fly, but costing his team a little bit here. Just needs to compose himself and get it right now.
Free hit again. Slightly slower ball. Lubbers picks it, but again, can't penetrate that offside field. So getting off the hook a couple of times with those no balls, Lasalarazai.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you smoke it on the offside and you just hope it pierces one of those 4 men patrolling there, but both times he found the man. So Lasalarazai, he's gotten away with both of those free hits. And, he needs to bowl a legal delivery here to Piranga. Gorgeous day for cricket, Vinny. This might be the best we've had.
Yeah, it's really nice. Plenty of sunshine, very different conditions to the start of yesterday's game. Beats Piranga outside the off stump. So yeah, Sunland, I think you nailed it. You said they might as well attack, might as well go for it. Got nothing to lose. We know that chasing in an elimination game can be risky, no matter who you are. But Rotterdam, they are kind of explosive lineup, but they also occasionally will blow themselves up because they are hyper attacking. So yeah, let's just see what happens. Rotterdam, they're 5-3 through the great group stages.
I like that. Goes with the bouncer this time and just signalled the 1 for the over, so good thinking. If you've got the short ball, might as well use it.
It's pretty short. Let's have a look where it goes past. I think that should have been wide, I think. But, it's not always easy to judge the height when it's going at that pace. So maybe dodges a bullet there. Lasalarazai, he's only conceded 6 in the first over, including a couple of self-inflicted runs and a couple of extra balls. Gets this one past the bat. So yeah, not a lot of bat on ball in that over. Lasalarazai goes for 6 for no loss after 1.
Yep, good start from him, considering he bowled a couple of no balls and didn't fully have his rhythm up. But a good start if you're Punjab's supporter, because now you have Ashley Kulasay will share the new ball. And what a dynamic opening bowling pair these two are. And yeah, like I said, for Sunland, what's their road to victory? I think just get on with it, attack, take the game by the scruff of the neck, take some opportunities and see if you can get yourself up to a score that you might be able to defend later today. Obviously, Lubbers is a big player in that. Needs to have a good day with the bat in hand. And if he can do that, well, he might be able to make a couple of surprises here.
Yes, Asher Kulasade, genuine wicket taker. Saw him for the first time in ECL 19, where he was playing for VSU Rotterdam. Also played a bit of his cricket in Belgium. Here is Asher Kula for the first time. Lubbers punches off the back foot. This one will find a gap and it'll find the boundary. First one of the day. Not an easy shot, driving on the up, but Lubbers does get one away for 4. And he is one man, Victor Lubbers. If he has a good game, he can take it away from you no matter how many stars you have in your batting lineup.
Yeah, that's a good shot, Vinny. He hit his first 2 to the men in the ring, but this time he finds the gap. The old back foot punch. Not an easy shot to play, but he made it look easy. So there's a boundary. That'll probably stem the nerves of the Sunland dressing room a little bit. They'll feel a little bit more confident.
Top of the bounce.
That's a very good cricket shot.
Really good shot. Here's the comeback from Saeed. Beats him outside the off stump. Good morning to everyone in the chat. To Maiden Waters, good morning to you. And to Chatadan Gurung, nice to have you in the chat as well. Everybody else. I want to say very happy Easter to all of our viewers that are celebrating it around the world. I hope you have a happy and safe Easter. I hope you're ready for some exciting cricket. Good morning to Maya too, who's in the chat. To Russell, to Cameron, to everybody else. Thanks for joining us today on the European Cricket Network. This is just one down the ground. 2 Lubbers. They're just struggling to get too much going. Good morning to Ashika Sunjoy Joy. To anyone else that would like to say hi, now's a great time as people are coming in. Of course, got a big day of cricket ahead, 4 T10 matches. And we will award the trophy at the end of the day. What did you get up to last night, Corey?
Well, you know,
Monday night?
couple of pecan shandies and yeah, just showed a few of the colleagues the sights of Rotterdam.
Yeah. Sounds good. A bit high.
Very high.
Just climbing.
Also going down leg, Vinny.
Yeah, so Saeed. Big comeback after getting hit to that boundary. Yeah, so some of your favourite haunts. Of course, this is your home city, right? So
yeah, it was nice to show some people that you work with where you enjoy spending some of your quality time, and nice little dinner out at a Bratzo, and then went to Cafe Van Eyck and yeah, gave it a bit of a touch up.
Yeah. sounds like a good old knees up, as they say in the UK. Goes after it. He goes straight down the ground. He gets it. Maximo! First one of the day. And Lubbers, he's clubbing his way to what he hopes is a decent score. I think a lot of it is on his shoulders. They are big shoulders, and that's a nice straight strike for 6.
Yeah, gorgeous batting. He's hit 2 boundaries now. Both shots have been absolutely perfect. That's a gorgeous strike. Good bat float, good bat swing. He puts Asher Kulasade over his head, which isn't easy to do.
Maya is just in the chat. Give a shout out after this ball to her nephew. There's his Saeed. He's gone for 11. And I was going to say 12, but the fielder doesn't pick it up straight away, so I think they'll come back for 2. That's from Asher Hussain down there. He does chase, so Lubbers moves to 15. He's been making the early running. It's 20 for no loss after 2 overs. She says that her nephew Raphael is watching. He's only 6. Doesn't speak a lot of English. So good morning, Raphael. I hope you're well in Germany. This is Vinny. I'm here with Corey. And we're here to bring you some entertainment. Hopefully some big hits, some big shots. Of course, I'm sure we're not too far away from another episode of The Big Shot, which is the kind of highlights show that we launched during the week. There's what the group standings look like. You can see the top 3 pretty close together. The bottom 2, long way behind. Sunland, they do qualify in 4th place. There's double slide action. Good hustle by Lubbers. I think he wants to get down the business end. So they just scramble through for 1.
Yeah, it's good running, Vinny. And, well, they've started pretty good. Have Sunland. I mean, in finals cricket, we always talk about how runs on the board can add an extra 10 or 20 indirectly. So it's a good start. They need to keep going. Lubbers, it really is the key, though. 15 off 7. What a brilliant little start it is for him.
Yeah, for sure. Super important. Tyler Reside's a good bowler, though. Once again, picks him outside the off stump. Just a bit of extra pace. Just doing the business at the moment. Hello to Isuru. I know that's Pasan Piranga's brother who's watching. To Selva Kumar Murugasamy. Good morning to you as well. I know that viewers all around the world. To Edith. Edith is a part-time lurker, but it's good to have you saying hello in the chat, Edith. Always welcome in there. Everybody else, in case I missed you, very, very good morning. Yeah, it's just a very nice, peaceful atmosphere this morning so far.
Very calm.
We see some carnage before the day is finished, though. Down the big side, pretty good keeping by Asad Zulfikar, who they have decided is the option behind the stumps. No Barge went in the lineup this morning. He's a very accomplished keeper, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a good stop that. Good take down the leg side. And just spraying it a little bit here, the fast young man. And Punjab, they seem pretty calm out there, though. They don't seem too concerned just yet.
Yeah, just cool, calm and collected. Also, I think they're just warming up into their business. Lubbers is gone, and his middle stump out of the ground. He gets cartwheeled. He just gives himself a little bit of a shimmy to leg, and it's middle that has been removed. And what a piece of bowling from Salarazai. Some genuine pace about that. Sunland lose their captain. Set 22 for 1.
This kid's very, very good, Vinny. He's really good composure. He bowls a very fast, heavy ball. And look at the length. This is the length I always talk to you about. Watch it hit. Top of the stumps. Top of the stumps is the perfect length in T10. And you can't really play that elevated drive. You can't get back and pull it. If you can make as many balls as possible hit the top of the stump's length, you're going to be in with a chance of a wicket. And it's a big wicket because we know how good Lubbers has been. So good bowling and well deserved. It takes the first wicket of the morning with the score at 22 for 1.
Yeah, so Lubbers, a bit of a key to this batting lineup, isn't he? So I think he'll be so disappointed to go in that fashion. He's just trying to make the running. You can understand, but yeah, just didn't cover the line of the ball. And there's a proper stump removal out of the picture. Can see you later.
Yeah, very good bowling indeed. Does bring a new man to the crease that has every opportunity to play a really good innings for his team. It's Hashim Khan has strode it out there at number 3. Looked confident on his walk to the wicket, always important. Looks like third man in deep backward square of the 2 boundary risers. They bring deep cover up. So pretty standard T10 field this one.
Got the replay. Spends a fair bit of time looking at the ball. Oh, I mean, very hard to call. That a hit. Could have been curtains. Still would have been a very good throw to get him from there. So Rizai, last ball of his eliminator. And he makes the most of it because once again, there's a stump removal, and this time it's Piaranga that's going to have to go. Salarazai, we bowled a lot of heavy length balls and a couple short of a length, but this one was a perfect Yorker. And so, well, he's almost collected the whole set. He's collected middle, he's collected off, and he's collected 2 wickets here in the eliminator. Salarazai 2 for 9, end of 3 overs, 23 for 2.
Very, very, very good, this kid. Definitely one to look out for whatever he decides to do with his career and whatever country he tries to represent. But he's got a lot of skill, a lot of talent, and that's exceptional bowling. Exceptional. I mean, let's not take away how hard it is to get a Yorker, but to get a Yorker at pace against a good player like Piranga, sneak it under and get to the 2 big fish in the same over, yeah, it's pretty impressive.
See the length of that, it pitched literally between the feet of Piaranga, who just can't jam the bat down on it. You can understand why. It's high-level bowling. And it's been effective, so 23 for 2, Sunland. And well, let's just see if they can put together some kind of recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashley Kulaseed's going to bowl out as well, so Punjab going for the jugular here. They aren't resting on holding back. They're going with their 2 spearheads up top, trying to burst through this top order. They've got 2 wickets. Can they get themselves a couple more?
So, Chris Schinkel in the chat. Hello, Chris. We'll probably see a bit later on today, as you said. And yeah, I'm sure he's impressed with that bowling first up. This first ball, the new over from Saeed, pushed away. That are going to run.
Yep, actually Kula Saeed is Hace van der Molen now. He's out there with Hashim Khan. So, well, even though they've lost those 2 early wickets, Sunland still sort of got to believe that they can get themselves up to something competitive. They're going to need somewhere in that 100 vicinity, you would imagine, against this strong Punjab batting lineup. But one of these two has the ability to go big.
Works and pushed into the leg side. Hace van der Molen, pretty entertaining character. Must admit, Corey, it's not something we always see a lot of around Europe. It's a lot of homegrown players here. By that I mean, you know, Dutch-born and raised players that have got into it. And I think it's really nice to see them competing at this level and competing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's probably 5,000 to 6,000 active players in the Netherlands. A lot of them do come from families or parents that have played the game before, but then you also get the ones that come through on the scene. They pick it up at one of their sporting clubs and
went round the corner, a bit of foot fielding, double foot fielding from Batty. He's a bit of a repeat offender.
He's a bad offender for that, isn't he?
But it will just be stopped. I suppose in the end, almost a bit of foot fielding into the hand. Don't see that very often.
Not too sure what mint you've passed me here, Vinny, but it's definitely. Oh, she's strong at this time.
They are the one. Okay, you asked for a mint. That is one. That's one of the old school ones in Spain. They'll wake you right up.
Oh.
Go on, you got to hang in there. That's what I'm down to. Had all the other ones. Well bowled by Saeed. Beats the outside edge.
These two bowling in tandem this year for Punjab are going to be very good together. It's good bowling from Ashikul Saeed. We have a look at the stats gun,
have a look at this.
Consistency versus explosiveness.
Yeah,
Whoa.
so this is mapping their averages versus their strike rates. So see Sikandar Zulfikar is far and away, bagging it over there. But even you look at Kogiani and the way he's scoring his runs. See, like Lopez is the real key for Sunland when you plot them. So, yeah, some fascinating stuff.
So is that new? I don't think I've seen that as a chance for a run out. Good fielding. Is that brand new?
Yes, new.
Can we show that again quickly?
Just have a look at that one. So Sikandar Zulfikar, I should say, not in the lineup. So that's also a bit of a negative for Punjab.
So basically with that graph, the higher to the top right you are on it,
yep,
the better.
So consistency, that's average down the bottom. So obviously that's how often you get out. And then strike rate on the left, that's how fast you're scoring.
So you want to be a bit more to the right side than anything.
More
right and more higher, the better.
The righter and the higher you are, the better, for different reasons, right?
Okay.
Because obviously you're averaging more, that's good as well. So yeah, check all those out. I'm sure a lot of them end up on our website, europeancricket.com, and occasionally on our social media as well.
There used to be, I wonder if we could make something for a T10. Well, I'll let you talk about this and then
I'll talk about today. So today we have Punjab Rotterdam here, who finished third, versus Sunland, who finished fourth. The loser will be out of the tournament. The winner will play the loser of the qualifier coming up next, which is 1 versus 2. Vorberg, VCC, taking on SV Kampong. The winner of that match will go straight through to the final, and the loser will go through to qualifier 2. And then later on we'll have the final today. And last year it was SV Kampong, came from third to win it. That's what Punjab Rotterdam are going to hope that they can do. They certainly have made a pretty good start so far, but again, a lot of cricket still left in this eliminator. And I'm very careful not to judge games after just a few overs, because a lot of things can change, a lot of things can happen. But right now, it's 28 for 2 after 4 overs, as Mubashir Hussain comes into the attack for over number 5.
Yeah, good luck to this young man. He's very good as well, and another seam bowler for Punjab.
5th overtime. Pushed, runs, and well, I think this would have been gone. And he had one stump to aim at. It's just had the feeling, and it was a pretty tight single. You can tell by the reaction of the fielder. He thought, if this hits, he's got to run out. And yeah, he would have been gone by about 30 centimetres. Van der Molen survives. Hashim Khan gets a single. Mubashir Hussain had a pretty good week for Punjab. Up in the block hole here. This time should be a comfortable single.
Yeah, so just going on about that graph, when T20 cricket started, Vinny, they were always talking about players that could go at 160, and that was your combined average with your strike rate. So if you were striking at 140, they were saying that you should average around 20. And if you were striking at 150 and around 10, it was something around the 160 as a total was what you were trying to do as a cricketer. So I wonder if there's something that we come up with T10 that we think would be the right parameters. That's it, high in the air. Should be one bounce. Will they drag it in? No, 4 runs. So nice shot there. And, well, a much-needed boundary for Sunland.
Yeah, elevates. And pretty nice shot in the end. Hashim Khan has been a real fighter for Sunland. He's got them out of some sticky situations this week. This is a good start. Doesn't really get all of it, but gets enough. So explain that again. So the 160, are you talking about the by adding them up? Is that what you're saying?
So they were saying if someone would like average 50, then their strike rate was 110. It was acceptable because that would be around 160. Anything that exceeds that was exceptional.
Gotcha.
So then if you were average, so if you played an innings and you went at 130 strike rate and you were averaging around 30 as a cricketer, this is over time, but this is when it first came in. This was quite a while ago.
See, adding up, I don't know, just from a mathematical background, probably stuff like that, you normally want to be multiplying rather than adding. That's a convenient thing.
Yeah, but it was meant to just give the players a bit of a parameter of where they needed to be.
Sure. Just clipped off the pads. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, and yeah, for sure.
So I wonder, like in T10, if we start looking at...
I'm talking about how actually useful it is for your team. One of the things I think with the T10 is I don't think average is as important.
No, of course not. Strike rate's really everything,
and
isn't
also
it?
it can skew. I mean, if you get run out at the end or not, probably has almost no effect. So I don't know if there's a real simple way to do it, except maybe just by eyeballing it. Because, I mean, maybe if you had some secondary information, for example, for an opener, how often they survive the first half of the innings, right? Or average, in the first half of the innings average, or something like that. That's probably going to be more useful. But yeah, interesting. As the end of the 5th over comes around, it's 37 for 2. Yeah, I'd say in this form of the game, you essentially want your best players striking at 200 or better. I think 200, for the key players. And averages are a funny thing. I'd say about 20 is probably a decent average. You're going to go cheaply a few times. You get a few not outs as well if you bat through the innings. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's evolving. So let's give us your thoughts about what you look for if you're looking at statistical information about players in this form of the game. I think sometimes you can read into stats a bit too much. Anyway, here's Saqib Zulfikar, and he gets a wicket straight away. He's a really good bowler. This one's just right up in the block hole, and unfortunately for Sunland, they lose a 3rd wicket, and they've all been bowled so far. This time, it's going to be Hashim Khan who's going to have to go, and the score after that is 37 for 3.
It just doesn't get easier for Sunland, does it? I mean, you face all the pace bowling. You've got 3 good pacemen, all young, bowling quick, fast, and then you bring on the leg spinner, and he gets the reward. Good start by Saqib Zulfikar. Very talented leg spin bowler, and he gets this one very full, very straight, and sneaks it right under the bat. So it's exceptional bowling, and all the wickets are bowled. Don't often see that either. So impressive start this from Punjab, and I mean, they are the favourites in this game, but we know finals, they can always be a little bit more nerve-wracking for the players out there. At the moment, Punjab seem to be the better of the 2 teams with regards to keeping their composure and just playing the elements well. Saqib Zulfikar will continue. Really good 10 overs of bowling. They've probably got Sahel Bhatti's going to bowl, maybe Big Suleiman Tariq's got a couple in him as well. So they've got plenty of options.
It's not ideal, is it, for Sunland? So they've had their stumps rattled 3 times this morning. It's not going to get a lot easier. Because, like as you say, Saqib Zulfikar, an impressive bowler. It's going to be tough. See how risky they want to be here against him. You kind of got to attack him. There's no real net run rate concerns at all in this. I've just got to gamble that. Yeah, I'll get to
just back yourself.
Yeah,
try and get it over cover, maybe through point.
Just hope that somebody comes off here.
Yeah.
Not a bad looking shot. And do have the field well set. That's something that we've seen as well in the Netherlands compared to some of the other countries as well, that a lot of thought has gone into the fields and the plans. I think sometimes we see some of the places we've been where people can look a bit lost. But I think here, daring the batter to go across the line. A bit straighter.
Oh,
He's
no.
overcommitted here, and it's going to be a run out. So this is an absolute disaster, as just a bit of miscommunication, and Van der Molen, he just overcommits there, trying to get down the business hand, but ultimately he will go. He's doing the right thing, he's backing up. He's keen to go straight away, sent back, but just gets the message too late. That's a smart throw, bounce throw. A bit of Zulfiqar action, and it results in the run out of Gijs van der Molen. Now, Sunland 39 for 4.
Well, it's also good by Saqib Zulfiqar. His match awareness to get back to the stumps to receive the throw from his brother was pretty important there. So they pick up another wicket, and well, they're just giving their wickets away a little bit here, Sunland. I know it's not easy. Someone needs to try and come off here.
This one's turned away. Fielder, so pretty attacking there. Trying to hunt a wicket. And that is Asif Khan, who holds his place. No Tijam Nidamanu in the lineup. Certainly sending him the best wishes. I'm sure he's watching right now. Teja?
Yep, I'm sure he is. Unfortunately, like a pretty high hamstring injury yesterday.
This one just beats the outside edge. So really good over by Saqib Zulfiqar. He takes 1 for 3. 6 overs down, scores 40 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant over. I mean, for a leggy, he doesn't really bowl a long hop, does he? He always seems to be thereabouts. So it's another good over for Punjab. They're just in control of this tie at the moment. Looks like Suleiman Tariq, the captain's going to bring himself on now. Maybe Gulness here can try and line him up and see if they can get some boundaries for the team. Still 24 balls left, so if one player can come off, you never know, they could get something competitive. Look at the bowling figures, and well, pretty good from everyone really in T10 format. No one going at 10s.
No one's really got the treatment at all, have they? Suleiman Tariq coming on. They get a real tight single here, but they get away with it. Suleiman Tariq, if you just joined us, maybe watching the tournament for the first time. Corey likes to call Tariq the Vernon Philander of European cricket, because he just kind of not the quickest, but he's steady, and he seems to just have a way of bothering the batter.
Just a wily old customer is Suleiman. Good captain, good leader of this Punjab side. Oh, well, that's done quite a lot. And that's why I call him Vernon Philander, because it's beat the bat, it's beat Asad Zulfiqar. And well, I think it's been given runs. I didn't see any inside edge on that, Vinny, but in the end it's 4. Look at this nut.
Yeah, let's have a look, because
just jags back.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it did get anything, but I guess the result will be 4 runs. It's tough as a keeper to deal with that, because it certainly jags back. So you see Tariq is pretty adept at hitting the seam. Back to live action here.
Oh, guess that goes down as an opportunity if Assad had got his hands there.
Yeah, I mean, if there was bat on it, you can't really blame the keeper, because yeah, it would be a significant deflection. As this one is in the air, and there's no one back here, so maybe this will go the journey. In fact, it will. Maximo! Goodness here. Well, maybe this is his time to shine with the bat. He just has struggled to get any kind of momentum going. But this one is nicely struck away. Did get a full toss, didn't get all of it, but got enough. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice batting. It's probably the loosest ball of the morning so far. Gets a low full toss, helps it around the corner. 6 runs, much needed. This over's been good for them so far. 12 off it. Oh, that's gone, I reckon.
Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he just had a feeling. That was pretty adjacent. And well, he's not too happy with it. But, you say he's disappointing when you go 6 and out. And
I think it's plumb.
And that's out. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's just pure disappointment.
Yeah, he's probably just frustrated. Certainly the kind of reaction you like to see, but you can also understand his frustration, but I doubt that's at the umpire so much. I think you'll look back at that and see, and he's hit on the back leg, dead in front, and so Suleiman Tariq picks up a wicket. And Sunland, they do pass 50, but at the cost of another wicket. Now it's 52 for 5. as Akil Gopinath comes to the crease.
Yep, Big Suleiman just keeps doing what he does. Hitting pads in touch cricket. Got that one to come back again. And gets reward after being hit for 6. So, good bowling from him. Punjab just doing what's required of them. Have another look here. For us in the commentary box, we think this is absolutely dead.
I just don't think there's any doubt there at all. And the bats have, sometimes you go, well, is there a little edge we're missing? But did seem like the bat was a long way from the ball there.
Yeah.
And now Tariq knocks over another one. Well, have a look at this. He is just getting the ball to do all sorts. Gopinath gets something first up that I don't know if anyone would have been able to deal with. So suddenly, Suleiman Tariq's on a hat-trick. Remember that, because that's the end of the over as well. 52 for 6.
This one jags away by about a skerrick, and this is exactly why he's the Vernon Philander of Dutch cricket. That's a seed. He just has this uncanny knack of getting the ball to nibble both ways just enough. And I know from talking to people in the Dutch cricket traps that he's very difficult to line up because it is slow. It's not much express pace about it, but he puts in the right spot. But here's where we're going next, Vinny. Or here's where you're going because you're leaving me.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of a breather because Rico will be back with me in Bulgaria, which we'll be travelling to tomorrow. We'll be there Monday morning. It'll be nice to be at that Vasilevsky National Sports Academy again. And then we'll be in Romania for a week. And then in Sweden for pretty much the whole month of May. Because we've got 2 weeks in the south, in Landskrona, then 2 weeks in the capital. So we could see Albie's Army, for example, in Stockholm, but plenty of other high-quality teams around Sweden before we head to the Czech Republic at the end of May. So on the 30th of May, we'll have 2 weeks there. 8th overtime, and let's see if Sunland can put something together here. Not just the issue they're losing wickets, but also running out of time, aren't they? With just 3 overs remaining. Best case scenario here, maybe get 10s and get to early 80s.
Yep.
Still going to be a tough defence, but like I say, eliminators, funny things can happen. But first they got to get there, I think. Sakib Zulfikar, certainly a player I really like watching with the ball.
No, he's very talented. Just a slight adjustment to the field here as it's a lefty-righty partnership now. So, Jerry Ulla, he's fishing his first ball in this eliminator. Oh, bowl.
And you can see why he'd be a little bit careful as well. Jerry Ulla, and he likes to whack it. I mean, he's just happy to block this one, but I think he's going to have to go for it, and he's going to have to be brave. Got 3 men guarding the leg side boundary at the moment.
This will be a wrong and Vinny.
We'll never know because it doesn't bounce, but yeah, does bowl a good wrong, doesn't he? And that's, I suppose, what's concerning for the left-handers. He's not that predictable that he can just hit with a spin.
No, he's very talented and he thinks about the game quite a lot. So, outstanding figures for him at the moment. Sunland, they're trying their best. Maybe just a stride short of a gallop. Bowled
Out again. Well, once again, the stumps have been removed. And this time, it's Zulfikar that does it again. Sakib Zulfikar. Yes, Abbas Shazad could deal with that. Pitches middle, hits middle. And it's the 7th wicket now for Sunland. It's 54 for 7.
He gets himself in a right mess here. He didn't really look like he had a stable base at all and not too sure what that shot was. So he's dismissed. I think we haven't had a caught yet. I think everything's bowled and run out. So
I think he's wanted to attack that ball, and then it's just where it is, it's awkward. So pretty much just tries to get anything on it, but can't.
It's difficult when you're facing quality leg spin as well. I mean, facing leg spin might be one of the hardest things to do if you're not used to it. So good bowling there. That brings new man to the crease. It's Tobias Macchiato. And looking forward to a couple of coffees with him later.
Well, it's Tobias Machiavello. But I like your little twist on it. Wouldn't mind a coffee in the morning. I actually haven't had one yet.
Don't mind his helmet, to be fair, as well.
It's a cool helmet. It's a
early
helmet
1990s.
he inherited from his father, actually.
Yep.
It's got a bit of the early 90s New Zealand about it, but he's coming out here at number 9. Let's see if he can put something together. Not a bad looking shot.
Oh, no.
Not a great run, though. They're going to get away with it. Well, that's good commitment from Jariola.
I'll tell you why, it went straight to Remit Zulfikar. I think this should have been run out.
Yeah, it wasn't a good throw. He doesn't look after his bro here. Look at that. It's just an awkward length to try and pick up. Assad Okay, doesn't have a lot of time to see that throw, considering how close it came in from.
That was one where he just had to hit the gloves at a good height instead of going to the base.
Yeah, he didn't have to go direct. Had to identify the situation. Probably could have even, maybe gone with the strong underarm.
Ooh. I was never a big fan of the strong underarm.
Just a firm underarm. 8 overs down here. It's 55 for 7. Well bowled by Zulfiqar, who takes 2 for 6 in the eliminator. Sakib Zulfiqar, that is. Yeah, I just meant kind of the diving, kind of jaunty roads, not full taking out the stumps, but the dive and the underarm to the keeper, make it easy for him.
Yeah,
that one just where it bounced in front of Assad. It was a pretty tough one. But anyway.
Big Suleiman Tariq's back, Vinny, and he's on a hat-trick.
Don't forget that. And so he'll be bowling here to Tobias Machiavello. Hat-trick delivery. And he's a man that dropped an absolute goober on a team hat-trick the other day. Let's see if he can take one for himself here. Tariq on a hat-trick. Swing and a miss.
I'll tell you what, if you got that straight, you might have a red-hot chance there. Be disappointed, but look at him. His big smile on his face.
I know you're a big fan of the Silver Fox, aren't you?
Big fan of just Suleiman in general. Look at that deck away, though.
When you play cricket in Holland, do you ask Suleiman Tariq to wear a hat so the hair's not too distracting for you? Oh, that one comes back a mile as well.
Mate, Vernon's got it on the string this morning.
Getting the ball to talk, isn't he?
I don't know what it is about him, but that sort of loping action, he just goes, boop, just gets it to do enough both ways.
Yeah, you can see no footwork there at all from Machiavello, who's got a pretty good eye. So see him enjoying his cricket. Takes this one back, but yeah, this is the issue. One thing to survive, another thing to score. And at the moment, they're running out of time. It's just an over and a half remaining, all happening in the ninth. Well, not so much at the moment for Sunland. And there's another one. This one does get through, and unfortunately, Tobias is going to have to go. It's 3 for Suleiman Tariq. And it's Punjab Rotterdam, who are in a commanding position in this eliminator now. It's 55 for 8.
Yep, Big Vern just keeps the procession of bowls going. We've had an extraordinary amount this morning. This one didn't really look like it did too much. Just full straight, you miss, I hit. He gets himself a third. Probably a little bit upset he didn't get it straight for his hat-trick ball. Would have had every chance to get it. But yeah, another wicket goes, and well, for Sunland, just maybe a little bit below the standard they need to be this morning. And Punjab, though, to their credit, they're taking all their opportunities. They're fielding well, they're bowling well. I think there's only been one loose ball I can really think of. So
6 bowls.
Yeah, but
plus an LBW and a run out.
Yep. Very rare, very, very rare you see that many.
Would you like to know the record of most bowl dismissals in an innings?
Yep.
It is 8. So I could tie it.
There you go.
Well, they make that 7 and put that one with the rest. I genuinely thought I was looking at a replay then when I looked at the screen. Suleiman Tariq, he gets another one. So that puts them within 1 of tying the record, which was set in Malta in 2021. So right now, it's going from bad to worse to whatever's below that for Sunland, as they're falling off a cliff here in the first innings of the day. 55 for 9.
Well, I would like to think that big Suleiman Tariq's learnt from his mistake of his last hat-trick ball. He put it outside off. This time, he's getting it straight. And he's got every opportunity here to pick up a Michelle Pfeiffer and get himself a hat-trick on finals day. So, well, don't get too many offers to get 5 wickets. This is a big chance.
I don't often see being on a hat-trick twice either in a T10 match. Look at this one. Again, that time the footwork probably didn't help out the batter. Samran Shazad will be a new batter out there. He's always entertaining down the bottom. Remember him the other day? Hey, question from Liam Day. Just quickly, the Zulfiqar boys around the national setup. Tell us where they're at. Because you mentioned earlier in the year, but the triplets, of course, got Ramat as well.
Oh, yeah, they've been involved quite a lot. I mean, Assad went to the Afghanistan series as the backup keeper. Didn't get a game, unfortunately. And Sakib's leg spin and batting prowess down the order has been used lately, and Sikandar has a bit more issues with his work, but he's still in the traps and around the frame. But here we go, hat-trick ball, Vinny.
Field's still moving. Got the number 11 to bowl at. You got one more ball left in the game. Here's Tariq on a hat-trick.
Oh my word. That was that close to off stump.
That's about as close as you can get. Oh, Tariq. He can't believe he's missed this. Something like a good old-fashioned bowl out. He just had to hit the stumps. It's certainly enough to get through Samran Shazad, who does survive. So we do go to the last Sunland, 55 for 9.
Yeah, 55 for 9. It just hasn't been the greatest batting innings, unfortunately, for them. And, well, good bowling from Suleiman Tariq. Vernon Philander, he's done his job. And 4 wickets for 12 runs. Well done to him.
Yeah, for sure. So really good performance by the captain.
Yeah, I guess the question is, how quickly will Punjab try and chase this down?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I
You
hope
might want to send a message. I mean, they're probably one of the better teams to finish outside the top 2 in a 5-team series.
I hope they go for it real and try get on it quickly. That'd be real nice to watch, and just maybe send a bit of a message to all the other teams.
All right, so last over come up, Masif Khan getting a bowl. He's been into the side due to the injury to Tejan Manuru yesterday. Slight hamstring concern there. Anyway, 9 down, 9 overs down. And they'll survive.
Well, he might as well swing at this. I know you can bat your innings and get a couple of singles, but they can't defend 55 to 60. I think.
Yeah,
He's
capable of hitting them as well. Joe Wheeler.
They have to try and get to 65 at least. So you've got to try and be a bit more aggressive with the bat here.
Say hello, William Camfield. He's offering me a coffee in the chat. Well, thank you.
Lovely.
William. Let me have a think about it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And I think I would say I cannot remember a team getting bowled out without a catch being taken. In fact, this could be an opportunity.
The Turkish side? At the ECL?
No, but a team getting bowled out. So like a team to take 10 wickets without one single catch. I'll have to look up that one in Malta where there were 8 bowled. See what the others were. Shazad, love to see him get a run here. Again, you know, in European cricket, you are going to have kind of a mixture of experience levels within one team, probably more than some other places around the world. So it's a good test for Samran Shazad. Here he is again. Next side. And now they think about it, but it's never going to be there.
Definitely not a run there, Vinny.
So this one just angling in. Left-hander to left-hander. Would have missed the leg stump.
He's a big boy. If he gets that bat lift up and just swing as hard as he can, young man, why not?
This one is just okay. It's pretty close to the tram line. Give us your thoughts at home.
Yeah, I think he just snuck it in.
I disagree. I needed that run. Anyway, it's going for you. It's going for you. Last ball. And they will try it for one. They will get one. They think of a second. And it's just not going to be there. So Ulla found himself at the wrong end for most of that over. Leg bye to finish. And Sunland. They do been out the 10 overs, but only just. They're going to finish 57 for 9. And I think that's, I would say, we've got a tall order, to say the least, even with some good bowling options to defend that. Sunland just kind of falling off the pace towards the end of the week, and unfortunately, there hasn't been a resurgence on finals day. As we look back at the highlights, and most of them will favour Punjab Rotterdam, but early on it was Lubbers. That was a pretty nice shot off Saeed, who just bowled a length delivery, disappeared. This was even better as he went down the ground for a Maximo. But there wouldn't be a lot of boundaries. That, in fact, was one of only 2 sixes in the innings. There were 3 fours. And ultimately, there's a lot of stumps flying around in the first game of the day here on finals day.
Yeah, absolutely. The stumps were flying everywhere, and that wicket of Victor Lubbers really opened it up for this Punjab team. We know how dangerous he is with the bat. Gul Nasir came out and he tried his best to get on with it as well, but once Paranga went in the same over, it was almost a procession from this point on. Punjab Rotterdam really put their foot on the jugular, and they didn't let up at any stage. You can see plenty of smiles for their team because they knew they were on top, and they did everything they needed to do. Gijs van der Molen came in, played a nice shot over wide extra cover, and there was a few nice boundaries throughout, but overall it was really impressive bowling from Punjab Rotterdam as Saqib Zulfikar came in and snuck that one under the bat. Another bold dismissal, and we would have a lot of bold dismissals in this game so far, and this was a little bit of confusion and a disappointing end to Gijs van der Molen's innings as he sacrificed himself after running himself out with Gul Nasir. And Suleiman Tariq thought, well, I'll get myself into the attack, and he bowls in a magnificent spell with 4 wickets in it. That was the only loose ball he bowled from. Gul Nasir flicked it off his legs that went for 6, but After that, he just kept getting it nice and straight and kept getting LBWs and bowled. That one there absolutely plumb, just coming back a little bit and hitting him on that back leg and definitely going on to hit middle stump. 100% that was out. And more batsmen came down the lower order trying their best to make a score, but unfortunately for them, Suleiman Tariq just had the ball on a string. He was keeping it straight, getting a little bit of nibble, and with some good support from Saqib Zulfiqar, they ran through this middle to lower order. Wickets were coming for fun. There wasn't too many boundaries, and overall, you could see the disappointment on the Sunland players' faces. They tried their best, but maybe just a little bit of a class above versus Punjab Rotterdam. There were some chances at some run-outs that were missed, and that's maybe one area that Punjab Rotterdam will want to improve later in the day. They don't want to be missing those chances if they do go through against some of the bigger teams. And, a couple more bowls right at the back end. And Suleiman Tariq, he had a chance of a hat-trick and a 5-wicket haul. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't get there, but he did end up with outstanding figures and 4 wickets. So let's have a look at the scorecards here, and we'll start with the batting scorecard. And it wasn't the most pretty of reading. It was really up to that opening pair for one of them to go big in this game. And unfortunately, they both got starts, but they both got out. As you can see here, 15 off 9 for Victor Lubbers and Hashim Khan in that dangerous top 3, made 10 off 10, but everybody else, no one got in really. And a couple of low scores there, and unfortunately, they were basically almost bowled out for 57. So disappointing to say the least, but not through lack of trying. And Victor Lubbers top scoring there with 15. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard now, and this will be a lot prettier reading, as the Punjab players had it on a bit of a string this morning, and really impressive start from the 2 big pacemen, Ashikullah Saeed and his opening bowling partner Salarazai. Those two started off. Salarazai got 2 for 9 off his 2 overs, and Suleiman Tariq at the bottom net 4 for 12, magnificent, and Saqib Zulfiqar 2 for 6. So 9 down for 57. It's going to be a tall order for Sunland to stay in the competition, but you never know. Please join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Netherlands, and we're halfway through the first match of 4 today. It's the Eliminator, 3 versus 4, and none of these teams will go through to the final. One, unfortunately, or when I say the final, I mean qualifier number 2. They'll go forward in finals day. The other team, unfortunately, will be out, and we have some Cube news, everybody. Hate to break this to everyone, but we have had a Cube failure. So those of you that have been following your Cubes, the Cube
It's not okay, Vinny.
activity.
It almost took me out.
And it almost took out Corey. But the good news is nothing was damaged in the Cube. I actually thought
I was damaged.
coming around the field
Emotionally scarred, Vinny.
that we had a slight extra amount of leaning. But anyway, there you go. That's why you come back. You get the big story straight away.
Oh, there's a cricket field.
Anyway, I think it's funny that it came down on your side and not my side. Anyway, here we are. The Cube has been righted for now. Not particularly windy either at the moment.
There is no wind. It's actually the most still day we've had. So that is a Cube explosion. And, yeah,
That's
too
why
short.
everyone that came back just before the first ball is worth it. And so now Gulnasia is going to open the bowling. Well, you would say that Punjab Rotterdam like to go about their cricket. This might not last long. They need 58 for a spot in qualifier 2. But, sure that Sunland will be giving it everything. And a dot ball to start. Got Remat Zulfikar out there with Sharafat Kogiani, Johnny Neutral.
What's Johnny neutral from? Where did you get that?
You came up with it, and it was when you said that he never shows any.
No, but Johnny
emotion.
neutral. Why Johnny?
Just like a generic.
Oh, so it's not like a show or
like
anything
Johnny
like that.
English.
Okay.
Ron Atkinson movie. Yeah. Yeah, you came up with the neutral. I came up with the Johnny.
Oh.
Remember, Zulfikar is the older brother to the Zulfikar triplets, 2 of which are playing today. Saqib and Assad. Let's see if Remat can get some runs. He'd love a few. Well, that'll help because this is short and this is barn territory. That's a genuine hook shot. He's all over that from Nasir. Maximo! And Remat off to a pretty good start. It's a classic hook shot.
Yep, he picked that pretty well, got every piece of it. 6 runs, nice way to start his account today, and what might be a big day for Punjab Rotterdam. And well, I don't mind that from Gulnasia as well, trying to get it in, dig it in short. Doesn't want him to just come down the wicket, but unfortunately, good batting from Remat. I think this could be over quick, Vinny. I think they're going to go at nearly everything.
Yeah, well, certainly getting him off on the right foot. He's on the walk now, and he goes straight, and he goes high, and he goes long, and this one's out of here too. Maximo, back to back, rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, 1 off the back foot. This time he went walkabout, and he got plenty of contact, 6 more.
Well, what's your bingo card saying here, Vinny? I'm going to say 4.3 overs.
I have a feeling they might be lucky to get to 4. Just based on what I'm seeing so far. It's more, this one sneaks down the leg side. You're wide, doesn't catch anything on the way through, but he's annoyed, doesn't get something on that. Because if he does, it probably runs away for 4 more. I mean, they've got Victor Lubbers to bowling over. Probably next, I'm guessing. That's, yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Maybe I'll try Gopinath for a spin option a bit earlier.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout. You might as well try a few things. And, nothing to lose.
So a slow ball, I think, from Gulnasia, not picked by Zulfikar. Just look at the hand here.
Yeah, it's a rolling off cutter into the pitch. Good bowling. Doesn't get up too much either.
Just genuinely fools him.
Yep.
Just through with a swing. A bit too early. Probably that's a ball you can hit through the offside if you get it right. Well, that'll be a no ball. I think, yeah, it's been called now because remember the one that got hooked out of the ground, that was certainly above the shoulder.
I don't think it got called, Vinny. I think that's the first one for the over.
Yeah?
Yep. I don't think I've seen the no ball call. I think I've seen it. It's one for the over now.
Okay. Well, I guess no one knew what it was until we found it by the barn, so didn't bother the batter too much. Have another one, he says, and he says, okay, I'll hit this with the rest. Bowl as many as you like. Maximo, 6 to finish the first. And Punjab Rotterdam off to a dream start there. 19 for no loss. And well, things not looking particularly good for the Sunland fans. Punjab Rotterdam, they already have 1 foot in qualifier too.
Yeah, tough for Sunland. They're probably going to spend more time in the car going home than they will be out in the field today. But they've been a good team, a good addition to the tournament. And well, unless something crazy happens, yeah, they're going to be going home pretty shortly. This is getting it dangerous early. 19 off the first. Good hitting from Mehmet Zulfikar.
So, second over coming up. You wonder how many people will get a chance here. So Abbas Shahzad getting an opportunity. So let's see if he can get a wicket. Kogyani facing up for the first time.
Oh, it's a big no-y first up. And I'm surprised he didn't try to get some bat on it. It's basically a free hit. But yeah, just lost it in his run-up. That's a no ball. Free hit.
Don't crowd the plate. Backs him off
just
pretty
lets
quickly.
him know that they're still in the contest.
So free hit coming up. So Kogyani gets a look at that one. Couldn't do much with it. Free hit. And gets a fair bit. I don't think it's going to go all the way for 6, but it will be 4. So cuatro carreras. Only neutral. It's a free hit. He uses the immunity cloak and makes them pay to the tune of 4 runs.
Yep, might be on for an early finish here, Vin.
Yeah, it seems that way at this stage. Just 1 bounce 4. What did you say? 4.5?
No, 4.3.
Pretty optimistic, I think, for Sunland fans at the moment, based on what we're seeing.
Oh, he's just playing a little bit of a dangerous game here, not using the facilities. That was close, again, to a no ball and maybe being taken out the attack there.
I'm going to say hello to Avdesh in the chat. Avdesh Ariani saying hello to us. Expecting an amazing day of cricket. He's also saying how great would it be if we had Corey, Rico and Vinny in the combox next week.
Oh, not a bad shout.
Avdesh, that was converted him.
Oh.
Hit hard and hit long. Yeah, that's just a flat bat smash. And Maximo, 6 more to Kogyani, loves to attack. He's got the absolute license to go for it here. Seis mas.
Honestly, with Kogyani in this lineup and that Salarazai, the bowler, joining, Punjab for me are hot favourites this year. They're going to be very, very good.
You already said you might as well just give the trophy to VCC though.
I changed my mind.
Jams down on this. And it'll just be 1. So, let's see Ramat Zulfikar out to Shahzad. And this one knocks him over. Well, put that with the rest of the bowl dismissal. So nice moment for Abbas Shahzad. He's going to get Ramat Zulfikar for 18. And Sunland, well, there's a highlight for them. Nice moment for the young man as he takes a wicket. The first of their finals day. We'll have to see if it's their last of the tournament. Now 31 for 1.
He gets himself a wicket. Good reward for him. It's a highlight, and he'll be pretty happy with that. And, well, Ramat Zulfikar walking down the wicket, playing a loose shot, and has to lose his wicket, but good little T10 innings.
Yeah, it was. Got him off to a flyer. And so, the batter will come out. And it will be Saqib Zulfikar. So one Zulfikar replaces another. So, nice couple of strokes there from Ramat Zulfikar, who I think be a bit disappointing, has made more runs this week. But
yeah, sometimes he just comes down the wicket and loses his shape. He's a much better batter when he stays still at the crease.
Just a bit of bowling, though. Well, actually, not this.
Whoa.
Did me there in the replay.
That was a good bit of bowling, just letting him know.
A bit of bowling if you got intent to cause bodily harm. But, yeah, in the end, good finish to the over so far. Still 1 ball to go, though, as we will see Saqib Zulfikar here at number 3. Not a bad delivery. Pushes, runs, gets a single. So in the end, that over goes for 13. 2 overs down, and it's 32 for 1. see that Sunland, they had some good performances early in the tournament. They could never kind of sweep one of their mini-series. They split the first couple 1-1, and then they went on a kind of bit of a losing streak towards the end where Victor Lovers just kind of fell out of form a little bit. But you can see that they were a long way behind in the end, and you can kind of see that distance in this match right here. This will leave us with the top 3 teams in the competition, which is the way it should be, I suppose.
And Sunland, look, they're a new team up in the top class of this year, and they should still be happy they've made finals day today, and disappointed probably with how this match has turned out and a couple of performances this week. But you're right, Vinny, they've had their own highlights, they've had their own moments, and I'm sure we're going to see more and better of them in the future.
All right, third overtime. It's Hashim Khan is going to bowl. On the walk, hits it and hits it pretty well, gets 4. So, nice shot by Saqib Zulfikar. Just came down the wicket. I think the bowler sees him coming, so bangs in a bit shorter, but he's waiting for it. He just knows in the power play, it's very hard to protect the outfield. So, a boundary to Saqib.
Yeah, nice shot, good batting.
Should also mention, I forgot to say, that Corey will be taking a bit of a break after this week, so won't see him next week in Bulgaria. I guess it'll be myself and Rico. But
Poor call, really.
Corey, I'm sure we'll have you back during the...
Have I earned my
the tournament.
stripes?
You've definitely
2.0?
You've definitely established yourself as a viable option.
Has it?
This one is going to be blasted through the covers, 4 runs. So the boundaries keep on coming. No, I always love working with you, Corey, in all seriousness. It's a bit too early to start giving you the good buys. I was going to save it for later in the day.
Well, I might take the rest of the day.
We've still got about 7 hours. Well, probably 9 hours if you include a couple of breaks today on finals day.
Yeah, so the games are a little bit more spread out, aren't they, on a finals day?
The first 2 are back-to-back, so and then we'll have an hour break between the second and third match, and then the third match and the final. We'll have an hour break, just because we don't know who the teams will be. So it gives us the ability to kind of work out all those logistics. Hashim Khan, he's gone 4 and 4. Start his over, keep her up to the stumps. The ledge, and this will be 4 more. So they're really rocking and rolling at the moment. Zulfikar has 3 consecutive boundaries. And at the moment, Sunland, they're here physically, but I think already they know that their trophy chances have slipped away.
Spiritually, their souls have left their body because they're not going to come back and win this one. So, yeah, really good batting overall from Punjab, but their bowling was sensational this morning. They only bowled 1 loose delivery I can think of. And, well, these 2, they're racing towards this target. Shot. Gorgeous batting. Gorgeous batting, Vinny. That's class.
4 in a row. Yeah, this might have been the best of the lot. Well, he bangs it off the bin. We've had that Mercantile Mutual sign and made some money there. But, I mean, this is just really good bit of timing. And he doesn't try and overhit the ball. That's a sign of a class batter when they can generate that kind of pace without really swinging the bat.
Have you ever had 6 4s and over in this? Because I imagine you would have always had at least had 1 6.
I think we've had 6 4s in Bulgaria, actually. I think Mohammed Fayez did it.
Okay.
And then he hit a 7th when he faced in the second. And this will just be a 1.
Yep, so that ends the procession of boundaries along the ground. Brings on Johnny Neutral back on strike. He's got himself to 11 off 5. I think he's going to be trying to hit this one to the moon.
Makes sense. It's like there's just a few runs remaining. The batters are scrambling to score them here, I think. So 49 on the board, just 9 more. Last ball, the power play coming up. Hit hard, should be stopped. Will be stopped by Gijs van der Molen. It's a player that I found really entertaining to watch this week. That will bring up the 50 as well. At the end of 3 overs, it's 51. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is none other than Spanish national team coach and top classer aficionado.
Ooh.
Corey Rutgers. Great to have you here, Corey. And yeah, settle in because it's going to be a big day of T10 action. The Cube is back up and running, so that's good. But of course, yeah, big match coming up between VCC and SV Kampong top 2.
Yep.
Kampong, they had a really good finals day last year. They're a team on the rise, Kampong, against VCC. A team slightly on the slide. We know they don't have Baz Deleda, we don't think, in the lineup. I think Musa Ahmed is expected to come back. Shariz Ahmed is expected to come back.
Okay.
But still, we've got a real good contest coming up, the second match of the day. It's a tussle.
It's a tussle. Tough one to call. Anyway, in this one, Johnny Neutral on strike. And good lead from Joe Neutral. He was winding up, Vinny. He was winding up so hard he decided to leave it.
He spent so much time getting ready to hit it that he forgot to come through with it, and so he just bails out. I know that VCC and Kampong will be super desperate to avoid a clash with Punjab Rotterdam. Because, the loser of this game coming up will have to face Punjab Rotterdam, a team that looks so dangerous.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to lose that one. You want to make the most of that double chance, fast track yourself to the final.
Praveen Rajendran is the bowler now. And this one goes, and it goes a long way. Maximo banging in halfway up the hill as Kagyani looks in hurry for an early brunch. And with that, 6 runs, there's only 2 more required.
Nice hitting. He hits a clean ball. I mean, the whole tournament he's been able to do that, but they've done this a few times. They've made some early finishes. 2 to go, Vinny. Oh. Well, just wants to take a little bit more time, and 1 more run to go in this early morning match.
Yeah, let's have a look at these lineups as well. You can see no Basilada in there, led by Vivian Kingma in qualifier 1. Musa Ahmed is back in though. Dashwiz Ahmed is also listed there. This will be it, I think. It'll be a wide, and that'll finish it. So 3.4 overs is the amount of time required in the end, as they're going to do this with a lot of balls to spare. I'm going to say 38 balls to spare. And Punjab Rotterdam, very one-sided contest. I think it probably speaks to the fact that there have been 3 standout sides this week. And Punjab Rotterdam just missing out on that top 2, but they could have quite easily secured a top 2 spot if maybe even one result had been different during the week. And Sunland, unfortunately for them, they are departing from the tournament after just winning 2 of their 8 games. But still, Sunland, there's some positives in there. I think the former Victor Lubbers in particular. I think that, certainly hoping them all the best as they embark on their top-class adventure this season. Well, we had some cube issues early on.
I was under there, Vinny. It wasn't okay.
Well, we had to get the jaws of life to get Corey out. And when we did, we saw a big hook. First up from Remat Zulfikar, as we saw another one straight down the ground. A signal of an early intent. You knew that he was going to be going for pretty much everything. Well, Kagyani almost knocked into the next life. First ball, the second, but he got the free hit. And a couple of times we saw free hits cashed in this game, didn't we? Boundaries flowed pretty hard. But that is a good moment from Abbas Shahzad, as he did get the wicket in the innings. The wicket of Remat Zulfikar, very good player to get as well. That brought out another Zulfikar Saqib, who bowled really well. Took 2 for 6 in the first half. He looked in a hurry as well. Big Merv is kept busy. The balls were flying all around the park. This is a nice one. We saw these 4 consecutive boundaries here. That one was a bit of a streaky one, but the others were pure class. I did like this one. Just generating that pace with the wrist through point. And Kagyani was keen to get us in for a muffin. And that one went a long way up the hill. In the end, bit of an anticlimax as Rajendran couldn't get this one on target. And that one broke the tie. Only 3.4 overs required for Punjab Rotterdam, who we know will be the first team through to qualifier 2 later on today. They will play the loser of the game you're going to see coming up, which will start in about 45 minutes. That's VCC. Vorburg. They'll take on SV Kampong, the defending champions, in qualifier 1. The winner of that game will go straight through to the final. So plenty to watch out for. We've got a bit of time. If you haven't already, why don't you watch The Big Shot? It's on our social media and also on our YouTube channel. It's a compilation of some of the highlights of the first 3 weeks of the year on ECN. And also, this is what's coming up. When we do get to qualifier 1, it will be Kampong, who won the toss, elected to bowl first. So Vorburg, they're going to get a chance to bat. And I think they were happy to bat. I think that they were pretty happy to do that and set the pace. Musa Ahmed back into the lineup. Shariz Ahmed down the bottom. I don't think about quite that low. That's Viv Kigmat. He's leading the side. VCC. A couple of key outs, but still some really good players. And I'm looking forward to that. Navjot Singh also has been good for VCC. Kampong, same old offenders. I think Sherry Butt will like to have his say. They'll be chasing in qualifier number 1. Match 22 on the calendar, which starts in 45 minutes. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. And let's just say it was over pretty quickly. It was all top three made similar scores. 18s for the Zulfikars and 19 not out for Sharafat Kogiani. They did it in quick time. They were on 1:58 pace, ended up with 58 off 3.4 overs. And yes, Alan, they would have known that they just did not have enough runs on the board. And as far as the bowling went, well, there was one highlight in there, and it was Abbas Shahzad who picked up a wicket, and a nice moment for him. Sunland, like I say, unfortunately, it's the end of their ECS this time around, but we do wish them all the best in the future, to Victor Lobbers and all the guys. Hope you have a great season. Thanks for being a part of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Okay, so we will be back shortly. It will be a bit of an extended break before we are back, though, so just under 45 minutes time we will be back, and hopefully you can join us for that as we see VCC and Kampong going at it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. It's finals day. Corey Rucker's with me also. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Netherlands. And with one game in the bag, it is now time for qualifier number 1. These two teams, they finished at the top of the tree, first and second in the round robin stage. And it is Voorburg, VCC, they're here taking on SV Kampong. I think it will be a really interesting qualifier number 1. And don't forget that the winner of this, they go straight through to the final. The loser, they'll take on Punjab Rotterdam in qualifier number 2 a little bit later on today. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. So Rob Kemmings with 2 captains. And now we'll see who wins it.
Your call.
Ja, kop.
Kop. It's a call. It's it is.
Ja, we're going to ball for this.
Usman Malik wins the toss for SV Kampong. The defending champions say that they want to have a bowl, so they obviously fancy their chances chasing, and they have done it pretty well this week. They are kind of the finals specialists. They came all the way from 3rd last year. They've never lost a game on finals day here at the ECS Netherlands, and so they do have some pretty good performance. Usman Malik, the captain, I think he is very, very good with the bat, but he hasn't quite had the results that he's wanted this week. It's a great opportunity for him. He'll be batting at the top of the order with Ratha Alphonse, who I also think is a pretty talented player and keeper. Sherry Butt, though, he's the one who will steal the headlines, I think, when you're talking about SV Kampong, because he is one guy that can boss the game really quickly. Let's talk about VCC, though, and Voorburg. They're led by Vivian Kingma, and we have seen them just missing a couple of players yesterday. That's why they fell to their first 2 losses, but they do have Musa Ahmed and Shariz Ahmed back today, and I think that is really important. Musa Ahmed will open the batting, and Shariz Ahmed, he'll bat in the middle order. He's a gun fielder, and he's a very clever defensive spin bowler in this format of the game. Viv Kingma, of course, he is a very experienced performer with the Netherlands, having played a fair bit of international cricket. So I think it'll be a great game. Don't forget, big prize on the line, the first place in the final. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers as we get ready for qualifier number 1. The news from the toss is that Usman Malik, SV Kampong, have won the toss and they've elected to bowl.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back everyone around the world. It's finals day here in Capella, Rotterdam, and a very exciting match coming your way. Kampong versus VCC, the teams that finished 1 and 2 in the group stage, well, they have an opportunity to fast track themselves to the final now. And there's the beautiful backdrop here out in Rotterdam. And we take a look at the 2 lineups. I think it's been touched on how important both top orders really are for their teams. Good to see Musa Ahmed back in the lineup. He's going to be opening with Gigani, and that is an explosive duo, and they're going to desperately need one of those 2 to bat deep. No Buster later, unfortunately. Celebrating his Easter Christmas with his family, and I can understand that after being away so long on the Dutch-New Zealand tour. So for Kampong, good team all round, and the supercomputer is predicting a tight one, and not surprised to see this. This is a tough one to call. I think I have a sneaky suspicion. I think Kampong might actually do it here. My gut feel is that they're just timing their run really well, and really well led by Usman Malik, the captain. And if they can get a couple of early wickets, they have every chance to go through straight to the final, where they will either face the team they've just beat or Punjab, who won this morning. So if you missed this morning's game, Punjab got the win over Sunland more than comprehensively, and they'll be sitting on the side now watching this quite intently. As, the players have made their way to the field. Looks like the umpires are out there and getting themselves all ready. There's me sitting in the sun right next to the commentary cube. So Usman Malik, he's got the new ball in hand. Really good player, had a good tournament. He leads the team well. That's probably his best facet though, not just bat, ball and field. He's a good leader of men, and that's more than important. So he's going to bowl the first ball of this qualifying final. Musa Ahmed's on strike. Tyrone Peters, the standing official there. And he says play. So we're here to go. First ball of the match. Oh, and he beats him first ball. A bit of a hop, skip and jump. He's got a different sort of action. And can get it through at decent pace still. Keeper up to the stumps, but just a little bit of a flirt outside off stump from Musa there. A little bit tentative. Hasn't played the last few days. Well, that's a nice looking shot, and he gets it over. Well, good batting. That's the first boundary in this qualifying final. It was full wide, and well, we know how good Musa Ahmed is through the offside. He doesn't miss out on much, and he doesn't miss out there. Just puts his hands through it, wafts it over backward point. Good batting, and boundary to start his account. That'll make him feel a lot better. Another nice looking shot into the offside, but this time he can only pick out Sherry Butt there at point. So dot ball. Nice sound off the bat. And that one will be signalled a wide. So you can definitely see he's trying to take it right across. Musa doesn't want to give anything into his arc. He's flirting with danger though. We know how good he can be through that point region. Just like that, and he gets it through. So I just said he's dangerous in that point region, and that's exactly why. That was more caress than anything. Doesn't look to overhit it, just times the ball beautifully. It's a little bit wide of him. It needs to be more fourth stump line, but he just perfectly places it through the two men there at backward point. A little bit of class about that shot from Musa Ahmed. 2 boundaries to start his account. Oh, good comeback ball from the captain, Usman Malik. See, that's probably where he wants to be. That's a tad fuller. That's that fourth stump sort of line. It's an area where difficult for Musa to be able to free his hands and hit that ball through point. And another little flirt outside the off stump. So, well, that brings an end to a pretty eventful first over. A couple of plays and misses and a couple of nice shots in between. And the score after the first is 9-0. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back finals day yellow suit wearing Vinny Sandhu. Hello, Vinny.
Yes, hello. It's great to be with you. The debate's still raging about whether my suit's yellow or orange, but I do think it has a bit of an orange tinge to it.
I'm going to give one for you.
Okay.
Meringue.
Meringue, okay.
It's a meringue looking suit.
Okay, I'll take it. That's it's a brand newie actually, thanks to Sanahuja. So big thank you to him.
So you've got a new shirt again, a new suit again.
Yeah, I can't help it if they keep want to throw stuff my way.
I do have a surprise for you after with what I'm wearing.
Oh yeah, looking forward to that.
Just need to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, just warm up. Maybe do you think it's more of an afternoon reveal? Or
I'd like to hope so. It's a bit cool still.
Maybe second half of this game. We'll get you out. I know you're in the sunshine right now. Just out of the cube. Anyway, Usman Malik goes for 9 in the first. And here's Bilal Siddiqui in the second. And he knocks him over straight away. Gagani's going to go very first ball. And Siddiqui, so often he's straightening at the stumps. And he has a dream start to finals day. VCC lose their first. It's 9-1.
Oh, it's a bit innocuous that. He just played down the wrong line. I mean, it was a full straight ball, but Gagani maybe a little bit nervous. I'm surprised he's missed that. It didn't look like there was too much on it for me. He's a good player, but he's just played all around it.
It's first ball, right?
Yeah, it's his first.
It always looks easy. First ball, you go out there, and you're not really set. Just I wasn't in, and yeah, you're right. Played down the wrong line. Gagani will be disappointed to go, but it does give an opportunity to another player. It was listed 11 on my team sheet. I thought that was a bit low. It's Shariz Ahmed coming out. He's coming out in the number 3 position.
Yeah, I don't mind that move. I've heard a lot about his batting, and why not get the young fella up there? He's a little left-hander as well, I believe. But yeah, Gagani, he'll be very disappointed with that.
Hello to Girish Singh, who's watching from Portugal in the chat. Hey, Girish, great to see you. And missing you guys over there, of course. The tour has moved on to the Netherlands this week. But yeah, Shariz Ahmed, good young player. Hello to Luke Belgium as well in the chat. And hope that you're going well. Everyone else, just pop my head in there for a second. But yeah, what a dream start for Siddiqui. I mean, this one, I said it's a team on the rise against a team on the slide a little bit, with Kampong hitting their straps and winning both of the encounters between these two teams yesterday. But VCC with a couple of key ins, and they're at the crease right now. The Ahmed brothers, for me, make a big difference to this side.
Yeah, overall just two talented players, aren't they? And we know what they can offer in the field and with the ball and with the bat, more importantly. And good to see young Shariz be promoted, and an opportunity for him. A little left-hander. You seen him bat much, Vinny?
Not for an extended period of time.
Can play.
All right, here we go. Well, that's pretty good. And he just takes this one a little bit short of a land. Siddiqui out in 6. Now, how about that? That one bangs into the camera. That'll be a great view of it then. To get something a little bit short. Oh, there's nothing rusty about that. 6 runs, Maximo time.
Told you he can play, Vinny. I like to move him up at 3. No Buster later in the lineup, so maybe want a bit more stability up that top. And well, Kagani didn't have his eye in on his first ball. Young Chariz definitely does. Great batting.
Yeah, tale of 2 first balls, really, isn't it? Like I say, if you're going to make it a quick one. Yes, sure is. Makes the most of his first and his second. He tries something similar, but it wasn't quite there for it. Swing and a miss. Zadiki can't believe that hasn't hit the stumps.
He's a confident young man, isn't he? If he wants to take it on straight away, that was close. Very close.
Misses by maybe half a stump. Or a full stump, but still, man, risky business early on here on finals day with these two teams. The start's always so important, isn't it? No pass to later in the side. Edges away. This will be 4 more. A bit of a streaky one. But you're going to need a bit of luck, I think. Still 3 very strong teams left here in the Netherlands. So luck's a fortune, and sure is. Gets a 4 to go with his 6 earlier in the over.
Well, what I'm liking is his intent, Vinny. He's come out and he's just said, well, I'm going to get on with it. And wasn't too spooked by that early wicket. He's come out, played a vicious pull shot, then a bit of a loose sort of hoik across line. Now looking to loft it over the offside, gets an edge for 4. So his intent's there. His mindset's good. Now it's just about executing.
Finn Allen in the chat. Hello to you, Finn. Hope you're going well. Here's a question about why we play on the artificial surface instead of a turf pitch. I'll tell you the main reasons in a second. See Siddiqui come in and gets hit to mid-wicket this time. But, fielding is done there by Gandawal. Yeah, look, there's a few reasons. One of the main reasons is that we play so much cricket in the European Cricket Series. Imagine how the pitch would be holding up now, day 6.
Dust bowl.
Wouldn't be a very good product. I think it's just a consistent thing for all the players. It won't change over the week. Now it goes for this, and it should be out, and it will be out. Usman Malik takes the catch. They sent Shiriz Ahmed up at number 3 to get a move on. And, well, look, he did. And he goes 6-4 out. And the second over finishes with a wicket. And it's the second for Siddiqui as well. As VCC 19 for 2.
Yeah, good catch from Usman Malik coming in from cover. And Siddiqui gets his second. High on the bat, splice. And, well, he had intent but didn't have the execution there. And he loses his wicket. So good start now for Kampong.
Yeah, again, I'd say it's a good T10 innings. It's a bit early, I suppose, to be putting yourself under wicket trouble. You see that these two teams, they were top of the table after the first phase of this tournament, which was a 5-day round robin. Both of them finishing with 6 wins and 2 losses, but both of VCC's losses coming to Kampong yesterday. So you can get an idea of the table here. Punjab Rotterdam, we know that they are still in the competition. They took care of Sunland in the eliminator this morning, if you just joined us. And the winner of this match between Voorburg and SV Kampong, they'll be straight through to the final. The loser of this match will have to take on Punjab Rotterdam and qualify too. And I don't think either of these teams would relish that, the way that Punjab Rotterdam looked this morning, Corey.
No, you want to get to that final as quick as possible and not run into a dangerous Punjab as Musa Ahmed. He's gone.
Well, not so sure he is gone. In fact, on further review, he's not. Let's see what happened here. Do you think that hit the stumps? I was wondering what game you were watching. Well, Corey's given this out. And, upon further review, it's missed by probably 2 or 3 stumps. And, well,
I've got a terrible angle
I think
here.
you should just probably stick to chipping in between at the moment. That's gone for 2.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've got to say, it just shows you. Let's leave the umpires do the umpiring.
I'll tell you what.
Corey's given Musa out. Let's miss the stumps by probably another set of stumps.
Well, the angle I was on, I thought I just saw an orange thing fly up. I don't know what I was looking at.
I have to check your temperature, Corey.
Well, the cube's sort
It'll
of...
happen. The cube will do that to you.
The cube's sort of obscuring my view slightly.
Now some pretty thick columns of the cube.
That is pretty
you
funny.
have to look around sometimes.
That's an absolute clanger.
That is a commentary clanger. So, only 1 run here.
Have you, talking about those pitches, and...
Let's have a look at this. This is what Corey thinks this is out. And if it's not even handled by the keeper, so you can't even say that it was caught behind.
I think I need to go on that break, Vinny. 10 weeks has been a bit long. But talking about those pitches, have you seen those new hybrid pitches?
I haven't. I've heard of them. I haven't really seen any close up. Bowled by Usman Malik.
Yeah, I was talking to Tom de Grooth yesterday, who's one of the big partners members of VCC, and he looks after all the wickets there, and they've got one of those machines that stitches in the top layer and stitches the pitch in.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty unbelievable, really.
It will be a, with technology, there will be a shift if we want cricket to spread across the globe. You're not going to have the kind of resources or the budget or the know-how even to create turf pitches everywhere. So I think, you know, this is the way to grow the game. Side inside edge this time. Mr. Armour just gone off the boil a little bit after a pretty strong start. He's out there now with Ali Kasim, player that I think's had a pretty good week. Usman Malik won't take a wicket, in fact. And that will take us to the end of 3. Doesn't go for many either. He goes for 12 off his spell at the end of the power play. Warburg, all the deuces, 22 for 2.
All the baby ducks, all the deuces, and yeah, good start this from Kampong. I've tipped Kampong in this one. I just think they've got the right metal for this T10 format. I mean, Musa Ahmed's a big in, but there's a lot of pressure on Musa at the moment, and he needs to go pretty big. And you can see in the power play there, good finish for Kampong.
Yeah, really good over that last one by Usman Malik. So 9, 10 and 3 in the power play overs.
Decent crowd rocking up now as well, Vinny.
Yeah, it's true. Good to see a few up there on the hill.
Yeah, good to have all the Dutch faithful out here and watching the game, enjoying themselves.
But Al-Siddiqui is enjoying himself because he's got 2 wickets already. And here he is bowling the 4th over. Rough pads. Mr. Ahmed, just be one. Yeah, it's nice to see, of course, with the weekend now, quite a few spectators coming in. And yeah, it's a nice place to watch cricket. It's a beautiful day for it at the moment, isn't it, Corey? Currently got about 13 degrees and plenty of sunshine.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Get a little bit warmer. I'm sure it will throughout the day.
So Siddiqui going to get a 3rd here. Just seems to always be in the wickets, Siddiqui. One of those players. There's Pierre Jacquard, just going from one side of the field to the other. You don't want to take too long to set your field. We haven't run into time problems so often in this series. I think we've had a lot less extra deliveries. That's one reason.
Oh, nice looking shot that. That's 6 runs. Well, Vinny Sandhu, what a shot that is. And Kasim lofts it over extra cover, 6 runs.
Absolutely bangs this. He's deep in his crease. He's pitched up and he just plays it on length. Throws the hands and gets plenty of it. Maximo time. BCC on the counter-attack here in the 4th against Siddiqui.
No, you've not had any time issues this week because a lot of the players sort of know their roles and they're quick to get into their positions.
Comeback ball. This time the batter doesn't quite get the middle on it. And this will test the new outfield. Just gets cut off for 2. Outfield has had a bit of a haircut. I said earlier this morning, had a bit of a trim last night. So I think it'll be a bit quicker here on finals day. We've seen that already. Maybe a bit of dew around this morning, but I think now that's burned away. That could just add a bit to the scores as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And should maybe take the scores up to around that 110 mark if a team can get going. Flicked into the leg side. Should just get a single because, yeah, I mean, Punjab this morning, we saw how good they are. And you see these 2 teams, you'd say these 2 teams are more probably bowling sides, if you ask me. And then I'd say Punjab are more a batting side. So yeah, it's quite an interesting dynamic going into the final 3 teams in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Musa Ahmed scored a memorable ECS century last year, didn't he?
That was amazing.
And he hit the last 3 balls.
He's hit
6.
He's hit 2 centuries, hasn't he, in the ECN?
Yeah, check the stats. Oh, this one just gets through. I don't know whether this doesn't carry or maybe isn't hit.
Well, I don't want to say anything about him being gone because I was well off long ago, but that is so close to the off pole.
Yeah, just almost flicks the stumps, but not quite.
But yeah, I believe Musa hit 100 here with when me and Ryan Campbell were commentating, and then one with you. So he's got 2 in 200s for the European Cricket Network, so he can play. And there's a good example of it. He gets the ball short, he swivel pulls it, and that's gone into the bushes. We're not getting that one back, Vinny. 6 runs.
Nice hitting. Again, it's just a little bit too short. He's on the walk, and sometimes bowlers will bang it in a bit shorter when they see you coming. But that one's out of here. Yeah, so exactly right. He's got He had a century in 2020, a century in 2021. Let's just have a quick update about what's going on today on finals day. We had Sunland eliminated from the competition in match 21. Punjab Rotterdam took less than 4 overs to chase down their target. And Bornberg now against Kampong. The winner through to the final. The loser will have an unenviable battle against Punjab Rotterdam in qualifier 2. And of course, the final will be later on today, followed by the trophy ceremony. So join us for another great day of ECN cricket. Finals day here in the Netherlands. He scored 104 versus Excelsior in 2020.
Yep.
And he scored 101 not out versus Liège last year. So yeah, he went from 83 to 101 in the last 3 balls of that one. Remember that very, very well.
Well, here comes Pierre Jacod now with his right arm off spin coming around the wicket. He'll look to slant it across the right-hander. It's a little bit too straight. It's a bit of a hit-me ball, and yeah, he gets enough of it. So it's going to be back-to-back sixes for VCC, and they're just starting to tick here, Vinny.
Yeah, they are. And actually, in a way, the batter's lucky to get away with this, because I think if this is at the fielder, he probably catches this, but it's in the gap. Didn't quite get all of that full toss. Jacod just erring in line and length, I think, first up. Normally tries to go a bit wider of the off stump. Here he is again to Kasim.
Oh, he gets that wrong as well. Gets a little bit of luck this time. It's off the toe end, and it's going to go out to mid-wicket. Yeah, Pierre's usually trying to slant it right across the right-hander. You might like the match-up against Musa more, though, bowling to a lefty.
Yeah, I think he may do. Doesn't really spin a lot of them left to right. Kind of slings them in, if anything.
Yeah, it's a defensive style of bowling, but it does work.
Yeah, that's true. He's got that rolling kind of, I suppose, overspinner or leg spinner as well as a backup delivery or a change-up delivery.
Oh, big appeal, and he's going to be given, caught behind. Well, he looks like a little bit in shock, but they were dead set certain. The keeper went up with the bowler in unison, and tough for us to hear anything in the effects mic, but they were certain there was an edge. Yeah,
it's another one of these slingy deliveries, and well, I would say if there's a noise, it's hard to see what it was if it wasn't bat, because yeah, Musa Ahmed just plays around this one. Jacod with the big wicket, good catch behind the stumps from Alphonse. So Musa's going to have to go, and so that's a big blow for VCC. Just when it looked like they were getting going, they're now 45 for 3. Halfway through the 5th over as the captain, Viv Kimber, comes to the crease.
It's one of those ones I think there is a feather edge there. I mean, the keeper, point, the bowler all went up at one, but as the batsman, you might not fully feel that. It was that close to the bat. I think there was just a tickle.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not enough to say too much about it on the replay, but still Musa be upset to get out at that stage. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty instantaneous reaction as well from the keeper. He does depart for 17 or 15. Would have wanted a few more. Here's Viv.
Oh, there goes Viv as well. First ball, launching it over cover. Watch the spin there. It'll just be a 1. Yeah, so Viv showed yesterday that he's more than capable with the bat. He can hit a long ball. He needs someone to go big here.
Yeah.
Just lost a couple of early ones.
Again, he's finding himself coming to the crease with over half the overs remaining. Jacod. That's a huge wicket for Kampong. Here's Mona Kasim. Goes after him, but he hasn't quite got it. Fielder comes in, and he drops it. And that is Gert Svanpol. He seemed to get there in plenty of time. Just couldn't hold on. Maybe still on the move. And or Kasim, he has already whacked a couple. And he gets a life here.
Yeah, what you said there is exactly right. Still on the move. You've got to steady your feet at the last moment so that your head and your eyes aren't shaking. So that's a big error. It's a life. He's hit that down into his body, so that'll be a dot ball. Good end to the over. Good comeback from Pierre Jacod. The score, 48 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, maybe just a bit slow to get going first 2 steps. I'm not sure if Svanholm picks it up straight away. So I think that he's probably moving a bit too fast by the time the ball reaches him. So yeah, just remember that moment as Kasim survives, but still, this game quite in the balance. 48 for 3. I think the 3 wickets will be a bit of a concern. You just look at some of the batting they've got to come. They've still got Vogelaar. He's been right up the top of the order most of the time. Same with Delanga. Amrit Singh, very, very useful with the bat as well. So, I mean, with 5 overs remaining, I think they can still afford to attack here. And then we are going to see Curtin Nana, who I think is a pretty good bowler for Kampong. He's going to come on to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, he'll definitely bowl 2 in these last 5. He is a good bowler, and good luck to him today on finals day. Big play miss from Vivian Kingma. Decent pace, Nana. He gets through. He's got a nice, strong action. And, well, he's been a stalwart of the Kampong Cricket Club for many years now.
Yeah, he's a very likeable character as well, Kurtan. He's a fairly tall kind of bowler. We'll get a bit of bounce out of this deck.
Good shoes as well. Nice wheels.
Beat some good shoes in this series, actually. Here he is bowling to Viv Kingma.
It's well bowled, well played. That sort of low full toss. Can't really get any elevation on that.
What sort of Viv Kingma do you think we'll see with the ball in this finals day?
You'd hope fired up. You'd hope he'd be at 100%.
And also, the fact he's captain, I think that bit of responsibility is good for him as well. I think he'll be extra keen to impress. Well, there's the shoes we were just talking about.
Big looking expansive drive. Doesn't get anything on it and he'll just get a single. Yeah, I think captaincy is one of those things. Some people thrive off it. Some people love it. And I actually like the idea of it being a fast bowler.
Yeah, he's got a smart cricket brain, Viv. I really like the way he captained when he was trying to defend a fairly modest target last night. He was just trying to hold on. He was quite clever the way he brought fielders into the circle, the way he handled his bowlers as well. So yeah, it's good to see him leading the side. 50's up now, and there'll be a fourth wicket to go with it. And unfortunately, it won't be too many runs against Kingma in this name. He'll be hoping for a few wickets, but right here, he's played all across this one from Curtin Nana, who picks him up. It's 50 for 4.
Yeah, good bowling, and well, it's a pretty full delivery, but he totally plays down the wrong line of it. It's another wicket. Kampong, they're in control of this tie at the moment. If you keep taking wickets and getting that middle to lower order in at the death, well, they're not going to be as good as that top order when trying to explode. So, impressive stuff from Kampong. They're timing their run once again. Curtin Nana, well bowled. It's going to bring the new man, Floris DeLang, to the crease now. Good player. He's got an opportunity here to get his team up to something competitive.
Yeah, so fortunately had the right approach, but just couldn't quite get any bat on that one. And Floris DeLanga is a guy we've seen batting 3 or 4 most of the series. So look at this in the replay. Once again, Stump's getting a pummeling at that end.
We've seen a remarkable amount of bowls this morning, Vinny, over both games.
That's true. No, it's got his tail up. He's only conceded 2. Yeah, it's a bit of a crossroads this innings. I mean, if they can counter-attack here and kind of get to 70 or so at the end of 7, then the 100's on. But if they lose a couple of wickets here, it could be big trouble. Floris DeLanga facing up for the first time.
Yep, pushed into the offside. It's a risky run. Usman Malika, he's a good fielder, but unfortunately this time, small fumble, and they'll get through for the single.
Hello to Sam Simcox in the chat. No Baz Delator. No, Baz Delator not available today. Of course, it is Easter weekend, don't forget. Baz has come off a lot of cricket recently. Just come back from New Zealand, where he was representing the national team. Yeah, so it's a bit of a loss, obviously, for the VCC batting lineup.
Looking for another expansive drive, but can only get it to deep backward square for another single.
Say hello to Phenom as well in the chats. And everybody else, make sure you keep them coming. The comments and the questions, we do value them. We had a short period yesterday, as we see the end of the over, 52 for 4. Short period yesterday where the YouTube stream went down and we were without our chatters for a little while. That was a scary few minutes, wasn't it?
It was peaceful. Scary is an interesting word.
Corey was missing you a lot.
I started to.
A lot.
I connected with the FanCode viewers a little bit more.
Hello to all our viewers on FanCode in India, of course. Hello to James Stewart in the chat, watching from Estonia. Says he's doing great. Blue skies up there, so I think that's awesome. It's a bit of weather in Europe where it was a bit hairy a month or 2 ago. Liam Day's got a great question. All right, Vinny and Corey. First question from Liam today is, what are the best club names in Europe? I'll give you a chance to think about that. Here is Ajmal Agandawal in over number 7.
Yeah, and there he goes. It's hit into a gap, or is it a chance? Oh, it's a great effort out there. That's Pierre Jacod. Well, he's one of the better fielders in Dutch cricket. You see how disappointed he is because he did get there in the end, and it's going to go for 4.
Not many fielders are making this, but Pierre does make this into a chance. You see, try gets there. He's almost full stretch, but can't get in the middle of the hand on it. Bounces away for 4. So, once again, Kasim gets a life. He moves to 25.
Another short ball clubbed down the ground. Another chance. Gone this time. Well, they aren't going to let him off again. He had 2 lives. Third time's a charm for Kampong. And, well, it's a good catch in the end. And, unfortunately, if you're a VCC supporter, they just keep losing wickets at the wrong time, Vinny.
Yeah, they certainly do. So, yeah, that one just was flat, wasn't it? Seemed to have a bit of backspin off the bat as well. Sees it run all the way to long on. Catch is taken fairly comfortably. We've seen a tough one dropped, but then a fairly regulation one has been taken. Kasim's luck runs out on 25. The score now is 56 for 5.
Yeah, it's good little innings that. He's helped his team get up to past 50, but to get out at that stage, be very disappointed. Gives Rehan Wahid an opportunity. You can see here it was back of a length on about 5th or 6th stump line, but he just clubbed it flat. He couldn't get it straight. Maybe wanted to try hit the sight screen there. Loses his wicket. And, well, in response to your question, Vinny, about favourite teams, it's hard to look past Friendship CC for me. I think that's one of the funnier names and nicer names going around. Any names for you that you spiked?
Friendship's pretty good. Give me a bit more time. I'll try and pull one out for you.
Yep, no problem. You take your time, Vinny. As that's pushed into the offside. And, well, Rehan will get himself off the mark with a single. And, yeah, it's always nice when you do these ETSs in all these different countries. You always find a couple of funny, different sort of team names. One game we had in Portugal. And,
yeah, Anders has come up with a good one
what's
in
that?
area. The Talon Hippos in Estonia.
The Talon
He
Hippos.
said it's a very fitting name for some reason. Talon Hippos. That's actually one of my teams if I ever play.
Well bowled, playing this. Yeah, okay, I didn't know there was a team called the Hippos.
Yeah, we haven't seen them since 2020.
How many different teams have been and come and gone on the ECS?
That I don't know. I'd love to find out. Maybe that's one of the things for the guys, the supercomputer, to work out how many individual teams we've seen.
Yeah,
Hundreds.
Luke Belgium, the supercomputer, as he comes in and pulled into the leg side and just walk through for a single. But yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about the ECS. You find so many different teams from all over Europe and all pretty proud to represent their clubs. And yeah, geez, we must have seen more than 500 teams.
Yeah, I'd love to find out exactly.
It's a toe end on that one, but it's well cut off. So that's going to be another single, and that's what wickets do. Just keeps it a little bit tight. The score at the end of 7's 59 for 5, Vinny.
Yeah, let's have a look ahead to where we will be going over the next few weeks. Be in Bulgaria on Monday. As Rico will be rejoining me with a heavy heart to say goodbye to Corey. But you've got some busy work to do because you've got your Spanish T20 National Series at the end of the month. But then Bucharest in Romania is where it will be after that for a week. We have 2 weeks in Landskrona in Sweden, 2 weeks in Stockholm in Sweden, and 2 weeks in Prague. So there's some of the 2-week series coming back.
Yeah, you're looking forward to that Prague series,
Really,
I heard.
you know what? Prague was the first series last year where some of the restrictions started to ease and we could get out and about exploring a bit more.
What else do you love about Prague?
Just love the feel of it. It's very, very different. You would love the cheap beer if you ever do get back on the beers. Now we're going to go to over number 8. Get Svanpol. We'll be bowling it. Good tall bowler. Bowling at the end of the innings this time.
He's got some flashy wheels as well, as that's worked to Sherry Butt at point. Slight fumble, so they'll get through for a single. And yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? The circus just keeps on going. Vinny, we need like a giant ECN tour bus that just drives around to each country.
Yeah, I mean,
one of those big coach ones that's like self-serviceable with a kitchen in there and everything.
Well, I'm working on a helicopter, but it's not quite there yet. Svanpol with the ball.
Oh, good ball that. I guess that's to lift a little bit and leave the batsman as well. Good length, well bowled.
Pretty good option to have coming in at this stage. I mean, we have seen more of him up front. That really hits the seam and goes. We were talking about pitches earlier. One thing I like about learning more about all these grounds and visiting so many different ones is the pitches react differently in different locations. There's different types of artificial pitch. This one certainly has a bit more seam in it than average, I think. Getting it going here.
Oh, he tries his best, but he cannot get going just at the moment. Great keeping from Rafael Fons. Just missing the leg stump going in between the stumps and the batsman. Never easy to take that.
Yeah, acrobatic bit of work. Just getting, again, I think it's hitting the seam again. It's a good one to take on the second match. That is how to do it. I think the longer this week's gone on, Rafael Fons, his keeping's gotten better. His feet are just moving a bit more. Yeah, that's a difficult take that's made to look reasonably easy by Rafael Fons.
Nice looking shot that. Gets it behind backward square, and yeah, it goes for 4. Well, it actually wasn't the worst ball from Gert Swampole, and it's more better batting. He didn't really get it out the middle of the bat, but gets into a big pocket of space, and it goes away for 4.
Yeah, so he just needed something to steady himself, didn't he? Delanga does get 4. They're pretty good defenders. VCC runs on the board. You think some of the bowling options they've got, some good defensive bowling options and attacking bowling options. If you have Kingmutt, for example, Shriz Ahmed's back into.
He's a very, very good bowler. So
to line up. And there's 4 overs right there.
Plenty to play for still, as that's a nice looking delivery and pushed out to the offside. And I'll jog through for a single. A lot of people in the chat saying very impressed with the keeper of Rafael Fons.
Yeah.
He's been good. His glove work's exceptional, isn't it?
I think he went back on Monday and just little things he picked up. And that's also the benefit of playing televised cricket. You can just pick up certain things.
Who do you think's the current best gloveman in the world?
Oh, yeah. That's a real tough one.
Just pushed again into the offside, so just another single.
I don't know if I've seen it. Gone are the days I can watch people for extended periods, which is how I judge them. To get into the 8th over here. Yeah, gone are the days where I could actually watch a whole day of cricket. So I don't know. It's hard for me to make a judgment on that, because I know it's a lot of little things that don't really. I mean, everyone sees the flashy things, right? But it's the little things I think that make a keeper.
You must be an Alex Carey fan, I would imagine.
I think he's good. He's a good gloveman for sure. Is he amongst the best in the world? Not quite yet. I think sometimes his decision making is a little bit suspect. I mean, people talk about going to his right, but when to go and when not to. These are little things as well.
What about Rizwan from Pakistan?
Rizwan's a very good keeper for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of talented keepers out there, and Rafael Fons here is just showing us why it is so important to have a good gloveman and to control what's happening behind the wicket. Looks like there was 1 ball left in that over, so they're double back. Oh no, what's happened? No, and then they're swapping back again. There wasn't 1 ball left in the over, so the right decision was made. A little bit of confusion between the officials and the captains and the players, but no, that was the end of the over. I think Swampole just wanted to bowl 1 more. Can't do that. So 66 for 5 at the moment. If you're in the Kampong light blue, you'd be feeling a little bit more confident than the dark blue of VCC, if you ask me. He walks across his crease. Wow, it's an interesting looking shot. What do you describe that shot, Vinny?
It is stand-up slap. It's just a bit of the...
It was a stand-up paddle. It wasn't really a slap. It was very...
it was a little slap.
Okay.
There's a little bit of Smith on rock about that. Gandawal been pretty reliable as well for Kampong this week.
That was high in the air. This could be an opportunity. It should be caught. And it's dropped. No, he's caught it in the end. No, he's dropped it in the end. Wow.
Down. Guess who? Swanpole.
Oh, no.
When you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. And you just had a bit of the flashbacks about that, I think, when he gets to this. Because he knows, surely this one's going to stick. Spoiler alert, it didn't.
He's let it go too far over his right shoulder, and I thought he could have dived on it there, but unfortunately he couldn't. The ball's sort of following him a little bit, but that's 2 drop catches from him. VCC, well, they're going to try and cash in. Will this be caught? Yeah, it is. Pierre Jacot. Well, he doesn't drop many, does Pierre. He's a good fielder. Great technique. See the technique there, Vinny, of how still he was. Sensational little catch. And another wicket falls. Kampong, they're doing the business.
Yeah, they are at the moment. They're dealing, but still plenty of cricket left in this qualifier. Number 1. One just didn't have quite what it took to get over Jacod. Watches it all the way in, and it's all in a day's work for Pierre. And with that, it's another wicket, as the score is 68 for 6.
Yeah, 68 for 6, and they've got to try and get themselves up to some scoreboard pressure here. That was the drop chance. But then the very next ball, Pierre Jacod makes amends for his team and takes one out at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, okay, team names. Do you want to talk about team names?
Well, yeah, I've waited for you.
Big fan of Black Panthers in Spain.
Black Panthers, yeah.
Yeah. And well, who else do I like? I mean, Friendship Fighters. I mean, they're right up there, obviously. Just for place names, cool place names to say. I like Gozo. Because you go, Gozo.
Yep, fair enough.
And we're going when they were bowled out for 6.
Inside part of the bat out to deep mid-wicket.
How many different places can you see a team get bowled out for 6 one day and then win a match the next day?
Did they?
They won a match the very next day. The game they got bowled out for 6 was their first game. And for a lot of them, let's just say they weren't particularly experienced.
How many overs did they bat when they got bowled out for 6?
4.5. 4.3.
That's tough.
Not sticking around. Well, you can ask Adrian van der Dries, who's round today. He was standing at the bowler's end for a fair few LBW shouts in that one. You can look up the highlights if you want to look up Malta Super Kings versus Gozo on our YouTube channel.
More lovely glove work from Rafa Alphonse. A few people in the chat saying, what about Quinton de Kock?
Yeah.
He's a good gloveman, isn't he?
Yeah. There's a bunch which you could say are in the conversation, I think, in the world at the moment. All right. Gundawal's got 2 for 10. Last ball for him. Push, run, and nice bit of fanciness. And won't cost him a run in the end. Alphonse going a bit of behind the back. Highlight reel stuff, but it will just be a single end of the over. Score is 70 for 6. Have a look at this. We'll look away. But I think it was home regardless.
Yep, he definitely was home regardless. So, well, 70 for 6 with 1 over to go. And Kampong, they must be absolutely thrilled with where they've got the team. They've got Curtin Nana to bowl the 10th. I mean, even if this over goes for 10, they'll back themselves to chase that down and get fast-tracked into that final.
Yeah, I think they will. But like I said, nothing's going to be easy today. This is what our day looks like. You can see that Rotterdam already through to the second qualifier. Don't get to as yet. Let's get back to the action. 10th overtime. It's going to be 1 to start. That's Abianca down there. Just a single. Sandeep Abianca took a nice catch earlier. And it's good to see him in a key position. A couple have gone down, haven't they? But again, more have been taken. 71, 5 balls to go. Amrit Singh, can he do something here? Decent strike of a cricket ball.
Yeah, he's got to try and do something. Maybe he can put out a little scoop shot. Fine legs in the ring. Doesn't want to do that. Wants to try and murder it over the top. Gets a little part of the back. Great effort from Gert Swampole. Good to see the young man going, and they'll double back for 2. I give young Gert Swampole some credit there.
Yeah.
Because when you've dropped 2 catches, a lot of people would back off. But look at him go. He was trying his best. Look, it didn't work out, but at least he's going for it.
Yeah, 100% for effort. And look, they're not drops that have been really costly either when you look at the game situation. So I think he just doesn't need to focus on it too much. It was a good effort. Couldn't quite get there.
Well, toe of the bat this time. It hits the side of the pitch, spins back, and well, that was a bit interesting. Have a look at this one, Vinny. So it hit the toe of the bat, and then it came back and rolled all the way back. We'll see it from a more straight-on angle. But yeah, you don't see that every day. Imagine if that had rolled all the way.
That would have been incredible if this had somehow found its way back onto the stumps. It's all spin here. Then, yeah.
Could you imagine if it just trickled all the way back?
Yeah, actually.
That would have been one of the most unlucky bowls ever.
Would have been another viral moment for sure. A bit of the old snooker about that. Putting some English on the ball.
I do like a 147. Here comes Curtin Nana again into the onside for a single. You know, I've got 6 147 checkouts.
That's an absolute lie.
Honest, no, that's 100% true.
Do not believe you.
So snooker, oh, here you go. Here's your little stats gun.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Good timing. There's Steve Pastelator not in the lineup. This is plotting how fast they're going, which is the vertical axis against what their averages are. And yeah, Sherry Butt is a key. Who is in the side? You see, there's a Nolik and Alphonse featuring on that as well. Let's go back.
Good bowling.
So you're telling me you've got 6 147 checkouts?
Yep. Oh, run out chance here. Throw it to the other end. Oh, it gets through there anyway. Oh, this would be tight. Well, really tight. The batsman puts in a gigantic lunge. Rafa Alphonse, I hope he's okay, has also put in a lunge. There might have been a little bit of a collision here. Yeah, they're both getting to their feet now in the backdrop.
That's an interesting one, but I was wondering,
Let's have a
I
look.
thought the bails might have already been off, in which case it won't be out. See, I think for some reason, I'll come back to the main thing. Other stumps. Oh, yeah, see? So it's not going to be out anyway because he actually throws his gloves onto the stump. And then to be out, he has to remove a stump, and he doesn't remove a stump. So I was just wondering why the bails are off. It's because when he flicked his glove away, he flicked his glove into the stumps.
Well, I'm glad to see that they're both okay as well because they both took their time to get to their feet. And, well, a little bit of a comedy cricket right.
I don't think I've seen that before. I don't think I've seen a keeper discard his glove onto the stumps. Now, he can still he can still break the stumps, but he has to remove a stump from the ground, and he doesn't, you see. The stumps all stay in the ground, even though they get a fair whacking. So this will be not out, and so it'll be 2. That's weird.
It's good running, though. Get that extra run. Very important indeed, as the umpires are just confirming with the third officials, and not out is the decision made. So it is the correct call.
Good stuff.
Yep. That's why we use the limited review system, Vinny.
Yeah, nothing much to lose by going for that second run.
No, absolutely. I mean, they need every run. They're under par for me. They need to find a boundary desperately. Can he get a bit of luck? Maybe an edge.
All right, last ball, buckle up.
No, well bowled. They should run through for a bye, and they get one bye because he misses. So
I cannot believe that. That's a real gutter ball. That's up. They're going to finish on 78 here, Corey. So it's still game on, I think, in this 1 versus 2 clash.
I think it's game on, yes, but I do think Kampong are the happier of the two sides at the moment, keeping a team to 78. Yes, I know it's a qualifying final, but VCC, they would have wanted to get to that 3-figure mark. In the end, though, it's a good effort, a good fielding effort, a good bowling effort, and Kampong is 79 runs away from being fast-tracked into the final.
Yeah, they're not going to be an easy 79 runs, though. Let's go back to some of the highlights. And Usman Malik leading SV Kampong, defending champions. It was the team that finished top of the table against the defending champions here in qualifier number 1. Big prize on the line. Musa Ahmed always looks dangerous, doesn't he? At the other end, we had a bit of carnage as Gagani had to go very first ball, but Siddiqui got through him. We've seen some stumps flying this morning, haven't we? And Gagani not able to deal with that one.
No, not able to deal with that. He just played down the long line, and then we liked this little promotion. Shariz Ahmed put into number 3, and his first ball, he absolutely wellied over backward square leg for 6. He had a little bit of luck the next ball. He was going all go gadget, and then unfortunately a little bit too far ahead of himself.
Yeah, just wraps his bat around that. That'll happen. Just no timing. Third time unlucky for Shariz. Usman Malik took the catch running in. Siddiqui had 2 in the over. Just put the skids on a little bit. I did like some of the batting we did see though. And I think Ali Kasim had a lot to do with it in the middle order. Siddiqui, he continued and he was able to get the early wickets, but couldn't do much about this. It was a handsome strike. And so, yeah, Musa at this stage, he was looking pretty dangerous at the other end. Saw Jacon coming up, and then he was able to get Musa. Little feather on that. According to the umpire, Alphonse had a pretty good 10 overs behind the stumps, held on to that. That was the key wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the key wicket. There was a little feather edge, we believe, and a really good catch up to the stumps. Vivian Kingmar was up at 5. There was a couple of little clangers out there by Gert Swampole, not through lack of trying. Kingmar lost his off pole. Really good bowling that, and well, we've seen a lot of bowls today, and it is the old adage, if you miss and you miss, I hit. That's what we've seen quite a lot. And, well, VCC, they just couldn't get going in this middle sort of section. Floris Delang came out. He tried to play some nice shots, but Pierre Jacod was patrolling out there, trying his best to stop as much as possible.
Yeah, he was doing his best. It was always 100% effort. And whether they stuck or whether they didn't, I think what we saw from Kampong was the right approach with the fielding. And that was a nice one as well from Sunday Abyanka down at Long On, who took that one fairly comfortably. We saw Swampole bowling over. It wasn't the worst, even though that one did go to the boundary. It was the only boundary in the 8th. He only conceded 7. In fact, they had no double-digit overs after the 5th.
Wow.
They kind of threw away a decent start. They were 48 off 5, so 48 in the first half, only 30 in the second half. And they just fell away. Ratha pulled the party tricks out. It wasn't able to effect a run out on that occasion. Nana, he was back, and then it was all chaos. Watch this. It's the glove ejection, which knocks the bails off. And if he knocks one out, if it knocks a stump out of the ground there, and perhaps he's got a chance to run out. And then Ratha said, I couldn't possibly miss this. He did. There's just one extra run to the total. I think at the halfway point, it will be Kampong that are the happier of the two teams, as they've restricted a pretty strong VCC's team to just 78, but these 79 runs, they're not going to be that easy when you consider some of the bowling options at the disposal of Voorburg. As we have a look at the scorecard, you see that Ali Kazim was the top scorer, 25 off 12, had a couple of lucky ones along the way, was dropped a couple of times. Apart from that, Musa Ahmed was 17. He fell at a crucial stage in the innings. 11 on out to DeLunga, 10 for Shariz Ahmed, and with the other players to reach double figures. And look, only one wide in the entire innings. That's another reason I think they keep them down below 80.
Yep, absolutely, and really exceptional bowling. As you can see, none of the batsmen really besides Kasim getting away. But let's have a look at those bowling figures now. And, well, it was pretty well shared around. They definitely have their game plans, and it was really impressive to see how they went about it.
Yeah, I think there were plenty of good performers, like you say. 6 bowlers used in total. It was 2 for 11 for Agandawal, took the figures, but a lot of bowlers kept it down to a reasonable rate. 2 wickets also to Siddiqui, but got a bit of treatment in his second over. The other wickets went to Pierre Jacquard and Curtin Nunna, 1 for 11 off 2. Very economical as he bowled at the end of the innings. Like I said, 48 in the first up, but just 30 in the second. So they're going to have to do it the hard way. Voorburg, when we return, they will be defending that score of 78. And Kampong, they'll need 79 to be the first team to book their ticket in the final. Join us very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great finals day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to this qualifying final between Kampong versus VCC. We're at the halfway stage as the players slowly make their way back out to the middle. And well, it's been a pretty enthralling match so far. Sort of feel Kampong, they'll be the happier of the two sides. They were able to restrict that dangerous VCC team to 78. And well, they have a very good chance now of fast-tracking themselves to the final later today. And gives me a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India. Hope you're doing well out there via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Welcome back. A couple more games of cricket here in Capella, Rotterdam. The sun is shining, the weather is good. And well, we're on for some spicy cricket, that is for sure, as Rico Full used to say. So, Sajjad Kamal, he's got the new ball in hand, number 28, good number that's my favourite number. He'll be looking to bowl some pretty good deliveries early, and they need to get some wickets, that is for sure. This dangerous opening pair, Rather Alphonse and Usman Malik, if they bat and get through the first 4 or 5 overs, this game's going to be done and dusted. We know how good they can be. And then you have Sherry Butt in that top 4 somewhere. And those 3 batsmen, they hold the key to success. So, we're almost ready. Looks like the 2 boundary riders. It's going to be deep cover and deep square leg. So, covering both sides of the ground square. Tyrone Peters just puts the bail back on. He says play, and we're all set to go in the run chase. Well, it's a nice little start, that. Bit of a way swing and a little bit of a flirt from Ratha Alphonse. Ratha has had a funny old tournament with the bat. He's had moments of brilliance and some good innings, but he's also had games where he's been out for a duck or in the first over, and that can happen in T10. It's not always an easy format to be consistent in. So he's got an opportunity now. If he can play an innings of substance, he takes his team straight to a final again. I know everyone out at Kampong and watching in Utrecht, they'll be very excited about that. Well, in the half of the bat, Vivian Kingmar's foxing here. That's great fielding, I'll tell you what. That might have been out as well. That would have been an unbelievable run out. He read that so well. He was at mid-on and he was just lurking in. Let's have a look here. It was an amazing bit of athleticism. Rather's quick as well. He picked it up in one fell swoop, dived in. Oh, I tell you, that is so close if it had a hit. Oh, I don't know, 50-50 at best, but still, great cricket. You can see how pumped up they are. I can hear Vivian Kingmar through my effects mic. He's got the captain's armband on. There are a few players, I was talking about this earlier, when they get given the captaincy, they seem to lift another 20%. That's well bowled, and that's well played, actually. It finds a gap, and this outfield's been mowed, so it goes for 4. I don't think that's 4 yesterday, but today it is. And it's actually a good ball, but even better play. Usman Malik just goes with the swing, opens his face. See there, that's not an edge. That is definitely not an edge. That's just opening the face. And a little bit of luck there as it doesn't find third man or backward point. It goes right into the gap. So good batting. First boundary in the run chase and some good educated cricket. Looks like Kingmar is going to be pretty proactive here and he's going to put that third man right back and bring cover straight back into the ring. And he goes for more than extravagant pull shot there. So what can VCC do here? They're going to need some early wickets, some early inroads, get into that middle order, and try and cause a few wobbles for that team. Kampong, I mean, they are very reliant on that top 3. We all know it. But there is still some class down there as well at 4, 5, 6. Good bowling, really good bowling. Gets the Yorker in this time. Pretty well played as well in the end. Always easy to dig out a Yorker. He does that there. Good start this. A lot to like about this man's action. He's got decent pace about him as well. So last ball of the first. See in the commentary cube there. Next to me is my project manager, Sam Williams. Done a really good job this week. Thank you, Sam. Wow, what a shot that is. It's back of a length, and he absolutely feasts on it. I'm pretty sure that kissed the rugby ball down there as well. And it's gone for 6. What a shot. And what a great start this is for Kampong now. back of a length, and he just swats it. That's gorgeous batting. Straight out the meat of the bat. There's a little, nope, didn't kiss the rugby ball, but went to the rugby field over there, and 6 runs, and the score at the end of the first, it's 11 for none. Well, this is what I'm looking forward to seeing now. The Kingma, Vivian Kingma, as I mentioned, given the captain's armband, so he seems to me someone that thrives on extra responsibility, and I expect to see him off the full run, and I expect to see him bowl pretty quick here, because if he doesn't pick up wickets in his 2 overs, it's going to be pretty tough, you'd imagine, for VCC to go on in this game. You have to think, I wonder if Kampong are thinking, well, do we face Viv's 2 overs and take him for a none for 15 or a none for 12 and not take uneducated risks, or do we try take him on, fight fire with fire? Bit of the T20 World Cup 2016, Marlon Samuels taking down Malinga, fire with fire. What will Rathrael Fons do? Yeah, Viv's got his tail up. You can always tell when Viv's got his tail up because he'll end up where the batsman is. He follows through an extraordinary amount. Watch this, it's a little bit short, a little bit wide. Swung a long way, and then look where he ends up, right up in the face of Rafa. Nothing said, but he will definitely come through here. These 11 balls will almost potentially dictate the game from him. Good to see him back off the long run, that's for sure. More swing. Oh no, and the keeper's missed it. Well, these are the little things that you can't do. And not if you're only defending 70 odd. This one sneaks under. Must be Floris de Lang there. Sort of yorks himself and doesn't really commit. Didn't want to wear one in the teeth. And 4 byes. So it's not always easy for the batsman, but not always easy for the keeper as well. That ball swinging quite a lot. Sort of yorked himself, but 4 byes. That hurts. Kingma, he looks like he's got his tail up. If he can get one straight here with that swing, we might see those stumps go flying. Well bowled, well played. Sanders. You've just pressed buttons, I can't hear anything.
I pressed my button and it must have counteracted your button. There you go. Well, I'm back. Hello. Go on. Do I get the blame for that? You're in a good rhythm, actually.
I was in a good rhythm.
There you go.
Yeah,
we
go back.
There you go.
Yeah, you just came in, pressed your button, and it blew my ears apart. Anyway, let me go with my rhythm. I'm into this spell. Here comes Viv Kingma again. Oh, in the air, and it's going to be safe. Good batting, Rafael Fons. He's going to get 4 runs, and, well, he's going to do fire with fire. That's a nice-looking cricket shot. And Kampong, they march on at the moment. And that's good batting. You only have to time it. There's enough pace on the ball. Good to see Ratha playing through the V as well. We know he can be really adventurous with his ramps, scoops, reverse Malachis, whatever you want to name it. But not this time. He just plays it nice through the V. Oh, now he does play one of those fancy shots, and he gets enough bat on it, and she's 4. Well, good batting. And we said if they take Viv on and do win the battle, well, they go very close to winning the game early. So they need some wickets here. Well, very good start from Kampong here now. 23 for none. Last ball of this over. Back-to-back boundaries for Rafael Fons. Oh, and he's littered him, and he's going to get 4 runs for evasive action. Well, what do? You can't do anything about that. And it's going to be 4-leg byes. The umpire wasn't too sure what happened, but it's hit him in the back of the head. Stop pressing buttons, Vinny, because I'm gone again. Talk, Vinny.
Okay, I'm talking. We lost Corey's microphone because I have to also do my job. But regardless, this one's gone up to the helmet from Kingma. Yeah, I mean, that's why you wear a helmet as well, isn't it? Anyway, it's the end of the second over. It's 27 for no loss.
Thomas.
I tell you what, we're going to try and sort this issue. Meanwhile, I will leave you with Corey Ruckers.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. A few technical little issues, but we're back. Anyway, full, straight, nice-looking drive, and they'll get down the ground for a single. As, it looks like Vinny might be getting his first F1 microphone change. Looking forward to watching that. But back to the action. What an interesting over that was. A couple of nice shots, and then that last ball dinging Rafael Fons perfectly on the... I've never seen a batsman get hit in the helmet, the ball go for, and then he do a fist pump. He was pumped up about it. It doesn't matter how they come, they just need to come. Well bowled, good bowling. This is Ali Kazim. He's not the tallest man in the world you'll ever see, but what he does well, he can slip in that Yorker. A bit more whippy sort of action. He can get through at a good rate. What can he do? Needs to get a wicket. They need a wicket now. Nice looking shot to cover. He hits and goes though. Tell you what, a clean pick up there. I think that's Gagani at cover. Clean pick up and throw there. That might have been tight. Just the one in the end. Yeah, the strong Kampong side. Once again, timing their run beautifully in this T10 format. They did this last year as well. Put themselves to the final, and then they upset Verde Vici. Oh, inside edge, and it's just running their way at the moment. All the luck is going their way as well. That's an inside edge. Could easily have gone onto the stumps or easily just gone to the fielder instead. It beats him to his right, and with this outfield being mowed overnight, goes away for 4. And, well, sometimes it's just not your day at the moment. Right now, for VCC Voorburg, it doesn't feel like it's going to be their day. Blocked again, straight to Gagani, and another single. For me, if you're going to be tight, you need to be tight. There's no point just sitting back a little bit. There shouldn't be a 1 there. So Rafael Fons, the man that was playing with his helmet not long ago, back on strike. These two complement each other so well. Nice looking shot, straight to point, so that's good. Shariz Ahmed, nice and tight, there's no 1 there. Brings us to the end of the 3rd over. And a power play that I think Kampong will take with both hands, 34 for none. So this game still in the balance just enough. 7 overs left, what do they need? Another 45. One thing you do learn about Dutch cricket is that collapses can come. So VCC, they will still believe they've got the ability to peg them back here.
Let's go, boy.
So Shariz Ahmed, he's got the ball. Now this young man, he's been very talented indeed. What he does well, firing those quick little Yorkers. And he's a very good defensive bowler, which does bring wickets about as that's pushed straight to cover. They'll get through for a single, so good running there. This is where they need to be a little bit tighter in the field if they can. See, maybe bring that cover tight and point tight. False start, dead ball. Yeah, Shariz Ahmed just came back from that tour of New Zealand. He was the last pick on that plane ride. Didn't get to make a debut, but I'm sure he would have learnt a lot on his first tour away with the Dutch national team as he gets in a Yorker. This is what he does. I mean, it's not like he's a traditional sort of wrist spinner, sort of like comes in and bowls little front of the handers, medium paces, but what he does, he can just keep hitting Yorkers. It's really impressive. Just like that, toe end though, and it goes for 4. Well, it's just not going VCC's way at the moment. Rafael Fons comes down the wicket, sort of toe ends it off the bat. Look there, and yeah, he toe ended it, and it flew past short third man for 4. And things just aren't rolling the way of VCC at the moment, not through a lack of trying. boundary's just coming. Now it's only 40 to get off 39. I mean, only having to go at 6 and over. They don't have to do anything crazy at the moment. Nice looking shot. That's a good shot. And yeah, great batting, Rafael Font. Well, that's the shot of the day for me. This time, Shariz Ahmed, he misses his length. And look at this, Rafael Font's little shimmy. And then bang, gorgeous. Strike the pose. And another boundary. And, VCC, well, on the ropes a little bit here. Unless they can get this breakthrough, it's going to run away from them. That's a nice looking shot, and that beats point actually. It's gone through his hand, so they should be able to double back for 2, and they do. Rafael Fons looks like he's found his timing now. There's a good ball, and he gets the dot ball. A little bit of frustration from the young man. I think he knows that this game might be slipping away. Not a bad over, just not getting the rub of the green at the moment. That takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 45 for none. And, well, this is the commentary cube, and if you ever wondered what happens when Vinny isn't standing up, this is what he's doing. He's sitting down pretending to work, and, oh, there's a can. What's this? Water. Thankfully, Vinny Sandu, just making sure. He did go to Amsterdam a few nights ago, but welcome all our viewers around the world, the European Cricket Network. Can we cross that Vinny Sandu out? Because this is Corey Rutgers commentating. This isn't Vinny Sandu commentating. And I do have a surprise. I have peacocked up today. I'll be getting that out for the final, but it's still a little bit chilly for now. Peacock on my last day. Anyway, back to the action. You just rest up, Vinny. You just get some rest. Bit of spin this time, and starts with a Yorker, and this is... Sort of a little action from Musa Ahmed with the ball. You know, usually bowls a bit of leggies, toppies, offies. Tries to be a bit of a mystery spinner. Oh, that's going to be close. No, might have struck him outside the line of off stump. Maybe a little bit of bat. I think it's hit his pad first, and then his hands do come through it. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it's going to strike outside, and then his bat catches up with the ball. So it'll be a run in the end. Yeah, definitely. Good umpiring. Pushed into the offside here. Another single. Well, this is the thing. They've got off to an absolute flyer of a start. No wickets down. The required rate isn't many. So 47 for none. Usman Malik, he's on strike, striking at 180. Nice looking shot that. That might go for 4, you know. He's hit it that well. Yeah, it does in the end. Vogler, you can see the frustration. It brings the 50 partnership up. It's 51 for none now. And, well, it's just these small little errors. He did get there in the end. He could have saved a couple extra runs. He can't, though. And 51 for none. Kampong. It would have to be an amazing collapse to lose from here, as that is absolutely moosed through the offside. 4 more runs. Well, we said in the commentary box at the halfway stage, or Vinny said anyway, that this will still be a little bit tight. Kampong are basically squashing any theories about that. They are going full force here. And they're going on to a canter of a win. What a morning this has been by Punjab, firstly, and now Kampong. Vivian Kingma still cheering out there, and that's what good captains do. They keep their head up, because the thing is, if VCC do go on to lose this, they're going to have another shot pretty soon. They're going to be up against a dangerous Punjab team. VCC just haven't had the rub of the green and have been outplayed here comprehensively as well. That one's closer, outside the line though. Once again, well, that's the thing. If you play a sweep shot and you get that front foot outside the line of off stump, more than likely it's not out. Let's have another look here. It's almost identical to about 2 moments ago. Just outside the line of off stump. Good umpiring. And then he gets his bat on it afterwards. It's actually really identical, but definitely not out. Hit the pad first, but outside the line of off stump. Brings an end to 5 overs. It's 56 for none. And a few rumours going around that I might be getting double pay in this game because Vinny's deciding to stay on his laptop. I'll take that. Little wins, or big wins. 23 required now off 30. And we might be on for a very early finish here. Look at those 2 batsmen, they're set. 9 extras also helps the total. Still Pierre Jacquard, Sherry Butt still to come. And still in the commentary cube, enjoying ourselves as much as possible. And that's Shariz Ahmed, he'll continue. Nice looking cover drive again. Oh, that's good fielding by Gagani. Well, those are the little things they probably needed a little bit earlier, but unfortunately haven't been able to do, and saves a couple runs there. Good dive down to his left. Wonder what all our viewers think in the YouTube chat. Did you expect this? Maybe not. Edged, and once again it finds a gap. Well, some days you just have your day, and it goes down to the supporters right back there. And Rafael Alphonse's batted pretty well. There's been some really good shots in between things, but every time he's got a little bit of an edge. It's gone right into a gap, and it's flown for 4. And this outfield has, well, only quickened up after the last night's little haircut. And another boundary. So 61, 18 to go. They're wrapping this up in post haste. We might be on for an extended break. There's no one there. Oh, if he hits, he could be in a lot of trouble. And it will be run out in the end because Rafa Alphonse decides to sacrifice himself. Well, Rafa hit it straight to backward point. It was a bit of a yes, no, maybe. It probably wasn't on. And then in the end, he decided to go. And, well, he's run out. Look at this confusion. These two are usually pretty good in the wicket, between the wicket together. Usman goes. Rafa didn't want it. Then Usman had overcommitted, and Rafa thought, well, I better go now. And it was all she wrote. And he's gone, but he shouldn't be too disappointed because he's played a bit of a match-winning innings with his partner. And I know he probably would have wanted to be there right at the end for the winning runs. But that 61-run partnership has almost confirmed their spot into the final. And nice little run out there by Ali Kasim, who is hovering at point. That brings Sherry Butt to the crease. So it's only going to get more difficult for Vorberg CC. And have a look again, and a bit of yes, no, maybe, and in the end, too much hesitation. Someone has to go, and well, easy decision. 61 for 1, 18 left. Nice bowling that. It's a bit more of a rolling leg spinner. And Sherry Butt gets through for a single. No run out this time. I wonder if it would have been tight with a direct hit. Well, Flores DeLange had already taken the bails off. And so it wouldn't have mattered. I think Tyrone Peters having a bit of a smile with the keeper there. Cheekily letting that one go by. Sherry Butt's on strike for his first ball on finals Saturday. Tries to absolutely mow it. Gets it straight to Musa Ahmed out there for a single. You see a little bit of frustration on some of the VCC players' faces because I think they know they're going to be up against a dangerous Punjab soon. And Punjab, for me, they're looking very good. They're hitting their straps at the right time as well. Hit extremely hard into a pocket of space. 2 good fielders out there, though. Vivian Kingma and Musa Ahmed. They'll do the mopping up. Just a single. So, end of a pretty good over there from young Shiraz. Look here, Vivian Kingma. He's not going to give up. Well backed up from Musa. He jumped out of his way. The score at the end of 6 and 64 for 1. So, 15 runs remaining in this game. And well, with these two at the crease, it could be done in just a matter of deliveries. like Vivian Kingma might try and get the ball back. There's one last push from VCC. But you would imagine it's a little bit too late now. Seeing the bowling figures there. And the wickets column, that's the one that's been missing. No bowler being able to take a wicket at the moment. Just the one solitary run out. Maiden Waters in the chat saying I'm making up for the half game missed yesterday. Didn't want to miss half a game. The microphone let me down. I'm using Vinny's at the moment. Hope this is COVID proof as Viv Kingmark comes in and it's pushed into the leg side for a single. No, I do give Mr. Maximo some credit. He does do a lot of work behind the scenes and he's always typing away madly on his 3 laptops and 4 screens. It's a bit messy though, I have to admit, in the mornings when we get on the work desk. I'll look at my side, I've got just a little bottle of water and a can of cola. I look at his side, there's things everywhere. I'm one of those people. Sherry Button-out will be facing Vivian Kingma. Slow ball, clever, well bowled. I don't think Sherry picked that at all. I think he was thinking it was going to be pace on, so interesting option. That was sort of like a rolling leg cutter slow ball. And a bit of a smile from Sherry as he acknowledges, I think, that he got absolutely bent. That one's a lot fuller. And a slight misfield by Gagani again at cover. Just a single. Last few overs, VCC fighting back, but you sort of feel that they've lost this game in the first half by only making 78, and then in the first few overs in the field, they just couldn't get a wicket and didn't have the rub of the green. Another slow ball. Well played, well respected from Usman Malik, who's really having once again another captain's tournament. And we've seen some good leaders in this trip. Victor Lubbers from Sunland, I think, is a very good captain. And Buster Later and Vivian Kingma have shared it at VCC, both doing good. Suleiman Tariq, Punjab, all very good leaders of their teams. And Usman Malik, of course, for Kampong, still out there in the middle. Gets the Yorker in this time. Really well bowled from Kingma. So, not through lack of trying. Vivian Kingma. He has none for 12 off 1.5. Pretty good figures. Just couldn't dent that wickets column, which is probably hurting VCC a little bit. He's a strong, strapping young lad. Can he pick up one right at the end of his spell? Full ball, nicely driven. And we'll go out to the sweeper for a single. So, pretty good over there from Kingma, but still, it just feels like it's a little bit too late for VCC. Whereas looking like Kampong will be waiting for Punjab or VCC. So, that'll be interesting. Kampong will get a bit of a rest before that final, so that's a big helpful as well, just to be able to put the feet up, maybe eat some food and enjoy the sun for a little bit. Hit into the leg side. Musa Ahmed's come back for his second over. So just 10 to get here, and well, what can VCC do? Not much. Maybe bring a couple more people tight, see if they can get a dot ball here and there. But you'd imagine that Kampong are just choosing their moment to kill here and to take the win. Sherry Butt might fancy this from Musa Ahmed. Might try to clear the pickets here. Yeah, he tries exactly that. And yeah, one bounce 4. Nice shot. Gets the low full toss. Just puts his hands through it. Goes for 4. And nice batting. Musa just missing his block hole there. And enough bat on that to land it wide of deep mid off and onto the right of deep extra cover. So 1 hit away now, theoretically. 4 will tie it, 6 will win it. I think Sherry wants to do it in style. Kampong, they're going to be in the final. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I thought once that left the hand, that might have been the one that was going to the moon. he tries, but just the single. Like that from Vivian Kingma. Well, that's impressive. He isn't giving up. He was at deep mid on. He charged at that ball. And look at this. Sherry thought, oh, I'm just going to amble through. And Kingma made him hurry. And I tell you what, that would have been very close with a hit. It's good energy from the VCC captain. No, outside the line. Oh, no, not out. Given. Sorry, I thought that was going to be miles outside the line. Let's have another look at that one. It took a long, long time to be given. Now, let's slow this one down. Pitches. Hits. Yeah, I think that's outside the line for me. I think the first two appeals that were also outside the line. So, yeah, it's a tough one. Look, umpiring's not an easy art at the best of times, but I don't know if that one would have been out. He will be disappointed. Let us know what you think in the chat. Finally gets the LBW. Takes the score to 76 for 2. So yeah, you can have another look there. And Usman Malik, he'll probably be a little bit disappointed he won't be there to hit the winning runs. The umpire took an absolute age, but in the end he gave it out. And, he'll be disappointed to not hit the winning runs, but he's played a captain's knock. And it definitely has taken his team to the final. Yeah, Liam Day saying maybe he's just fallen to a bit of pressure. I think so with that decision. I think that definitely was outside the line. But it happens. It doesn't matter. We move on. 3 runs to get. The field comes in tight. New batsman, Abinaka. Hits it straight through to the one man that's left on the boundary. That's Shiriz Ahmed just sitting back there. So 2 runs to get now. Sherry Butt on strike. So PCC, good to see them not just letting them get the run simply, keeping everyone tight, trying their best. Sherry Butt goes, well, thank you very much. So he lofts that for 6, and Kampong, they can be very, very happy with this performance. They've won this in a canter. They've really put on a good show, beaten VCC comfortably. They will be the first team into the final this afternoon. They'll be waiting for Punjab or VCC. And well, I'll be handing you back to Vinny Sandhu, who's going to give you the little summary.
Thanks, Corey. We'll certainly work on getting both of the mics up and running. Here, you see it was a fairly easy chase in the end. It was always going to be dangerous if VCC weren't able to remove those top order batters. I watched it with a bit of interest, and I will watch the next match with a bit of interest as well. VCC, they've lost 3 in a row now after winning their first 6. And they're going to take on a red-hot Punjab Rotterdam side in qualifier 2. That game starting in around about an hour and a half right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Well, certainly plenty of effort. And Kingma, you saw him competing all the way to the end. Always gives 100%. Sajid Kamal came out there just angled away to the boundary. This was one of the favourites. It was an absolute bullet. Jumped all over that bit of land. Kingma came on. Again, he's competing, but some good batting. Saw him manoeuvred away a couple of times to the rope. And this one, Corey called it. Not often you get a fist bump after getting clonked on the head. And still, it was a pretty interesting bit of cricket, to say the least. And it all helped towards the total, didn't it? As you saw Alphonse certainly a pretty exciting player to watch. Yeah, that was the one that was just straight off the noggin. Cuatro Carenas. Meanwhile, a couple of streaky ones, of course. You need pretty much everything to go your way, I think, if you're going to defend a score in the 70s, especially in such a high-level competition like this. We have seen a lot of high-level cricket, haven't we? Vogler got a bit of a tangle out there. Well, I can't tell you exactly what he said, but I don't think it's something that we can say on air. Runs were running out. Shiriz Ahmed, last roll of the dice, wasn't it? As he tried to keep his team in the game. A couple of close shouts. Did go for consecutive boundaries, though, in the 4th. And this was the moment that Kampong lost their only wicket. Slight miscommunication. And pretty unselfish as well for Alphonse, who then keels over. But again, I think that'll be forgotten pretty quickly. Jerry Butt came to the crease, and it wasn't so long before he felt this game was over. This is probably one that's certainly I thought was a bit dicey. The umpire's in the best position. Probably on the replay, it was a bit closer than I thought live, just because he does end up with his pad well outside the line, but I think his pad was still on the move when he did get hit. And this is the one that was game, set, match. So we now know exactly what qualifier 2 will look like. We also know who the first team in the final will be. It'll be last year's champions, SV Kampong. Well, they are the masters of timing their run, aren't they? Last time they did it from third. This time they get to put their feet up for the first part of finals afternoon anyway, because match 23 will be coming your way. Like I said, starting exactly an hour and a half from now. It's VCC Voorburg. They're taking on Punjab Rotterdam in qualifier 2, match 23. That starts at noon GMT, 2 p.m. in Central Europe and 5:30 in India. Make sure you join us for that. The toss will be coming very shortly. You can keep abreast of what's happening in the live chat. We'll let you know what the toss news is. Also on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. And I wonder if Punjab Rotterdam will want to chase and VCC will want to bat. I think that's we probably will see VCC batting first. But I guess we'll have to find out. Rotterdam might not be the worst idea if Punjab wanted to bat first as well. That's why we have the coin toss, I suppose, as the openers did most of the heavy lifting here. Alphonse with 25 and Usman Malik with 33 of 21. It was LBW late on. Sherry Butt, he put the cherry on the cake, didn't he? With 14 off 7. Finishing it with a Maximo. 10 extras in the innings. Half were leg buys, so you probably can't read too much into that. And the 4 buys, I was telling I couldn't deal with one delivery from Kingma. They just got a little bit low on him. As far as the bowling went, we know they've got a lot of good options. They weren't able to do too much about it. Kingma only went for 13 in his 2 overs. And Ali Kazim didn't have a bad game at all. He only went for 7. Shriz Ahmed, 2 overs for 19. Yeah, not quite as effective as he is often in this competition. The wicket went to Musa Ahmed late on with the LBW shout. So, just a reminder, we will be back in about an hour and 25 minutes to take you into qualifier 2. We now know that SV Kampong will be in the final and they'll meet either VCC again or perhaps Punjab Rotterdam. Find out when we return. Enjoy your break, but then come back to your family here, ECN. We love you and we hope to see you shortly. Hope you're enjoying finals day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Netherlands. We're halfway through finals day and we still have 3 teams in the running, and now we're going to see qualifier number 2. It's Voorburg. Well, VCC, they dropped qualifier number 1. That's how they arrived in this match. Punjab Rotterdam, they won the eliminator. They finished 3rd in the group stage, and they are their opponents in this game. So basically it's 2 versus 3 here, and the winner will take on SV Kampong, who've already booked their place in the final. The coin toss is all important. We've got Sammy and Ryan. Well, they have been really enthusiastically following the action this week, so they actually will be helping with the coin toss. Rob Kemming's also there with the 2 captains.
Kop. It's tails. We're gonna have a ball.
So it is VCC that have won the toss. This time they've elected to bowl, so it didn't really go well when they were batting first in their last game. So they decided, okay, we're going to change things up. We're going to chase. And they do have Musa Ahmed at the top of the order, but he didn't really make as many as I think he wanted to. They did chip in with a wicket late in the piece. But yeah, Musa Ahmed and Shariz Ahmed, big ins for the VCC side. Voorburg led by Viv Kingma in this one. So let's see if they can get back on the winning train. They won their first 6 matches of the tournament, but now they've actually lost their last 3, the only losses of the tournament. They'll want to stop that slide right now. But Punjab Rotterdam, they're a team that are shooting for the stars now, as they did finish just outside the top 2, but not by much. I think they're a good T10 unit. No need of manure, of course, for them today, but still they've shown they've got a lot of interesting characters, and I think they've got all the momentum going to this clash. So let's see what happens. It'll be a big, big prize on the line, a chance to play in the final of the ECS as we go over to the commentary box. And it is Voorburg, Corey, that have won the toss. They'll be bowling first this time. Let's get ready for the first ball of qualifier number 2.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to Capella Rotterdam. It's preliminary final time. One of these 2 teams will make it through to the final. One will be asked to pack their bags and leave. And look at that beautiful weather here. The sun is shining in Rotterdam. Looking forward to this, and we're going to get a full game of T10 cricket action against 2 very good sides. And let's have a quick look at these lineups. And it's Punjab Rotterdam versus Voorburg. Both teams 6 and 3. One of them will leave 6 and 4. The other one will go through. So a few names to look out for with Punjab batting first. Let's look at their batting lineup. Sikandar Zulfikar's made his way back. Saqib Zulfikar. You've got Sharafat Kogiani, who's good at the top of the order. I mean, Yasir Usman at 6. Sami Salarazai showed us his power hitting ability. That top 7 is to be feared. But for Voorburg, it's up to those bowlers. Navjot Singh, Rehan Wahid, and especially Vivian Kingma to make some early inroads. Shariz Ahmed and Musa Ahmed will try to be the more defensive type of bowlers. And maybe they can keep them to a score that they can chase down later. But all to play for here in Capella Rotterdam. And the expected scores, well, the supercomputer, it's saying it's going to be under 100. Punjab 99, Voorburg 92. That's interesting to see. They think that Punjab just have the edge in this. I sort of agree. I think Punjab have their noses ahead, just looking at the 2 lineups. But, you know, finals cricket, preliminary final, anything can happen. And sport's a funny game. That man on your screen, Kogiani, he's been a bit of a find for Punjab. He gives it an absolute whack. He'll be partnered by Remet Zulfikar. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you are all doing really well out there. And good luck for your Dream 11 teams and all your fantasy squads that you've assembled. And everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat, welcome back. It was a bit of an extended delay. Don't usually have too many delays. There's always cricket going on. But we're back in action. And we're in beautiful Holland. It's been great bringing all this cricket action this week. 5 top-class division teams. These 5 teams, it's a pre-season tournament basically for them. As next week is the beginning of top classer. Some big international signings coming over for the teams, and all the domestic leagues are all about to kick off. So it's been great to have this tournament in April and just showcase some of the talent. There's me in the cube. There's Vinny Sandhu next to us. He'll be joining us in an over as well. No, he's pretty excited. He had a big lunch. And thank you to everyone at Sparta as well for putting on such a good show. If it wasn't up to Joost, I don't think all of this would happen. He's been sensational. And thank you so much to everyone at Capella Cricket Club for letting us host the European Cricket Network here in Holland. Anyway, Merv Hughes says, let's get on with it. Navjot, first ball of the prelim. Oh, it's a delicious little delivery outside the off stump, and a little bit of a flirt, but not much on it. And we'll start with the dot ball. It's nice from Navjot, sneaking that inside the tram line as it passes the batsman. So dot ball to start. It all comes down to this start, doesn't it? These first few overs. Can Punjab get away from them? Respectfully pushed into the offside. Remit Zulfikar, he gets himself off the mark. Now Kugyani on strike now. One thing about Kugyani, I don't think we'll see him play a shot like what Remit just played. Knowing him, he gets anything in his half, he's going to go try and bang it. Gets his little bit of chalk, asking for centre. So Merv Hughes, the umpire with Tyrone Peters, it looks like, in this preliminary final. Slight delay as Mervyn Hughes stands in the way. He's got one of the greatest tashes you'll ever see on an umpire. Very popular figure. And he gives the little wave. Come on, Navjot, let's get going. Exactly that, and he bombs it straight, and that's one bounce for, well, Kugyani. I said he isn't going to muck around. He doesn't like to play those little drives. He likes to be expansive, and he has absolutely mowed that straight. 4 runs. Not easy to do off your very first ball. Oh, look at that. He has a lovely bit of bat swing. It's good batting. 4 runs. So first boundary in the prelim. Oh, and he's got every piece of that. Good batting. That one's a bit more back of a length. Kugyani's raced to 10 off 2. What a start this is for Punjab. And, well, that's the thing. Maybe that's why Remit worked that one to get him on strike, because Kugyani just has this lovely batting arc. He hits a beautiful ball. Yes, he must have one of the best strike rates in the tournament. He seems to be able to find boundaries at will. And, well, VCC already on the back foot here. Yeah, he goes again. So 4, 6, 6. And there goes, is that Victor Lubbers? Yeah, that's Victor Lubbers out there. Well, he's earned that beer in his hand. Let's see how his arm is. Yep, pretty good. So 4, 6, 6. Good start to this game from Kugyani. He's striking at above 500. And Navjot Singh just being a little bit straight here. And what a start this is for Punjab. Yeah, that's good bowling. Keeps it wide. A scamper for a single. Don't think there'll be a chance. Ali Kazim decides to play a bit of shot put. Puts it straight into the ground. That brings us to the end of the first. What a start that is. It's 18 for none after 1. And, well, Kugyani, he's so dangerous. He's been an absolute astounding find. And Kugyani coming into this lineup, Ashikullah Saeed and Salarazai, 3 new players for Punjab that I haven't seen before represent for them. And just adding that into the already strong team of the Zulfikars and Bhatti and Suleiman Tariq and Mubashir Hussain, Yasir Usman, that team is scarily good. And let's not forget, next week in top class, Stefan Myberg's going to walk into that team as well. So, unbelievably strong unit. Looking forward to seeing how they go this year in all their divisions. This man with the ball's been really good though. It's Sajid Kamal. Oh, there's Victor Lubbers. He's earned that beer, hasn't he? Just sitting on his lonesome. Hope he's got a few friends out there. Sunland eliminated earlier today. Bit quicker, bit of pace, hits the thigh pad. Now the outfield's improved, but it'll just be a single. And Sajid Kamal, he's a good action, strong bowler, and a little bit more tricky to get away. Yeah, that's good to see Victor Lubbers from Sunland still sitting out there and enjoying the game. The crowd's definitely gotten a lot bigger this afternoon. The sun's shining on this Easter weekend Saturday. So a great day to come down for the cricket if you're in the Rotterdam region. Feel free. There's Remit Zulfikar still taking a little bit to get himself in. Box that one back. And well, Remit Zulfikar in his own right, when he gets going, he can score at a very big strike rate as well. And when you've got so much batting to come, he doesn't really have to be too correct here. He can try and get on with it. Slight change to the field as deep cover goes back now to deep cover, and deep square leg are the 2 boundary riders. Short ball, absolutely crunched. Well, that's one shot there. It goes to the one man on his own from Salond. Victor Lubbers, he's been the most effective bowler so far. And, well, the cube's starting to go as well on cube watch. And 6 runs. What a shot that is. You can't bowl there. And Remit Zulfikar has shown that anything short in this tournament, he really gets hold of. I think they need to be aiming maybe a little bit fuller on the stumps to him. Oh, nice battings. He comes down, but he hits it in the air. Oh, and it's wide of the fieldsman. So another 6. Punjab CC. Well, I don't know what they had for lunch. I know it was cooked pretty well, but they're off to an absolute fly now. 6-6. And well, there's Vinny Sandhu coming in the background with that meringue-looking suit. And he'll be pretty excited about this because this is quality T10 batting now. And, oh, Rahmat Zulfikar. Don't forget about him. He's a very talented player. Hit hard, but that should just go out to the sweeper cover, so just the single. So brilliant start continuing. Brings back on Kugyani, who's watched most of this over. And well, Punjab just showing that they are forced to be reckoned with in this T10 format. Also good to get any questions in the viewer chat or any comments that you'd like to have during the last 2 games of this ECS in Rotterdam. It's been a very exciting week, and the show will continue. Off to Bulgaria next week, so more cricket action coming. Last ball of the second. It's well bowled. Off-pace delivery. Got to change it up to these dangerous batsmen, but Kugyani will get a single. It takes us to the end of 2. The score is 33 for none. And we get to see, do both mics work? Vinny Sandhu!
Yeah, we're back.
We're back.
We're back, baby. And it's like I never left.
Oh,
Had a few technical issues last game, but we're all good now. And yeah, Corey, good to be back with you. And what an explosive start this is. 33 off 2 overs.
Very exciting start. I mean, you were seeing some of those power hitting from the side. It was unbelievable. I mean, this is how the table ended up. And Punjab, Kampong and Vorburg are now the last 3 teams, and deservedly so. Those 3 have been in class amongst themselves.
Yeah, I think so. We've got to our top 3 teams. And Punjab Rotterdam, they could have quite easily been in the top 2, if not for a couple of performances they probably regretted. As this one could be a chance, and it comes down to Kingmo, who holds on to it. So he stands and delivers, but doesn't get the elevation to get over Viv. And so Kasim comes into the attack with immediate effect. Kogyani has got to go for a quick fire 18, but he'll go no further in qualifier 2. Punjab Rotterdam are 33 for 1.
Yeah, he actually hit that pretty well, but unfortunately for him, he picked out Vivian Kingma perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. If he had hit it maybe a little bit straighter towards the sight screen, definitely would have been in no man's land 4 runs. But that brings an end to Kugyani's T10 innings. Maybe we won't see him again with the bat this tournament, but oh, there's a nice little angle. Don't know if we've done that one before. That's the old, that's like a video cricket game. I like that.
Yeah, telling a story walking. Unfortunately, Kogyani looks good. How good that Afghan helmet look, by the way.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's always a sad walk when you get out, isn't it? Your mind's just, Johnny Neutral's
not
happy.
He can be happy, though, that, as happy as he gets, that he has gotten off to such a good start, though.
I like that little angle. Watch him go up, and yeah, thanks for there. We are.
There you go. We'll wave goodbye as well to Kogyani. But still, what a good innings that was. Because I think, as you say, he hasn't wasted too much time. He's got them off to a flyer, and they do have a fairly long batting lineup. So,
oh yeah, they can throw the handle at absolutely everything. So why not?
A little bit of a finals treat there. That's what happens when Richards isn't doing Formula 1 microphone changes. He's got the moving camera. Here's Kasim to the new batter. So we've got Zulfikar and Zulfikar out there now. Remat opened up, and Sikandar is in at number 3.
They're both using a blank bat, so if you're trying to score this at home, it's not always easy.
I met Mr. Zulfikar, actually.
You met Papa Zulf?
Yeah, Papa Zulf. Really lovely.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Loves his cricket.
Does a lot of coaching around Holland.
Driven, but no run. This is a chance just with that wicket for VCC to work themselves into the game, isn't it?
Yeah, just to steady those early nerves. They got a bit of damage limitation now after that wicket. Not going to be easy against this dangerous side, though.
I'll just pop into this chat because there's a few interesting comments.
Oh, no.
Come back. Ooh, goes after this, gets a bit big on him and the keeper. Sam Houghton's in the chat. Nice to see you, Sam. Edith Weston and everybody else. How was that drink?
Sorry.
How's that mute button working for you? got one
I thought I pressed it.
I was like, I don't.
I actually thought I pressed it.
That's a fake press.
It's good bowling. Oh, run out chance. No, he's going to get there safely.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on. What's Sam Houghton? What's everyone got for us in the chat? We missed him.
I want to hear more. Well, I wasn't going to read it out, but he did say bring back the Maximo show. But I think he might have meant the batting. But also, I'm going to say hello to Luke in Belgium out there. And talk me through Corey's girlfriend in the chat.
Hey?
Hey, hello, everyone. Corey's girlfriend. Hello, everyone. Something you're not telling us, Corey?
I don't know why there's a big photo of my head there as well. That's a bit worrying.
Oh, yeah. Full toss. Oh, this kind of goes a bit of sideways itch on Musa. And he's able to stop it. This is just an overcooked Yorker. Into the power play now. 36 for 1. Much better over. And we're just 2 and a leg by off it. So Ali Kazim just bringing VCC back into the contest in the third.
Yep, he does exactly that. I mean, they only end up on 36 after the power play. At one stage, it looked like they were going to end up on about 50 or 60. So top over from him. Young Shariz Ahmed's coming into the attack now. We know how good he can
Here's
be.
a comment from Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi. He says, playing IX, please. And if you know your Roman numerals, I think he means playing 11, but
That's 9.
playing 9. Well, if you only have 9, you're in big trouble.
Yep.
Having said that, the way these Punjab Rotterdam guys are hitting them, a lot of the fielders are helpless anyway through the first couple of overs. But yeah, let's find out more about Corey's girlfriend. Let's dish the dirt.
Well, I've only got 2 games left, and I'm a bit emotional, Vinny.
You know, ECN turned into a dating show so gradually, I didn't even notice. That's what people will be saying in a couple of months. Anyway, here's a bowler I really like, Shariz Ahmed.
Shot.
It's a really nice shot, and it will go for 4. Pretty much blast through the cover fielder. May have got a fingertip on it, but that's still travelling. And it's that kind of delivery Shariz likes to bowl, that wide hole. Kind of slightly quicker delivery, I suppose, but this is just a classical cover drive. Gets sent to the rope.
Yeah, he got every piece of that. Blew through Gigani's hands, and 4 runs. Good batting.
So hello to Neville as well as James Stewart. Everybody else, if I missed you, I'm just trying to catch up. Helix, IWBW, Phil G. Happy finals day, everybody. Yeah, better. Shows the margin error isn't huge for the bowlers. That one is in the block hole, but the first one just turned into a bit of a half volley. Good footwork, though, from the batter. So if you got any questions or comments, please put in the chat. Keeps it interesting for us. Corey and I are both back.
That's our last 2 games together for a good while, Vinny. Let's enjoy the final afternoon session. And
Yeah. You're getting a bit emotional in the...
I did have a bit of a tear in my eye.
in the
Bit of an epiphany as well.
lunch break there. Turns into a low full toss. Shariz is after it. Just as Inglis, he had a bit of an epiphany. What was that?
We were sitting there in the sun and
Don't say
we had
this
some
out
nice
loud.
music, and then
No, you're going to say, don't say it out loud.
you said to, I think I said to you, I was like, I'm going to miss this a bit. You said, yeah. And I was like, yeah, it feels like a bit of a job.
It feels like it's actually said it feels like it's become a job now. It's because it is a job. Just, would you not say it out loud? You weren't even joking. Oh, no. He's been done. Done like a dinner. We might look around for the worm, but this is all the spin that does Rehan Waheed. As we've seen some spin on the pitch today. This is some spin off the outfield. Let's have a look at this one. Thinks he covers that second bounce, takes it away. He had the long barrier down, but he didn't have it in the right place. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, disappointing. And does go for 4 in the end. You can see him shaking his head. He's been good all week, but that is a little bit of a blooper.
Low full toss. And this will just be 1.
Yep, nice shot. I mean, it's good from Shariz Ahmed. He's sticking to his plans. He's not getting too carried away. He just needs the fielding unit to back him up now. And I'm sure they will try.
So Shariz, despite a couple of slices of bad luck, get one more ball this over. This will go the other way. Oh, wow, he's doing the limbo. It's going to be 4 more. Well, this might be the doosra, because this one threatens to go one way and it goes the other. Wow, this one, because he hits into the ground, it's got a bit of weird spin on it and it completely changes direction. Oh, bending the laws of space and time at the moment, Punjab Rotterdam, as that takes us to the end of the 4th over, and the 50's up now as well. 51 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruggers. Come back so you can see all of us here. And look, got your Peacock shirt on today. I like that. So Peacock Saturday. Saved this one up, haven't you?
Well, I just thought it's my last day, and you've been pestering me after I started something didn't follow through. So I've gone with the green with a bit of a flower number. And
I like it.
I think it looks
Can
like
I feel the material? Oh, yeah, that's nice.
€12.
Let's talk about what's going on today, though. Right now, it's Vorberg versus Punjab Rotterdam in qualifier 2. The winner will take on Kampong later on today at 3 p.m. GMT, 5 o'clock in Central Europe, 8:30 p.m. in India. So Kampong, they're defending champions. There wasn't too much buzz about them earlier in the week, but they don't mind that. They just slip under the radar, and they seem the masters of getting their run right, timing their run at the end of the week, Corey.
Yeah, well, they'll be hoping to do that this year in domestic cricket as well. And yeah, thank you for the nice compliments. I feel very smart today in this attire. I probably should. I think when you see the new Corey come back commentating in India, you're going to see the Corey 3.0, and I'm going to be dressed smick.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. We're looking forward to seeing you again later in the year, of course. Availability pending. And Sajjad Kamal comes back to bowl a second.
Yeah. Have you been why hasn't Kingma bowled just yet? What's the thought processes there?
I wonder if
saving him.
If he's just waiting to get into the middle order,
into
maybe.
The dangerous middle order.
Maybe he wants to use himself as a death bowler. I mean, maybe he thinks he's got that control to be able to do that. He's got quite a few bowling options at his disposal. I don't think the ball changes too much, although he did get the ball to swing a bit, didn't he, in the last game? The pad, but this will be a leg by.
A good fight back this.
16 degrees right now, but feels quite warm in the
No,
sun.
it's kicked on now. That Arctic little breeze is gone. Feeling dressed up, ready for 2 more games of good cricket. And it's good to just see the crowd here now. Everyone's sort of piled in. And
decent crowd.
Yeah. Well, glad that Snoop must have been doing some good promotion, because he's been able to get the people in here. And Snoop's our host here in Sparta. He's done a fantastic job.
He goes to pull and pulls really well. Maximal! Oh, this is a real authoritative strike from Rahmat Zulfikar. He just gets in such a good position. See, stays deep, he lets it come to him, and he lifts it up and over mid-on. Not an easy shot at all, but right out of the middle, 6 runs.
How baseball style was that? That was beautiful. The crack off the bat, that was loud. And they needed that 6 just to steady him a bit, because VCC have had a good last sort of 10 to 15 balls. So
Jad Kamal's not slow.
There's the crowd there. They're all pumped up and come in, and good on them for coming down and watching today.
This one's more pitched up. Should just be a single.
Did KNCB chuck it on their social?
No, I'm not aware. I haven't really had a chance to get on the socials. I'm sure people could check and find out. Lily Panda saying travelling Europe watching cricket is the second best job you can get. Well, what is the best, Lily Panda?
Oh yeah, good call. What is the best?
What is the best?
President.
Is that a lot of stress?
Yeah.
Tell us, Lily Panda. Lily's always got good contributions in the chat when she pops up. Here's the last ball for Kamal. Yeah, that's pretty good block hole delivery. And knocked down the ground between his brother's legs. And that'll be the end of 5, halfway through this innings. Punjab Rotterdam, after being asked about first by Viv Kingma, the VCC captain. Punjab are 62 for 1. So 124 pace. I think I just want to make sure Punjab Rotterdam don't bat them out of the game here. Because you just think about some of the Vorbag batters, particularly Musa Ahmed. Right? He could pull this off, but I feel like he'll need a bit of help along the way. There's the scorecard. First up, Rahmat Zulfikar. I feel like if he clicks, could be anything. And he's 27, the top scorer so far. So the 2 brothers are out there at the moment. I love the quote from Rahmat Zulfikar, who said, when we're interviewing the triplets, that he'd scored plenty of hundreds against those guys. Anyway, here is Kingma, who's coming on in the 6th. And he gets knocked down to long on. First ball of the over.
Yeah, so Kingma holding himself back. Obviously wants to bowl 2 death overs here and try and break this partnership as well. Very talented bowler. It's good to watch some international pedigree bowlers bowling to some international pedigree batsmen. High level stuff here on the European Cricket Network. Here he comes again. We guess that one all wrong. Oh no, and don't tell me that's going to go for 5 wires. Floris Dorang. Oh, it's given leg buys in the end, but still should have been a dot ball. It turns into 4.
Must have taken a little something down the leg side. We'll spot it on the replay. And must have, if it was a touch, it was tiny. No sense it saves him a run and a ball, but still not a great result. 4 leg buys to the total.
Yeah, so a couple of spinning balls have gone past the fielders. That missed there. I reckon they've gifted maybe 10 to 12 runs, and that could come back to haunt them, Vin.
Could do. Here's the king. Good slower ball, but no justice. This is French cut down to the boundary. Good stop. A bit of team fielding there. Got a fair whack on that. So they will get back for 2.
That's a fair whack to his fielder.
Look at this.
Usually people tap it back not far enough, and he just goes bang.
Just went to the call.
And it actually went all the way to our third man who was running around. So that was a really good tap.
Must have seen him coming, because I thought when he hit it, I didn't spot Wahid. I said they might run 4 here, the way that was slapped away, but that was very clever in the end. Good fielding.
Oh, that's better standards from BCC.
This one, slow ball, loses it down the leg side. Not quite the accuracy so far from Kingma. A lot of slower balls here. Do you think that's a good strategy against these two?
Yeah, I think there's been a lack of slow balls this week, actually. I'm glad you brought that up. I think a lot of teams have been keeping it pace on too much. And a slower ball is a great arsenal for any bowler. And 1 or 2 and over, I think minimum. Variation's key. Batsmen in this level can get set to pace quite easily.
This one would have been down leg side. Intercepted by the pad. So I think I'm a bit frustrated about that. He's over. He's gone for 8, including the 4-leg buys. Let's have a good finish.
Yeah, absolutely. All to play for. Let's remind ourselves, if you just joined us, it's a prelim. You don't get any more second chances after this.
Still waiting on what the best job is, if we've got the second best job.
Coaching cricket.
I'd be pretty frustrated. I was coaching. Anyway, back to live action here. This one goes straight through. Don't know how it misses leg stump. Delanga can't handle it. This will be a bite. And if there was a 4th stump, this one would have knocked it down to the ground, Corey.
Yeah, Kingma's really honing in on those stumps, and I can't believe that's missed leg. And then Floris Delang sort of loses it in the headlights as well. So a bye conceded. You can see Kingma, he's just trying to hone in on that Yorker leg stump. Keeps changing his pace as well. Actually been a pretty good over from him, considering.
Oh, Lily's got the answer. It's got me thinking. The answer is that travelling Europe playing cricket would be the best job.
Oh, that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, why did you retire, Corey? Last ball the over. Hoiked away, and this is into the gap. It's going to be 4. Not the finish to the over that Kingma was looking for. And well executed shot. Well, the ball boys, they've been kept busy, haven't they, so far in this qualifier number 2. In the end, that over goes for 13. 8 off the bat, but 13 total, including the extras. That's 6 overs down. 75 for 1.
Yeah, the ball boys are kept busy. They're hitting it to all that leg side vacant regions, and a lot of boundaries through mid-wicket and square. And Punjab, well, they're still feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. I retired a little while ago from senior competitive cricket. As we look at the figures, Ali Kasim 1 for 2, sensational. Kingma, pretty good overturn to go for 8. So all these bowlers, 4 of them, still have an over to go. But yeah, it's very lucky we are in our jobs to go around Europe and give you some access to a lot of the talent in the European cricket scene. And I think this week in Holland's really shown how good the Dutch domestic circuit is and how competitive it is. 5 teams that from the top class division playing here live on a beautiful Saturday, Easter Saturday. It's good to see. Shariz Ahmed, he'll continue. And that's a good adjustment from him. He goes even wider. That is like a sweep shot completely off the wicket. Have a look at this, Vincenzo. It's clever. It's foxing each other. He goes to sweep, so he bowls wide and he sweeps it from all the way out there.
Straight sweep from Shariz. The cat and mouse, hey?
Yeah, I don't mind that. It's clever bowling from him. And, well done to Remit to still be able to execute the shot. Yeah, you can see Shariz, he's got one thing in his mind. I'm bowling wide Yorkers, basically. He does it pretty well. Now, maybe a change in the field here, so maybe we go a little bit straighter. Let's see.
Shariz keep the same tactics. More of a genuine leg spinner this time, but he just down the ground.
He just gets it so full that people just struggle to get any elevation on him. It's good bowling. But yeah, I mean, you must be pretty thrilled. This is a great job to show talent around. How good's Holland been for the standard?
Holland's been great. The standard's been excellent. Great field, great facilities, a great crowd in today even. Yeah, I just think it's a a fantastic way to kick off your season. I'd want a lot of fanfare about it.
April was right. That was a good move to come to April. And previous years we hosted the tournament in September, but it's just worked, hasn't it? And all these players will get something from this going into their seasons, that's for sure.
Yeah, this one turns into a full toss. But won't be able to put it away. Just the one. Good battle between some pretty good young players at the moment with the bat and the ball out there. Things have just settled down a bit, haven't they, through these middle overs. VCC just able to put the brakes on a little bit. Still not going slowly, but 120 pace. Well, suddenly, you feel like VCC are back in the game.
Yep.
They're going to get blown away for a while there.
Yeah, they're finding back. They're doing everything they can. They just need to pick up a wicket. Oh, it's unlucky. Little edge and just be a single, mate. No, it might turn into 2.
Yeah, they do get 2 in the end. Corey just faded away there for a second, but Corey's doing his own maintenance, and let's see if this works when you turn the button back on. Corey, do you read me?
Yeah, it's just fading away. Oh, I didn't know I was a technician as well. Oh, here came Paddy was running up. He wanted a pit stop, but I said, hold on.
Now you're like the Formula 1 driver that gets out of his own car.
Are you trying to fade me away? Is this because I'm leaving? I put a nice post on Instagram about you in the break.
Yeah, appreciate it. I think I shared it.
You think?
There's a lot going on my social media. Can't keep up. There sure is. Got 2 more balls to go here. Hasn't quite been on song this innings. Better ball. Think about it. Fake running from the batter. It will be just a dot. It's funny, brothers batting together. You'd think they'd have a good understanding. But it's not always the case, I remember. With Steve and Mark Waugh, for example, always seem to run each other out.
Well, big lofted shot on the offside, and he gets enough of it. 6 runs. Well, it was just sort of brewing whether there'd be a wicket or maybe a boundary here, and he gets a bit of width. He gets enough elevation on it, and 6 runs. Good shot from Sikander Zulfikar.
Yeah, really nice finish to the over. Not the finish VCC wanted either. So it will be the end of the 7th. The score is 86 for 1. Let's have a look at some of the best performers in these 2 teams. You can see a couple of them not there, including Baz Delata. See that Vorberg missing his batting, no doubt. But Wahid just continues to get wickets for VCC. As far as the bowlers for Punjab Rotterdam, see them a little bit later. But Salarazai has been a bit of a revelation as well, hasn't he, since he's come into the side. This is what we've got coming up on Monday in Bulgaria.
Is that the Blacksmiths?
The Blacksmiths are up first up. Come back to that in a second.
New favourite name.
Yeah, so in Bulgaria, we'll have the Blacksmiths. They'll be a new team against MU Sofia. First up on Monday in Bulgaria in the afternoon. It's the Plovdiv versus Pleven. The battle of the medical universities. So there's always plenty of doctors on or at least trainee doctors there in Bulgaria. Yeah, the Pleven 11. They'll be back. So it starts a little bit earlier. This one is going nowhere. Just a single. Yeah, so it's starting an hour earlier because the Bulgaria a bit further east, different time zone, but it'll start at 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India. So join us from Monday for another 1 week FanCode European Cricket Series. Worked way to the leg side. And now they're going to take on a slightly dodgy 2. And I think if he takes this cleanly, I think he could be gone. Now they're going to take a 3 that's impossible. And they're going to get there anyway. I don't know how they get 3 out of this. I mean, it wasn't a great throw back to Langer, to be fair. And this one doesn't go that far from him. Probably goes 4 or 5 metres away. But this is the brotherly understanding. Having said that, I don't know where Wahid is. He's about 5 metres behind the stump, so they get a triple. Now Kingma, I don't think he'll allow a triple. He comes in and pings it back. So it will just be a single. So, yeah, just leaking a couple of runs there.
Yeah, they've probably gifted 10 or 12 runs with a few errors in the field, which, well, they'll hope that won't come back to haunt them. You see the Punjab team sitting there.
Always love the reaction shots when we get those.
Yep.
Gives you a bit of a
They seem pretty cool and calm.
Yeah, peek behind the scenes. Goes after this. Doesn't get it all, but gets enough. Maximo. That's Sakib doing it again.
That's Pierre Jacquard out there, loitering around.
Yeah. Good to see him still steady on his feet. This one, maybe it was slightly held back by the bowler. Saganda gets enough. A nice bit of batting. Good to see him back as well. Yeah. Enjoying the afternoon sun. He goes for it again. This one should be caught, and it is. So Zulfiqar goes 6 and out, where he does get a wicket in the end. It's been a bit of a wicket-taking machine in this series. So his over goes for 11, but he does pick up the wicket of Skander Zulfiqar, who has to go for 36. The score now 97 for 2.
97 for 2, and a much-needed wicket there for VCC, just to stem the tide a little bit. It doesn't stop this dangerous batting lineup from playing their way, but nice wicket for Waheed. And Sikander, good little innings again from him. He's had a good tournament with the bat. And nice little footage there of him coming off. He's done a good job for his team. 36 he made off 18 deliveries. So good T10 innings, striking at 200.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty decent, isn't it? They've
Yep.
got plenty of batting to come, so you can understand it was time to put down the afterburners into the over. And so, going to the 9th. Corey's just popped out for a second, but he'll be back shortly. So you with me as we go into the 9th. And it's going to start with a wicket. Ali Kasim comes back and he makes a mess of middle stump. It's out of the ground. And so the Zulfiqars, they've got to go in consecutive deliveries. This time it's Remat who's batted through the innings to then, but he has to go for 33. There's Ali Kasim. He gets one pretty straight. Remat can't deal with it. So 2 wickets and 2 balls. As Punjab Rotterdam lose a third, it's 97 for 3. Batter's out there. Yes, Usman was already there. Now he'll be joined by Sakib Zulfiqar. So Sakib will be facing up. See this one. Just tries to pull across it and just doesn't quite bounce as much as he wanted. That's that top of the stump length that Corey talks about so often. It's just difficult to pull. Also difficult to drive. James Stewart's looking forward to Bulgaria. He will start with a single to point. Well, James Stewart, I should say. As I said, looking forward to that, but I like Neville Russ's comment saying the blacksmiths, they hammer everything. I'm guessing they will. So, looking forward to being back in Bulgaria, to everyone, of course, involved in that setup. Some of the familiar names from the ECS. I'm sure I'll see Prakash Mishra there leading into Bulgarian. We'll be opening up with Chris Lakov. This is driven straight. Kingma will clean up. Throws it a long way. Just a single. 10 deliveries remain. VCC, they've worked themselves back into this. Kasim's been excellent. He's got 2 wickets. Been very economical as well. This time, bit of length, and he's going to pay the penalty. Maximo! Well, Kasim, it escaped punishment before then. Maybe holds this one back a bit. It was Sakib who dances. He prances down the pitch, actually. And just times it right. Look at that little back leg. Very dainty, but the power was there to get half a dozen. Knocked into leg side. They might go for 2 here. They think against it. Fielder came in pretty quickly. And just looking at that Indo-Bulgarian lineup for next week. Won't see them on day 1, but we will see them. Well, looks like some very interesting names in there. Bakhtiar Tahiri. He's a cross-handed bandit. Not Bakhtiar Khalid, but also got the lawnmower. It's wide called the lawnmower. Nick Johns Whitberg will be there. And who else have we got there? We've got Chris Lakov, I mentioned. Chris Webster, of course, from the ECS as well. Adrian Dunbar from Belgrade. So a few from the Croatian series last year. So very interesting things happening in Bulgaria. Next one, overcorrection down the leg side for a wide. So yeah, keep an eye on that. Of course, that does start on Monday morning. Make the trip tomorrow. Probably a decent flight, I think. I haven't checked how long it is. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to being there. Maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes. Not so bad. All right, this one is pulled away, and it's going to be 4. So, yeah, Kasim had escaped any real damage to his fingers for a while, but he gets a bit of the treatment towards the end of his spell. He ends up conceding 17 with 1 over remaining. Punjab Rotterdam, they're 112 for 3. Well executed pull stroke. I know the left-hand, right-hand combination, pretty useful at this stage. You saw it, a couple of wides coming out of nowhere. And then Yasser Usman, very nice pull stroke by him. So he gets his first boundary. We'll go to last over. It'll be Viv Kingma to bowl. It could be a huge over in the context of this match. And if they can get a few away and get up in the high 120s, that looks a lot different to maybe if Kingma can keep things quiet and keep it to say 116 to 118. Anyway, here we go. Last overtime. Dances down the pitch once again. Vogler with the fumble. Be frustrated about that. Does allow 2. See, looking for it. That's the key to this. They run the first one hard, even though it's drilled pretty much straight at Harold Vogler. And so that's why once there was a fumble, they could double back fairly comfortably. So keeps Zulfikar. Faces up, one of the triplets. And this one's worked away nicely with a fair bit of timing, and it will go to the boundary. Kingma goes full, tries to cramp Saqib Zulfikar for room, but he's deep in his crease, and he just gets the bat on it before it crashes into his pads. And at the pace that Kingma's bowling, once you get it past that infielder, it's going to run away to the boundary. And Kingma's a guy who's been clocked around the 85-mile-an-hour mark, thereabouts, mid-130s. So, yeah, knows how to get it down there. And once again, pretty good death bowling. He's happy just to eat the one here. Big Viv, very likeable character. So he's also captaining the side in the latter stages of this week in the absence of Baz Delata. So it's been great to see how his cricketing brain thinks. And there's a lot going on upstairs with Viv. Don't always say that about fast bowlers. But yeah, really thinks about the game. I liked his captaincy. Again, probably doesn't have some of the personnel available that he'd like. But having said that, he's getting the best out of the situation, of course. He's got an important role to play himself. 3 to come now. 119. This one is either a little inside edge or maybe the line just not quite right there. Big bite called. Maybe missing off. You see where it hits him. The pad's pretty much an off stump, hits him on the outside. I think it's a good decision. Angling across. I wasn't going to hit the stumps, I do not believe. Anyway. I pop my head in the live chat. It's been a bit tough today with the sun on the computer, but we'll have a look at it at the end of this innings to all you live chatters. This time comes down the pitch. It's a really good shot. This is probably a Yorker that he turns into a full toss. And once again, it's Saqib Zulfikar on the march, and he gets 6 Maximo. Punjab Rotterdam with the final fling here in qualifier 2. Just have a look at that. The footwork made the difference that time, and he gets plenty of the middle on this one. This over now. It's gone for 14. Last ball coming up, so it's a big chase. BCC with players like Musa Ahmed in there. I'm not going to count them out just yet. Here's the last ball of the first half. It goes short and should be caught, and it is. So Shariz Ahmed will take the catch. Last ball, so Zulfikar has to go. Saqib Zulfikar, that is, for 21 off 7. So all the Zulfikars providing some contributions in this one for Punjab Rotterdam. The last one didn't quite have what it takes to get out of the ground. So we'll just remember that moment, because if that had gone for 6, for example, it would have been 132. But instead, Punjab Rotterdam, they will finish on 126 for 4. Still, I think they'll be pretty satisfied with that score on the board. A little bit over par based on what we've seen, but also we know the outfield has had a bit of a trim, and it's pretty quick, and the field is pretty small for some of these players that we'll see batting in the second innings. Let's go back to the highlights, and Navjot Singh was up first up, as it was an all-out attack from Punjab Rotterdam. You wouldn't expect anything less from them. They've quickly taken to the T10 format. Sharafat Kogyani, we call him Johnny Neutral, but nothing neutral about the way he goes about his innings. He loves to swing for the fences. Remat Zulfiqar as well. He played some cracking strokes. Well, the ball boys, they were being kept busy. Victor Lubbers, he's earned his beverage. And the umpires, they were getting a bit sick of putting their hands in the air, like they just didn't care. Kamal came on as well. Got a bit of the treatment. That's a nice cut for 6 over the offside. Ali Kasim, he was the man that came and stopped the bleeding, as they were 36 after his over. But his over only went for 3 in the third after they were 33 after 2. Well, then there was a bit of the bamboozles about this. Well, he was looking back to see what kind of caterpillar that hit. Rehan Waheed. And then one went the other way. So the batters putting some confusion rays on the ball. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a counter-attack through the middle overs. And yeah, this one giving us 4-leg byes in the end. Must have just flicked something on the way through. But some good fielding amongst it as well. Amrit Singh, he was putting in 100% effort. Viv Kingma, he came on to bowl in the 6th. Just the one boundary off the bat. Shiraz Ahmed, normally pretty reliable. Just missed his spots a couple of times. Kind of evaded getting hit to the boundary until the last ball of his first. And then even Pierre Jacquard getting into it. He was man of the match this time yesterday, but now he's a spectator. Eventually, we saw a couple more wickets tumble towards the end. This was a nice one from Kasim. Got the middle stump dancing. It was the end of Remat Zulfiqar, but not before. A pretty useful contribution of his own. And Punjab Rotterdam trying to do what Kampong did last year, come from third to win the trophy. So we know it can be done. Kasim, he had evaded punishment for much of his spell, but he got a bit of the treatment towards the end. And then Kingma, his last over, going for 14. And that was a really nice shot, just disrupting the length of Vivian. Ultimately, the last ball would be caught. So it stopped Punjab Rotterdam at 126. Pretty good team batting performance by their unit, really. And I think that they'll fancy themselves to defend this, but they know they do have to thwart a couple of threats with the bat for VCC. If they can get going, then absolutely anything is possible. VCC hoping to avoid going out in straight sets, which is not exactly what you want when you finish top of the table, especially when you're undefeated after 6 matches. You can see there 4 significant contributors there, with Remat Zulfiqar 33 of 24, Sikandar Zulfiqar 36, and Saqib Zulfiqar 21. Well, 3 of the 4 brothers featuring prominently. Kogyani got them off to a pretty good start, 18 of 7. Usman, he also contributed a boundary. 13 extras, 9-leg byes though, so I don't necessarily blame the fielding side too much for those. 126, fairly healthy score. They were asked to bat first. They have got the runs on the board. Runs on the board in the final. Remember my coach used to say, no one can take them away from you. 2 for 17, Kazim still probably best of the bowlers, although he did go for a few in his second. Went for 15 off that over. Apart from that, we had wickets to Viv Kingma and Rehan Waheed. It's, well, I think Vorberg, they are hanging on, but they're only just hanging on. They're going to have to bat really well if they're going to survive. Only one of these teams will survive to the final, where they'll meet SV Kampong. The other, unfortunately, it'll be the end of their ECS in 2022. Find out which one will progress to the final just the other side of this break. It'll be 127 for Vorberg if they're going to make it to the final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers, he'll be back shortly as well. And we'll be back with more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the preliminary final between VCC Voorburg. They're versing Punjab Rotterdam. We're at the halfway stage in this one. And well, tall ask for VCC. They need 127 runs to stay in the competition. And well, Punjab, pretty impressive batting display. We know how dangerous they can be, and they showed it again once more. And it's going to be up to these opening batsmen, Musa Ahmed and his younger brother Shariz Ahmed. They're going to have to get off to a pretty good start. It's not going to be easy because they're going to be versing this young fast bowler, Salah Razai. Got a lot of time for him. He's got a good, strong action. And he's bowled really well since he came into the competition later in the week. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams and all your fantasy sides. Hopefully it goes well. And everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat, welcome back. And please keep interacting with us. We really enjoy all the interaction, and we've had a lot of fun in these last few weeks, bringing you plenty of cricket throughout Europe and unearthing some talent along the way. So we're almost ready for this run chase. 127 required. Not an easy ask, but you never know. It's like third man and deep cover of the two boundary riders. This will be a good contest. Here we go. Driven straight to point. Oh, a bit of yes, no. If he hits, he's gone. Oh, I'll tell you what. It bounced over the stumps, I think. Oh, wow. That would have been a shocking start. Shariz overcommitted. Bit of yes, no. And the throw came in and it bounced over. Oh, wow. That's extremely close. Pretty unlucky, actually. Could have easily been gone for a diamond duck. So half a chance there. Good fielding there. I think that's Remit Zulfikar maybe at backward point. Nice looking shot, but good field setting. That's definitely someone I'd have out there. That's Sahal Bhatti out there, and definitely for Musa, he's very good through backward point. Most left-handers are. But he's off the mark, so one run. Salah Razai has had a good tournament. And there's the VCC boys sitting in the dugout. Big smile there and enjoying themselves, that's for sure. Still smiling. Big energy on the hill. They believe they can chase this down, and Kampong are waiting for them in a couple of hours, so they're eagerly watching on the side as well. Good amount of supporters have come in this afternoon. Oh, that's quick. Down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, but I reckon that quickened him up a little bit. Have a look here. Sort of wanted to get underneath. I reckon if that was a bit straighter, that would have been a bit of red alert for young Shariz. This is going to test him out a little bit. This young man bowling to him, Salah Razai, has got some pace about him, and he's having a good tournament with the ball. There's Vinny. Well, he's slowly making his way back to the commentary box. That's going to be wide as well. So a couple of free runs for Voorburg. And as soon as they get that first boundary away, might settle the nerves. You imagine it's going to be that top 3 or 4 that's going to have to make a big dent in this run chase. One of them, if they can bat through, maybe Musa, if he's there by the 8th or 9th over, I dare say they'll go pretty close. So Salah Razai just hasn't got his radar right just yet to the two left-handers. Oh, good ball. Well, we said it might test him out a little bit. He's all at sea there. Banging it in at the body. Yeah, it's not the best way to play. He's actually quite lucky that didn't balloon straight up and go to hand. Takes his eyes off the ball. Here is young Shariz and gets caught in no man's land and hits very high on the bat, but sort of just dies. So a little bit of luck there for the young man. I mean, he's promoted to open here. He showed in the qualifying final a bit earlier that he's got the right intent and played one lovely pull shot for 6. He's got the quality. Just needs to execute now. Yorker, well played. Down to Sahal Bhatti out there at third man. So just another single. So both batsmen off the mark. Always a nice feeling as an opener. Still 2 balls left, so pretty long first over this. Salah Razai takes his time getting back to his mark. Good head of hair on the young man. He's got a promising talent. Big smile on his face. I know he's enjoying himself out here in the Netherlands. Oh, what a shot that is from Musa. Well, that has gone absolute miles. That is big, big. I tell you what, we ain't getting that one back. She's gone in the trees. And, well, I think Musa was pretty much setting up that this would be a back-of-the-length ball, so he just had to help it on its way. He only gave it a little tap, and that flew at least. That's 80 metres at least. That's a big, big hit. So the first big one. And, well, let's be honest, this man is the key to the chase. Musa's going to have to go pretty big here, you'd imagine. Third official's getting another ball out. Probably the right option. Here's Vivian Kingma with a big smile on his face. And, yeah, talking about the umpire's throw in. Good floppy hat that on Viv. Fits his head perfectly. So, big shot, statement, shot of intent. Last ball of the first. Again, oh no, he's going to be out. He is out. Well, Salarazai gets the last laugh. It's dug in again. He backed his ability to squeeze him up for room. He does exactly that. Ashikula Saeed takes a nice safe catch. That's a huge wicket in the context of this match. And, well, Musa Ahmed, he plays a glorious shot for 6. This one's a bit closer to the body, though. He can't free those arms. Good bowling, good catching. And the score at the end of 1 is 10 for 1. And what a great way to welcome back co-commentator, good friend, chocolate eating box in 2 minutes. Vinny Sandu, what happened with the chockies?
Had a bit of help.
You had a bit of help.
It's unfortunately, Musa didn't get the chocolates here in qualifier 2. Disappointing for him. Goes 6 and out, and you're right. It's just slightly different line, wasn't it? Crammed in for room. He couldn't free his arms. Good catch by Saeed as well. Ashkula Saeed had to take it on the run. But I mean, after he loses one of our kookaburras, the new one came out. It didn't go quite as far.
Yep, absolutely.
It's, maybe the one before. We were trying to find the ball. But
what I like about Salarazai here is that he didn't shy away from digging it in again. He didn't think, oh, I just got hit for 80 metres. I'm going to go again a bit tighter. That's brave bowling.
Yeah, it's brave. Depending on the outcome, it's either brave or probably foolish, because if it goes again, you look silly.
I think that's... Yeah, I get what you mean, but I like to see that. I like to see a young fast bowler take it by the scruff of the neck. But this man, Ashikula Saeed, he's good as well, isn't he?
He backed his strength, didn't he? Yeah, Ashikula coming on in over number 2. 10 after 1. And this leaves Shiraz Ahmed there. And his new partner out there is Nehan Gigani.
Well,
he'll be hoping to
play down the right line.
Yeah, last a bit longer. He's on a king pair after he just got castled this morning, first ball.
Yeah, well, if you get castled first ball, that definitely has to be in the back of your mind a little bit. And it's never easy to come back after a golden duck. He'll be wanting to play down the right line of this one.
Jeez, it's not easy, is it, against these opening bowlers, but they have to attack and hope they can get somewhere near this, because they don't want it to creep out more than is already. 13 required and over. So you just got to try and stay at the pace. They want to be about mid-20s. You pretty much need 2 boundaries and over. I think 2 boundaries and over or die trying. Because once that gets out of control, that required run rate, there is no way back.
Oh, that's close. Maybe sliding down leg side. Well, he's off the king pair. It's not off the mark yet, but that swung in.
He would have been nervous when this hits him in the pads. Just going down the leg side.
Yep.
I think probably hits him maybe just in line, but...
Sliding.
Yeah.
Good decision by the standing officials. They've been pretty good this week, Vin.
Yeah, they have been good, I've got to say. It's one thing I've noticed with all our tournaments this year, I think the umpiring standard has improved as the week's gone on as well. I think maybe to do with the fact they're getting a bit more settled as well. Remember, it is basically the start of a new season here in the Netherlands.
Well played. Just the one. Well, usually a good indicator, so I've worked with Ashikula quite a lot, a good indicator for when you know that Ashi is on is he swings the ball late and he swings it into the right-hander. So that's a good sign for him. Usually means that his wrist's in the right position, his load-up's correct. He hasn't swung the ball so much this week. And well, there's a few stalwarts from that. Well, talking about silver hair, that is gorgeous. That is
like that.
A crispy, crispy white.
That is blinding, isn't it?
Blinding. Yeah.
Brooklyn tried to bowl in a less shiny head than that. He got told to put a cap on.
That was still my highlight.
Throwback
of
to Croatia.
Life.
Should I explain that a bit more for some of our new viewers?
Yep.
Last year, a bowler came in and he had his hat backwards, so he was asked, please, can you remove your cap?
From the batsman.
But yeah, and then he tried to run in. He had it completely shiny head. The batter said, please can you put the hat back on because the sun is reflecting into my eyes. So then he had to bowl in the cap.
Well, you see it all. You see it all, Vinny.
What a day that was in Croatia last year.
Now,
First day after ECC.
deep backward square, deep fine leg. He's bringing this back in. No width. No nothing. Dead ball.
I don't think that's a warning. I think it just kind of doesn't feel right at the moment of delivery. You see him kicking away some of the approach. Remember, he kind of went over on his ankle slightly yesterday, or maybe the day before.
Yeah, I think it's 2 days ago he had a really bad landing on that ankle, so maybe a little bit ginger
So
still.
if it didn't feel completely right, you can understand not going through with it. Also a timely reminder for Shuriz Ahmed not to get ahead of himself.
Also true.
Kigani yet to score. Doesn't get too close to this one either on the walk. Just plays down the wrong line once again.
Yep, nice bowling from Ashikula. This one actually decks away a little bit, so it's going to come back in and then goes book. That's that seam movement you're talking about. This pitch, out of some of the ones we've seen around Europe, it does have a little bit of nibble, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, different pitches, different attributes. Ashikula hasn't gone for too many here at all in this over. Last ball coming on right now.
Oh, in the air, chipped. It's not going to be caught. Could be a run out. No, they'll get through for a single. So Gagani's finally off the duck. Will make him feel a little bit more comfortable. But what a great over that is from Ashikula Saeed. He follows up the good work. And, well, here's a man you like, Vinny.
Here's a call in the chat. So Edith saying Boris Johnson's dad.
Oh.
What do you think about that? I mean, he's looking pretty good. And I like the orange jacket as well.
I'm going to need a new set of shades, Vinny. That is a crispy, crispy white.
A few people saying I'm seething with hair envy, which is probably also true. Anyway, Vorbeck, 14 for 1 after 2. As Corey just had a bit of a moment.
There goes the rugby ball, Vinny.
Playing with the rugby ball.
Dangerous options.
I knew that maybe bouncing it on the desk wasn't a great idea. Anyway, let's get back to the action. This will be 4 edged away. Well, they need something from somewhere. I told you that 2 bounces and over is a bare minimum. The rate's climbed over, 14 required. And this is a handy one off Salarazai. It's been tough to get away. Kiani will get 4. Maybe that will give him a little bit of confidence. He has to get through this tough period, and he can't actually spend too much time getting in. Gagani, who we know actually has quite a few attacking strokes. He batted really well in the first half of the tournament, just fallen away of late, but what a good opportunity for him to score some runs and get his team in a winning position.
Well, nothing to lose. I mean, could potentially be his last bat in the tournament. Just get on with it, give it a go, and see if you can pull something out the hat.
Oh,
good bounce up.
That had a bit on it.
Like it a lot. Well, he's got deep backward square and deep fine leg, so he's televising it a little bit. But he's quick, mate.
He's on him, and he just can't react. In the end, he's basically taking evasive action, takes a hand off the bat. I reckon that hits the handle and gets down. Just look at this. There's a bit of self-preservation about that.
No, we haven't seen enough of that this whole week. I always say this. Every fast bowler's too kind, and get the bouncer up there. Set him back in the crease a little bit.
Got to have the pace to pull it off, though.
Doesn't matter. Even a slower ball bouncer still works. Haven't seen enough of it.
Shuriz Ahmed on strike this time.
Oh, that pins him. Oh, that's good bowling. Tell you what, he's looking to play a little rampy sort of thing over backward square, but that's pinned him pretty hard.
Gets a little something on it, I think. See, look.
Oh, no, that pins him right in the back left shoulder.
I think he edges it, an outside edge in the end, and then, yeah, you're right, it's in such an awkward position.
Salarazai is just making a bit of a statement here. It's pretty good bowling.
Seems to have just gone up a cog, Salarazai here.
Yeah, let it fly, young man. Good to see. There's nothing better than a fast bowler, honestly. Nothing better to watch.
Beautiful part of the game.
Goes full. He might be rewarded, but no, it's going to fall short. Just the single.
So, at the moment, I just think about surviving. Okay, they had the one streaky boundary this over, but while this is happening, that rate's climbing.
Oh, there's a man I like. That's Harold Fogelart. He just got my rugby ball back, so he's my favourite cricketer. He's looking good there, the young man.
Yeah, he did knock over quite a lot of stuff. More stuff than I realised that we had on the table. But anyway, we're all good.
Oh, that's pinned him in the area that doesn't want to be spoken about. In the midriff, close.
Half an appeal, but like quite a few accounts. This is an out. Pitches outside leg stump. It's going a long way over
We've
as well.
watched a few bowlers this week, Vinny. Salarazai's the quickest.
Yep. Going to call it?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else in this 5-team comp is as quick as him.
Kingma when he hits his straps?
Close. Pretty close.
Yeah. You know, at the international level, you do get a lot of bowlers around the 130s mark.
Well bowled, well played. Just the single. So, well, they've seen him off, and he'll be pretty happy with his figures. The score at the end of 3, though, it's a sedate power play, 23 for 1.
Yeah, 23 on the board. Power play.
There's the VCC boys. They've enjoyed themselves this week, haven't they? Good social team. Big year for them. It's their 90th year, Vinny,
It
in
is.
existence.
Yeah, and you said that you actually said might as well just give the trophy to them. That's
Well,
what you said at the start of the
they've
week.
tried to buy
And
the
then
league.
you said might as well just give the trophy to Punjab Rotterdam. So I don't know if you're 3D printing your trophies or something, but I think what it says is that we're going to have a high level of competition this year in the Netherlands.
VCC will be in the top 4 this year, I think, guaranteed. I'd be surprised if they're not in the top 4.
12-team top classer as well, something a bit different.
Very different. 3 teams getting relegated this year.
Yeah,
I've
another
got a-
reason to play well. There's Ashkula Saeed bowling out in over number 4.
I've got a big call on that relegation as well.
Okay.
VRA Amsterdam will get relegated, and that is a big call. I reckon they might be struggling a little bit. I can see Sam Williams is nodding. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a shot call.
Big
Remember
call.
this moment, Corey's big call. And I think Punjab will win it.
All right. Remember that. Keep the footage, snip the footage out. If you're a VRA player watching, make sure you've saved that footage.
Please don't.
So that when you're lifting the trophy in about 4 or 5 months' time, you can
Don't commentators always make
really
big calls?
stick it to Corey. So he just follows him here down to fine leg for 1.
And the T20 comp to
Yep.
get the ticket back,
TCL.
VOC or RBS again,
You think so?
or Punjab.
Okay. Where Sam just saying,
Sam
how's
just-
that fence?
Well,
Always
sitting,
accuse me of sitting on the fence. There's plenty of room on the fence for you as well.
I think it's probably the most exciting year in Dutch cricket coming up. Obviously, you've got those 4 big touring teams coming, New Zealand, West Indies, England, and Pakistan, of course.
Yeah.
Then you've got a 12-team top classer. I mean, the recipe's right. If the weather stays like this, though, like that up there, then we're in for a good year of Dutch cricket.
Uh-oh, big trouble. Yeah, it's full toss, knee high from side. Don't see many of those from him. This one's in the woods as well. It's gone back to its family. Maximo. 6 to Shariz. Maybe he can get going. Just had to get something on that. He did. And with the pace of Ashkul Saeed, that ball flew high and handsomely for 6.
Yeah, he's been looking for a shot like that for a while, trying to get under it and scoop it around that sort of backward square region. So Ashikula got that one all wrong. Nice batting, though. 6 runs. Much needed boundary. And, I hope we brought enough balls, Vinny.
I hope so. We're losing a few. These left-handers. I want to say hello to Zahid Riaz, who's watching from Rawalpindi. Nice to see you there. And to Mohammed Nayan as well. Hello. And Keanu, hope you're going well. Hope you had a good finish to the week. And everyone, thanks for being part of our community here at the European Cricket Network. Growing all the time. Tell your family and friends. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Ashikula. Let's get a leg stump. And this one's missed. Oh, this is a bit of a universe realigning after one got through the field there in the first half of the game. This one really should have been stopped, but Shariz Ahmed gets 4 more for his team.
Yeah, he gets 4 more. Should have been stopped there by 45. One bounce in front of him. And look, see how he was like half committed. It was not fully down. Wasn't really sure about it. I think that's Johnny Neutral out there, and that's a pretty neutral looking face.
It was Tortuga conscious fielding, wasn't it? Because we saw that a couple have gone sideways.
You know what I like about Punjab? They don't really react much with the bat or when they're on the sideline. A very calm team.
It's cool. Process oriented.
Yeah, like it.
Coaches love that stuff.
I do love that stuff. Oh, he's got him back. What a good comeback from Ashikula. He goes with the off-cutter a bit slower, and young Shariz plays all around it. The second one goes, Vinny, and that's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, especially Shariz just getting on a heater, but he won't survive to the end of the 4th over. Saeed, he went pace on a couple of times. I think this one he just does take a little bit off it. So Ali Kazim will be the new batter. We go about the replay. Let's just have a look at the hand here, and it is. I think it's that the right hand side of the ball. It just drags the hand down it. That creates those rotations. It ends up with middle stump out of the ground. Shariz Ahmed is gone, and VCC are 34 for 2.
Good bit of bowling, just clever, taking the pace off it, and he gets another good wicket for his account for the week, does Ashikula. And young Shariz be disappointed to get out now. It's just starting to get set. So the second one goes down. And 34 for 2 after 3.5.
Corey's girlfriend in the chat saying, Keanu, loved your YouTube reviews. Keep it up.
Hold on.
Well, Keanu, maybe you can post a link to those in the chat. That's fine, because you've got a blue spanner. You can post links.
Did Keanu...
I want to check. I'd like to check that out.
Did Keanu respond?
Let's have a look.
Don't talk to my girlfriend, Keanu.
It's okay. Hey, don't get jealous, Corey.
Amazon, turn off Keanu's TV now.
It's funny when you do that.
I still think that he's controlled by Amazon.
Do you think you're not meant to say things like that? But I do find it a little bit amusing.
Siri, block Keanu.
You just use... Don't think that'll work either. All right, here we go. Said's got one more ball left.
Oh, good ball.
Goes short. Oh, he does well there, doesn't he? Because had a couple get away from him, but does finish with 1 for 14. Score now is 34 for 2 after 4. This is where we're going over the next few weeks. We're in Bulgaria on Monday. Looking forward to that. I need to talk to you in a second about some of the Bulgarian players playing for Indo-Bulgarian. But
really?
More about that in a second. But then we'll be in Romania, and Pavel Floren's side, the Gladiators, they're in qualification at the moment. They may or may not make it through to that series, and we have a month essentially in Sweden. We've got 2 weeks in Landskrona, 2 weeks in Stockholm, and then 2 weeks in Prague, in the Czech Republic. So, yeah, it should be a really exciting few weeks ahead in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Corey, you got the Peacock shirt
well,
today?
it's my last day. It's my last day. I miss all those trips, but... Yeah,
what will you miss the most about the commentary box over the next
the commentary
few months?
cube? Oh, probably just the banter and the sneaky innuendo while commentating.
Yeah,
and you.
That.
And you.
Oh, okay. Got there in the end. Anyway, here's Ramasa saying over number 5. Start with a single. Let's have a look at this rate required. It's up to 15.5 at the start of this over.
What's the number you think once it gets to...
depends on the conditions. It's not set. But normally I set it at about 18. Normally I start at 18.
Yep.
18 is kind of if you've got set batters up and going. So probably slightly lower if you don't. They've got to go, and they do go. And this goes out of the ground. Maximo! Ali Kasim trying to make something happen. He's had a pretty good week. Can he pull off this very, very challenging chase? Certainly a good start and good way to get off the mark, Corey.
Yeah, good way to get off the mark. It'd be a bit of a heist if they can steal a win from here, but you've got to believe. You've got to show what you can do. Still some good batting in the sheds to come. And, well, keep going at it. Kazim, good shot.
Tries again, but gets off the inside half of the bat. Was Zahid saying, can I please come to Pakistan? I'd love to go to Pakistan one day.
Beautiful country.
Can you get me a gig, maybe a PSL gig? Are there wicket-keeper coaches? They're so hard to get specialist wicket-keeping coaches.
No, not
I
really.
think that's my only thing I'd probably bring to the table.
You should go as a commentator, Vin.
I wouldn't mind checking out what it's all about live. Goes for this. He's pretty confident here.
Oh, the limited review system. Big T. Oh, that's a great signal of an L.
Now let's have a look. Because Asa Zulfika, looks pretty confident, but he is sheepishly going back. I don't know if that's a sign it's out or not. Yeah, no problem with the take. I think he's back. You can often tell when, he gets excited for 3 seconds, but then he starts walking back quietly. That's a sign that it's not out. So, good bit of work, no doubt.
Look at old T here.
It's a good signal, though, isn't it?
Well, he goes with the loser signal, and then he goes down into the very aggressive L. Really aggressive L. He's been a very good addition to the umpiring crew, has Tyrone.
Yeah, I like the different L signal that he's trying that time. Just getting a bit inventive with the signalling, but I like it.
Well, umpires can add their little bit of flavour on their signals.
A bit of flavour.
Bit of mayo on it.
Not everything's vanilla.
Oh, edged away, and it should be a single as Johnny Neutral this time decides to get behind the ball. But yeah, I like an umpire that adds a little bit of flavour, a bit of mayo. They're people too. They're not just robots. They've got to enjoy themselves.
Spends a lot of time out there. Here we go. Here's the signal. Makes the L, but not the Norway. He actually makes the thumb and the forefinger on his forehead signal.
Telling you that,
L.
if the batsman sees that on a weird angle, it looks like he's giving it out.
Didn't think of that, did we? Never mind. Yeah, don't get too many wrong. Deep in his crease here. This will just be one. Finish the 5th over. So they got 44 in the first half. 44 for 2 after 5 overs. And so, what does that leave? Leaves 83 in the second half. So it's not going to be easy, but maybe just a magical over or something could swing this. It's hard to see where the runs are going to come from, especially with the next over. Looks like it'll be bowled by Sakib Zulfikar. Very, very talented young leg spinner.
Yeah, very talented. I just think this is going to be too much to ask. I mean, they're still in the contest just. like they've got a puncher's chance, as they say. And they've got to throw it pretty soon. Otherwise, it's going to be all she wrote, Vinny. And well, VCC might start thinking about their 50-over campaign in a couple of overs if they don't get a big over here.
I think whoever doesn't win this game, they'll have the opportunity of enjoying watching the final, maybe with a couple of bits of food and drink on the hill.
I think a bit of orange liquid, a bit of oranga. They'll be enjoying. It's a beautiful day to watch the cricket. If you're in the Capella region, come down.
Yeah, happy Easter as well to all of our viewers, if that's what you're celebrating around the world. A few different dates they celebrate Easter around the world, but in a lot of places it is this weekend. Here is Saqib.
Well, it's a good day to bring the family down with a bit of a picnic, isn't it?
Beautiful day for a picnic.
Bit of wine and watch the cricket on the side. So, yeah, if you're in the Rotterdam region, come down and watch the final. That'll be starting in a couple of hours.
I was going to tell you about a couple of names for Indo-Bulgarian that I saw in this squad.
Yeah, talk to me.
Okay, a couple that I think you're going to love.
It's a bit shorter this time. Hit straight to cover, so it'll be a dot ball.
I know you've got a couple of free days before you have to start preparing in earnest for that series. Tune in, because on Tuesday it was the Indo-Bulgarian. And what about Nick Johns Wickberg, the lawnmower from Croatia? He'll be playing.
He's in Bulgaria. Oh, mowed across the line. That should be one bounce for. Nice shot from Gagani and a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Picks the gap.
Who else you got, Vinny?
Yeah, that's a good one, though. Some lawnmower celebrations coming up.
Yep.
Also got Adrian Dunbar, who played for Belgrade
Yep.
in that Croatian series as
I
well.
remember him.
So he'll be playing. Chris Webster from the ECL,
Yep.
who played for them. He's a pretty good player.
Oh, that's high. That's a gorgeous strike. There's no question about that. 6 runs. And, well, while Gagani's there, if he gets good support from Kazim, you never know.
Yeah, just goes up and away and gets this pretty close to the middle of the bat. And that one, not quite all the way to the spectators, but not far away.
Well, he almost caught it, that young man out there. And a good effort from him.
You've got to have your wits about you.
Here we go. He's going to go again here, Vin. He goes the old traditional sweep shot out to Ashley Kulasaid, who could pick up an absolute cannon of arm in. Just the one.
Yeah, so I'm certainly looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, it's nice to see some
names, bit of a crossover, right? A crossover between series. But
yeah, nice to see some familiar names pop up. You see that quite a lot. They're always all over Europe now, the players. Kazim can't get that away. Jars it out. Just a single. That does take us to the end of the 6th over. The score 57 for 2.
yeah, so now it's really getting to panic stations, isn't it? Despite a couple of good shots, you see that run rate required is up to 17 plus.
Yeah, 17 plus still feels like a long way away. You think they need a crazy over 25 or 28 off it, something like that.
You see the bowling figures. Particularly it's the openers that have set this up, isn't it? Going in single digits.
Yep.
When you need, 12 and a half and over. You basically need 25 every 2 overs, and they just didn't allow it.
Here comes the Vernon Philander of Dutch cricket.
Jeez, he bowled well this morning, didn't he?
Well, Suleiman Tariq's been decking it round corners for years.
He was on hat-trick twice this morning, Suleiman Tariq.
Oh, again, he's bowled him. Oh, he's just got this happy knack, old Sully. That decks away only an inch, inside edge, onto the stumps. This man just bowls people for fun.
Yeah, the stumps are frightened when he's running at the moment. This one's assisted. Dragged away. And when your luck's out, your luck's out. It's could have gone absolutely anywhere off the bat.
How many wickets bowled has he got today?
Well, I think 5. I'm going to go with 5
I think more.
today. What's that, his 5th wicket?
Oh,
How many bowls have there been, you mean?
Yep.
There's been, a lot. But
Well, you can't fault the batsman there for trying to open up over the offside. Unfortunate for him to drag it back onto the stumps. You always feel a little bit hard done by as a batsman when that happens. Nice footage there of him walk off. Looks like a video game, doesn't it?
it does, but it's never a fun walk when you have to go, especially when you played a part in your own demise, because this wasn't going to hit the stumps, and then off the inside edge, does find the leg stump. So Ali Kazim, sad end to his innings. The score is 57 for 3.
Yep, the writing's on the wall, Vinny. Vernon comes in. A bit shorter from Vernon. Beats the bat, of course. It's funny, these cricketers that are sort of just that niggly slow pace, but they get the ball to deviate more off the straight.
Yeah, just...
Look at the head of hair on him, Vin. What a human.
What
What an absolute specimen of a man.
And just always doing what's required.
Oh, big in the air. It's going to go for 4. Well, I'm not too sure who that was out there. They weren't even close. It might have been Batty. It's 4 runs, though. That gets Waheed off the mark.
Good to see him going with hands, though, Butty.
Yeah, well said.
And it was a foot fielding offender, but yeah, he gave that everything. Just was never going to get there, was he?
No. I mean, you can't Can't question his commitment, but he was nowhere near that. So 4 runs, holding on for dear life, VCC.
And now you're up to needing basically 3 boundaries and over. And ideally, a couple of them are 6s. I've seen it done though.
Yeah, we have. Full straight lobbed, and that's going to go just over the Salarazai there at cover. 4 more runs. He only got enough wood on it just, but back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty good. Pretty good result, really. Talked about needing 3 boundaries and over. Well, there's 2 of them. That one just scraped over the fielder.
Nice looking shot, but that's going to fall just short. Great effort there. And Sulfika, and there could be a run-out chance. Oh, I reckon he's gone. This is going to be tight. Let's get the limited review system out. Oh, yeah, the big L from Tyrone Peters.
I'm a long way away. I'm going to say in. I didn't really.
Nah,
I'm just going on feel.
That's out, Vin.
Well, the replay will tell us. Not often I give things in.
I think this is out.
I just think that the throw didn't come in quick enough. And I am going to go
Slide
with in.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what.
I think that bat's down. Look here, there, it's in. I'll show you which flame. There, it's in. Good umpiring.
Yeah.
Corey's ready to fire everyone. You tried to fire Musa when the ball missed the stumps by like 30 centimetres.
It was a bit of a rough morning this morning,
Oh,
Vin.
he's giving him.
Whoa! Oh, I knew I was right. I thought he was... Oh, I reckon...
Whoa.
Oh.
Let's have a look at this
Maybe
again. Wow, maybe my eyes are playing up at me. Let's have a look. And
no, he's going back. He's being called back. I was right. No.
Hold on. Wait. Here we go. There's a money shot right here where the bat's in and the stumps haven't gone down yet.
No, but did that flick the bail off there?
Did it?
No, I'm just messing with you. Safe.
Give me something.
Whoa.
Whoa. I wasn't on purpose, that reaction. I was just... I think everyone heard that. Anyway.
Poor old Rehan Wahid.
Upon further review, their batsman has been upgraded to not out. Let's go for the last ball of the 7th.
Limited review system working again.
Yeah, limited review. Sometimes it takes a while to work, but it always works 60% of the time. Here's the last ball of the over, and it's going to be in the air. It's going to be in the gap. This will be an interesting one. He does, well, I think this is fine, but we're definitely looking at this one.
Get the limited review system back out.
He does a little bit of the square dancing style here. There we go. Yep, he's fine.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well done.
It's a bit of actually more the German style dancing, actually. You know, when they start slapping their calves.
Have you been to Oktoberfest?
No, but I have been to some beer festivals in the summer. And
Very
it was
good.
Amazing. Anyway, end of the over. It's 69 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look what's going to be coming up on Monday. Bulgaria is where we're going to be. We already talked about that and some of the teams we'll see. We won't see in a Bulgarian on day 1, the Bulgarian champions, but we will see the Blacksmiths for the first time. The 3 teams that we have seen from Sofia, Plovdiv and Pleven. Join us 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 11:30 a.m. now because it's a bit earlier because of the time change for us. And so join us for more action on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I'll definitely make sure I'm there and watching from the sidelines. Look, I'm still available if you want to make some late changes.
Maybe I need to take 2 or 3 days off because it seems like I'm getting pretty excited. I need to settle myself down. So I think at the end they get that one right.
Yeah, they get it right. I mean, well, where are we at now? 58 off 18. Sahal Bhatti's coming in. Bit of a lower.
We'll say this though, limited review system
hasn't
been
failed
a great
us.
addition, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting more decisions right, even if sometimes it takes a bit longer.
In a limited capacity, as that's driven away, and it should only be a 1, and it is so. Well, VCC's tournament's slowly coming to an end here, unless something remarkable happens. Can't see them getting these runs.
When you said, did that flick the bail off the first time though, you completely had me, because if it did, he was gone. But anyway.
Just making sure you're still on it, Vin.
Now or never. This ship is slipping away.
Oh, she sailed, Vin. She has sailed. Unless something crazy happens.
Need a match all over. That's what you need at this stage. Butty got the orange kicks on, as you can see.
Yeah, a few of them are running around in some orange kicks this tournament. Beats the bat. Orange is the colour of the country, isn't it? Bit of orange, blue, white. But all the Dutch fans, when the Netherlands are playing, love getting out their orange kits, or when Max Verstappen is in the F1, all the orange colours are flying. So are you in your orange suit to signify
Yeah.
finals day?
Yeah, I think just a bit of a nod to
Big day
being
next
here.
week. Next week's King's Day.
King's Day.
You heard about this?
it. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what. And, King's Night, usually pretty eventful here in the Netherlands. As that's one down the ground. Yeah, looking forward to that, Vin. I've happily got a week off at the right time for that one.
Yeah, you sure have.
Yep.
Sure you don't want to still go to Bulgaria?
No, totally forgot about that. I'll be celebrating King's Day.
What are the kind of... Tell me specifically some of the celebrations. What the type of celebrations that you can have.
Well,
And what you can
what you can
share.
Well, in the Netherlands, like, let's be honest, they love a party. It's
Yeah.
pretty well known for that. Some of the most famous DJs in the world come from here, and basically all the streets will be filled with the people celebrating with the flags out and dressed in orange for the day, and a couple of pecan shandies, I reckon. Yeah, the music culture's big in the Netherlands, as you would have known after you went into Amsterdam the other night. And yeah, I'm sure everyone in the Netherlands will be pretty excited, and it's good that King's Day comes 2 days before top classer starts, so the boys should be nice and fresh.
Yeah,
for
okay.
this.
2 days to recover.
Yep. It's a good country. It's a beautiful country, and it's been even better being back home this week. Well bowled again from Sahal Bhatti. Efficient, as that just goes for a one down the ground.
My question for Corey's girlfriend in the chat was, is this Corey's fangirl that's now progressed to Corey's girlfriend? That's my question.
Well, where did they get that photo from? That's a worry, because
They
that's
have-
not my
They
head.
have hacked into your account and got
That's a bit
a
worrying.
profile
that.
pic of you there.
Well
Right,
played.
last ball for Batty in this over. He's bowled a good one. Only 3. And so he'll just keep on jogging to his position. It's the end of 8. And VCC, well, now I think they know that the writing's on the wall. It's 72 for 3.
Well, VCC, they'll still hold their heads up high. They've played some good cricket this week, Vinny, and they'll be excited for their 90th year at the club. A few good overseas signings coming in. I think they'll probably win a trophy this year, or at least get close. So big year ahead for the club, which is always exciting, as this game sort of comes down to a little bit more of a tame end unless something freakish happens. Yeah, looks like a Kampong Punjab final, Vinny. That's a tough one to call.
Be a good game. And Kampong hitting their straps at the right time. VCC set the pace early, but Pazda later. I think he had a lot to do with their early success.
Yeah.
His unavailability, it's hurt them. He's
Stumped.
going to be gone, yeah. So he can't really fault the approach there, but in the end, doesn't really get close to this. Nice bit of work behind the stump. So this one will be out. He never actually gets back at all. And so the 9th over starts with a wicket, 72 for 4.
Yep, gets a nice little wicket for his troubles there, as Forrest Lang's going to be coming to the crease now. Number 10 on his back, famous number around the world, and he'll be looking to maybe get a couple of highlights late here in this match. But yeah, VCC, they've had a good week. Unfortunately, it does look like they're about to be
It's been good to see
eliminated.
them back in the ECS though. I saw them
Did you?
a couple of years ago.
Did you?
Yeah, I didn't see them. I saw them when I was watching the series.
Oh, okay. Yep. They did play in the inaugural,
Yep.
didn't they?
Yep.
Oh, they're doing some good stuff out there. I know they're hosting the New Zealand T20s this year out
Yep.
at VCC. They've obviously got those big overseas signings. They've got good youngsters. And they're the leading pioneers in the hybrid pitch. They're the
Yeah, that's so cool.
They're the two.
I can't wait to find out more about that. Sounds really
I
exciting.
looked into it a bit last night. Very exciting. So there's the boys there. They've got a big year ahead, and I'm sure they're looking forward to it as another dot ball.
A quick hello to Damien Rapasada. Said, do we need an Aussie side in this comp? Well,
Nah.
it's a bit tough because it is the European Cricket Series, but there are quite a few Aussies that are playing.
We're taking this to South America next, Vin. That's where we're going.
Take the ECS to Australia, maybe? Play on the lights somewhere?
Nah.
The time zone? You don't want to go back to Australia? For
No interest.
No, is that right?
The bottom of the list.
Really?
Yep.
Bottom of the world.
Also.
So about Awoken Nightmare saying, good day, gentlemen. It's going to be a tough chase with that target. Yeah, it's proved to be correct. And this is a half appeal. Well, it's actually...
It's a full appeal from one.
Yeah, that's why it averages as a half appeal, because one fully appealed and one didn't appeal. I don't think this is out.
No, I don't think so. Saad Zulfikar just getting a little bit excited. Don't blame him. His team's about to go on to a comprehensive victory. Oh, spliced away and caught. Good catch that. That ball would have had a bit of top spin on it. Remit Zulfikar made it look easy. And another wicket. And, well, this game coming to a tame end.
Yeah, so it does look like it's going to be that way. This will be Harold Vogelaar will come to the crease.
Good man.
He's a good guy as well, isn't he? He's
Yep.
quite experienced, of course, but yeah, real mix of ethnicities and backgrounds in this top class competition.
Well,
I think it's super interesting.
I always find in the top class competition, you get this very interesting rounded teams. Like you get teams that will usually have 3 overseas. Every team might have like 2 or 3 that are in the Dutch national system. Then you have a couple of youngsters and you have a couple of club stalwarts. So it's always quite a fun mix, a really fun mix.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the passage of time. I told this to the other day, one of the captains was saying, it's funny how you start as a young player and you've got the older players and you kind of a few in the middle. And it happens so gradually, you don't even recognise that you slowly become one of the older players. Oh, gone. First ball. This is a really good ball from Zulfiqar. He's going to finish qualifier 2 with a 3rd wicket. This one just spins straight through the gate, out of the foot marks. Zulfiqar has 3 for 14. And an excellent piece of leg spin bowling by Saqib. Unfortunately, Vogelaar comes and he goes. It's 73 for 6.
Yep, very good bowling indeed, and gets himself a 3rd wicket. He'll be pretty happy with that. Well, Harold Vogelaar, he's a good man, but he'll be disappointed to get out there, but he's still a good man.
He's still a good man, and certainly wishing him the best for the season ahead. It's a pretty good one to get first up. Look at this one. Actually spins sideways, and that's something radical to try if you're a spinner, even in this form of the game.
On spinning the ball.
Actually try and spin the ball. That one goes a lot, actually. So that's a really good view of it there.
Well, you'd rather get your Golden Ducks out of the way in the pre-season tournament than the serious season, wouldn't you? So
it's a pretty good rock to get. 73 for 6 off 9 as we head into the final over.
Tariq in the chat asking if we do an Asian cricket league. Absolutely.
We could do anything, but
Get me to Cambodia.
Anything's possible. Would still be the European Cricket Series.
Let's get
ECS abroad. ECS abroad.
That is a good name.
Give us.
I think
within 5 years. Within 5 years, we will be doing it.
ECS abroad, and
ECS
I think we
abroad.
go in December when it's sunny somewhere else. So we have to go south, maybe in like the Pacific Island.
Migrating south for the winter.
Bold.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Thinks about throwing us up, it doesn't.
Well, who are you tipping for this final, Vin? Kampong, reigning champions, against a pretty red-hot Punjab at the moment.
Going to do a smoky. I'm going to go Kampong with Usman Malik to go big.
Okay. I'm going against Kampong this time.
Okay.
I picked them last year, but this time I'm thinking Punjab have the chocolates.
Lot to like about both teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Winning 3 on the trot. Not super easy. Gets inventive. Get one here. Yeah, so let us know what you think in the chat. Honestly, I think it's a 50-50 game, or pretty close to. It's hard to necessarily call Punjab Rotterdam favourites because of where they finished, but they're only 1 game behind. When these two teams, or when Kampong and Punjab Rotterdam met in the group stages, they split it a game apiece. They were both pretty one-sided games, but different victors. So yeah, very hard to call. And this one is cracked out to deep cover, just be the one. Yeah, so it's finally wishing everyone from Vorberg the best in the season ahead. Met a lot of their guys, got to know them even better over the last week or so.
Good social team.
Good social team.
They run well out there. And
90-year anniversary this year.
Yeah.
Really strong squad.
Yeah, good youth players. There's another attempt at the scoop. Yeah, good young players coming through. I mean, and then in the Dutch system, you've got Philip Bossevine, Buster Later, Vivian Kingma, who are playing on the national level, representing VCC. So, I mean, a lot to like about the club. They lost the 50s last year. Maybe this is their year.
Yeah.
And they only got promoted back to top class 3 years ago.
Yeah, wow.
So they were stuck down there for a while.
Here's their last ball of the ECS. They'll be dragged out for a single. So, well, it's a sad finish for VCC, who win their first 6 games this week, but they lose their last 4. So they kind of fell off a cliff at the end of the week.
Well, Navjot Singh's tearing up. It's good to see that.
They'll go down in this 126 to 76. So disappointment for VCC, but still they can be proud of their performances this week. They will finish 3rd in the bronze position in this ECS. That means that we now know both of the finalists. It will be SV Kampong taking on Punjab Rotterdam. And I think it'll be a really interesting final, Corey. One that's pretty tough to call. And there's confirmation of the final in match 24, and it begins in around about an hour and 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. So take a bit of time, but do what you need to do to make sure you're back here, because that's not one that you want to miss out on. And well done to the umpires, Tyrone Peters, a big Swerve and Mervyn.
Swerve and Mervyn, they were good. They were very good. Well, what was even better are the highlights. Take us through Vinny.
Yeah, well, always plenty of highlights, no matter what the innings is. But there's a bit of self-preservation about this early on, because Salarazai, he was out to either to dismiss or to do something worse. It's you just say just the old two to come signal or variation on it. It's up. Musa ended up going 6 and out. He hit one into the woods. It was probably one of the biggest sixes we've seen all week. But then, very next ball, he was caught by Ashkul Saeed, and that was trouble. Even though Shariz Ahmed, his brother, would soldier on for a little bit, as we saw Sam with a little bit of love from the project manager. See, this is the one. Musa sent it absolutely miles. It was all fine at this stage. We had the one kind of payback on a semi-Tortuga, getting through the fielder. But fortunately for Shariz, he ends up getting cleaned up by Ashkul Saeed. Middle stump out of the ground. Last laugh for the bowler, Ashkul. So yeah, Ali Kazim came to the crease, and he certainly made a good start as he whacked the first ball for 6 over the offside. And Saqib Zulfikar, well, early on, he got a bit of the treatment. This one went absolute miles, almost all the way up the hill. And then we saw the old Vernon Philander of the top classer, Solomon Tariq, just getting the batter to chop on. And that wasn't the end that Ali Kasim would have wanted to his series. And Rehan Waheed come out there. Tariq once again just drawing a false shot. That one did go to the boundary. But ultimately, it was just a story of Punjab Rotterdam getting the runs on the board. They got the key wicket of Musa. And from then, I don't think they were too worried about the result here in qualifier 2.
No, absolutely. And at the end of the day, they were just completely outdone by this strong Punjab team. And it was Saqib Zulfikar. He got himself a couple of wickets right at the end, bowling his leg spin. He was very, very good indeed. And well, there was a good couple of highlights there for the Punjab team to get those wickets at the very end. And credit to them, because they're a good team and they deserve to be in the final.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really competitive final, like I said already. That one was just sliced out. That brought out Harold. Harold to walk out there. He'd get this one to spin through the gate and he'd have to walk back. So unfortunate for Vogler. He went very first ball, but still was a very good delivery from Saqib, who might play a very big part in the final with his batting and his bowling.
Yep, they're a dangerous, dangerous team. Bowling, batting, fielding, educated. What I like the most about Punjab is calmness. They are so relaxed on the field. They aren't over the top. They know what they're doing. They know their roles. I am tipping them for the win in the final.
Okay, well, it's hard to split these teams at all. I'm going to sit on the fence in the end, because SV Kampong, defending champions, they are the team that are defending the trophy this time around. Punjab Rotterdam, their first time in a FanCode European Cricket Series. And these two will be battling it out. The toss will be coming probably in the next few minutes. Stay tuned for the result for that in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or you can check our website, europeancricket.com. So about an hour and 15 minutes until we bring you back for that one. You don't want to miss it, because I think we've seen high-class cricket all week, and ultimately I think it is the best two teams that have made the final, Corey, and may the best team win.
Yep, absolutely. They both deserve to be there. Let's wrap it up with the scorecard quickly. Well, this was exciting. 14 off 9, 24 off 21, 10 off 7, 13 off 10, but Vinny, no one went on with it, and if you don't go on with it, you're not going to win the chocolates.
Gigani did have a bit of a close call early, didn't he? But he did ultimately make it to 24, but did use up 21 balls. They just couldn't go at the rate required, as they did kind of run out of gas towards the end. 76 for 6.
Wasn't through lack of trying, but just the bowling was too good. And it happens, you know. It's not easy when you're chasing such a big total to go at such a rate. But let's take a quick look at the bowling scorecard now. And
I liked Saqib Zulfikar, 3 for 14. For me, he was the best of the bowlers. And even though Bhatti at the end only went for 5, but the game kind of died a bit by then. But 3 for 14. Spinning the ball, using his variations. He's going to be a handful in the final. And the other wickets went to Salarazai as well as Ashkul Saeed and Solomon Tariq, who almost chips in with a wicket or 2. We'll take a quick break. When we're back, an hour and 15 minutes from now, hopefully you can join us for the big one. Match 24 is on the way, Corey.
Yeah, match 24. It's finals. It's my last game. I'm looking forward to make sure everyone comes back, because I want to have one more fun time with you all.
Match 24 of the series, but match 248 for Corey. And he'll be off baking his cake when he comes back for his 250th eventually. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to you. We'll be back very, very shortly. An hour and 15. Set your watches and come back because it's going to be trophy o'clock here at the FanCode European Cricket Series. It'll be SV Kampon taking on Punjab Rotterdam. It's the champs versus the challengers. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Rotterdam, they've shown that they love T10 cricket, so anyone can win this game. It's going to be a huge one. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands final, and it starts right now. Welcome back to the Netherlands, and the sun's out. What a beautiful day for finals. And now we do have match 24, the final and the final two. They're really impressive T10 units. We do have SV Kampong, the defending champions. They do get the chance to defend their title in this game against the challengers, Punjab Rotterdam. And I've been really impressed with them as well. Both these teams, they have 7 wins so far this week. Whoever does get this 8th win will win this trophy, thanks to our fantastic partners at Local Lifestyle. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. And now the coin toss, all important. Rob Kemming is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Jij mag roepen.
Okay. Ja. Kop.
Het is tails. We'll bat first.
Usman Malik wins the toss for SV Kampong. So an early blow there, he decides that he wants to bat. So we'll put the runs on the board. Very important top 3, I think, for them with Ratha Alphonse, Usman Malik, the captain, and Cherry Butt. I know they can all hurt you in slightly different ways, and I was tipping Usman Malik to go pretty big. Haven't quite seen the best of him for any length of time this week, but well, I do think he's the kind of cool head that could prevail in a final. And Cherry Butt, he's a real X-factor in that batting lineup. But let's talk about Punjab Rotterdam. Of course, the Zulfikars will feature prominently, 4 of them in the lineup, including the triplets. And I've been really impressed with some of the other players like Sharafat Kodjani as well. Johnny Neutral, he's pretty impressive with the bat and ball. And what about Salarazai? He's really added another dimension to their attack. He'll probably open up with Ashakula Saeed. So it will be the SV Kampong team that will bat first in this one. So good contest on the way. We'll see who wins the trophy. Let's get over to Corey Ruckers for his last game in a while. Well, Corey, it's been great having you, but only one team can win the trophy here in your home country. The final is on the way. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone. It's finals time. What an exciting day it is, and it's Punjab Rotterdam. They're versing SV Kampong, and one of these 2 teams will take that beautiful trophy home that Vinny was holding. And you know, I hope everyone really is sitting around their couches or on their phones in the car or wherever they might be. I hope you get your screens on and you're ready for this, because this will be a really good final. Tough one to call. Let's look at the lineups. SV Kampong, well, I like that they've said they're going to go into bat. When you win a toss in a final, some captains can get a bit hesitant. Not Mr. Malik. He goes, we'll put the runs on the board. That top 3 has to be spoken about again. Ratha Alphonse, Usman Malik, Sherry Butt. One of those 3 go big. That is the recipe for their victory. One of those 3 has to go big, and I'm sure one of them will. Punjab Rotterdam, unbelievably strong lineup, but the 2 quicks that have come in late and have been really impressive, Sami Salarazai and Ashikula Saeed, those 4 overs at the top versus those 3 top order batsmen might determine the game. So we look at the expected score. We're on for a doozy. This is saying it's going to be a nail-biter. I think it might be a high-scoring final. I wouldn't mind a high-scoring final, close. But yeah, it's expected score 94 for Kampong, 98 for Punjab Rotterdam. And you see the averages so far against them in the tournament. But yeah, what a game this is brewing up to be. We're in the Netherlands. We're in Capella, Rotterdam. Once again, a big thank you to everyone that's involved there. Some of our officials, thank you to them as well. They've been sensational, have the umpiring group, and big smile on Tyrone's face there. And he's well accompanied by his journeyman. And it's good luck to those gentlemen. I'm sure they're a little bit nervous as well. And well, I'll introduce everyone around the world. Welcome back, everyone in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing excellent out there, and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Here come the 2 teams, and you just saw a little panorama view. This is a gorgeous ground here in Capella. That's Punjab walking out in the field, and Ratha Alphonse and Usman Malik, the opening batsman. And there's Usman, good smile on his face. So he seems quiet, calm, and relaxed. Really excited for this. So, who is going to get the chocolates in this one? Kampong, the reigning champions, obviously, after last year, but I think Punjab Rotterdam, they will offer their biggest test yet. And this first 4 overs, I think, could almost dictate the game. If they get through the first 4 overs and Sherry and or Usman are still at the crease with Ratha, I think Kampong will cash in at the back end. So lots of pressure right at the top. And well, who's going to be bowling the first? Might be Ashley Kula Saeed starting this one. Interesting decision. So there's the two men on your screen there. Both sensational fast bowlers. And both very strong, powerful men. Looking forward to seeing what they do. Interesting to see they've gone Ashley Kula the first one. Now, maybe they want him to swing the ball a little bit more and bowl 2 in the power play. But of late, Salarazai has been bowling 2. So that's very interesting to see. Slight change there. A little cat and mouse. Don't mind it. Deep fine leg and deep backward square are the 2 boundary riders. Asad Zulfikar is the keeper. Very talented keeper as well. So Ashley Kula usually brings it into the right-handers. Ringfield on the offside. We're almost set to go on the final. Vinny Sandhu walking back to the commentary cube. Sun is shining. Here we go. First ball of the final here in Capella. Well, it's a good ball as well. Edged away just a third man, but nice soft hands in that edge. No chance of that carrying anywhere. So Ratha Alphonse gets himself off the mark. Always a nice feeling. And Usman Malik now, he is on strike. Very good player. You sort of feel one of those players as well that will lift in a final. The contest at the top here is the key. But he's 2 quick, fast bowlers, bowling to a very, very dangerous top 3 batting order, top 4 batting order. That might decide it straight up. Let's see. Usman Malik just taking some time, fiddling with his gloves, getting himself ready and switched on. Slight different field for him. Deep backward square and a third man for him. There's Ashley Kula. Well bowled, straight. They go for a quick single. It's tight. Decides not to throw. So both batsmen off the mark now. Like I always say, always a nice feeling as a batsman when you're off the mark. A little bit of hit and run there, but it was definitely on. Rafa Alphonse, well, he didn't want to take any risks. So a couple of singles to start this game. But we really know that the shackles will have to be broken early. It will all depend if one of these 2 batsmen can get a boundary earlier in their innings. Oh, big play and miss from Rafa Alphonse. That swung a long way. This is why I think they might have made the adjustment and have gone to giving Ashley Kula the first, because he swings the ball a little bit more. There's the old foam roller. Always good to loosen the body up for a big game of cricket. High in the air, and it's caught. Well, there's the big first wicket. They went to Ashley Kula in the first. They changed their plans, and it's paid off. The big man gets a wicket. It's a good catch by Johnny Neutral, who's smiling. He's changing his game plan, and it was ballooning over his head. It's 1 big wicket early, and it's Ratha Alphonse. Well, it was brewing after the first 3 balls were pretty sedate. We knew a big shot had to come. Unfortunately for Ratha Alphonse, he didn't get enough willow on it. Good catch, running back, not easy, over your head. And the first wicket goes, it's the big one. Ratha Alphonse is gone. And he'll be very disappointed to not make a big score here. Can't always make runs, that's the way the game goes. So, looks like number 3 coming out is Sandeep Abhinyak. Absolutely murdered that. Welcome back for the final. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back.
Can I have another go?
You can have another go.
It's number 3, Sandeep Abhinkar. Abhinkar.
Yeah, not too bad.
Okay.
He's come in, and he's come in at the number 3 position in the number 3 shirt. And I think this is all to do with not wanting to expose Sherry Butt too early.
Well, Sherry batted at 4 yesterday as well, so I don't mind that because Ashley Kula is swinging it.
See, he's going to have an attacking approach here, Bianca. And yeah, Sherry was at 4 yesterday because they sent in Ajmal Agandawal at 3. And I think it's to do with, okay, we're going to throw someone in there in the power play and just attack these attacking bowlers. And then if you get out, that's fine. But I don't think they really want to send Sherry Butt in before the 3 over marks. Just my feeling.
Yep. Fair enough. Makes sense to me.
It's better than, because otherwise, say Sherrybuck goes in now, he's a bit cautious until the 3 over mark anyway. So why not send someone in there? You're probably not going to be bowled out, and just try and go on the counter attack. But it is a risky strategy. You don't want to get out either. But Malik, he goes after this, but a bit of a top edge. Could be trouble, and it is. As Yasser Usman holds on to the catch, so just goes after that. He tried a kind of straight pull shot. Saeed has 2 in the first over of the final, and Kampong in early wicket strife. Both openers have been removed, and it's 3 for 2.
Well, what's happening here, Vinny? One thing that Punjab Rotterdam did, they didn't give the ball to Salarazai. They said, Ashley Kula, you're going to get the first instead. You're going to bowl 2 in the power play, and he rewards them with 2 wickets, and it's 2 of the big 3. I said if they get all 2 of the big 3 early, they're on their road to success. And, well, Ashley Kula, hard length. He doesn't get enough on it. Simple catch, and then didn't have to move in the corner of your screen there. And Ashley Kula Saeed, well done for Punjab Rotterdam, and well done to him.
Yeah, so disappointing for Usman Malik. He's a very, very good player, but takes the game on. That's the way he plays. Yeah, just couldn't quite get that out of the middle of the bat. Saeed with a couple of big strikes, though. Kampong 3 for 2 after 1 over.
Yep, and now they're going to go back to who we thought they would, Salarazai. He's bowling the second.
Going to say hello to Phenom Struck, who is Sarab Zalpuri. He's just talking about in their team chats, Kampong during the week, because he's part of the Kampong setup. He's been saying that they believe they can come back from any position. And so we'll be testing that theory here. Thing is, okay, he lost 2 wickets, but there's still 9 overs to go. You've got someone like Sherrybuck coming to the crease. Abyanka's obviously there because he can whack it. So you can't get too worried about the wickets at this stage. This will be a good test because this man, Samuel Salarazai, he was fired up earlier. Here he is bowling the second over. Nice shot first up.
Oh, no.
Oh, this one would have been really close. Maybe he's just home. We'll have a look at this. It was push and run. They do run pretty well. Typically they go straight away. A bit of ball watching. His throw comes in. Oh, I think he would have been gone there, to be honest.
Imagine that. That would have been a shock start. But here's the big one, isn't it? Sherrybuck comes out, one of the better players in this week, in this tournament. He's going to be up against a big test. Now, he doesn't have Usman Malik or Rafa Alphonse with him. A lot of pressure on him. How will Salarazai respond?
Bangs him in and almost caught and bowled.
Oh.
He beat him for pace there. That's meant to go leg side because he's late on it. It goes straight back. And almost goes straight back to Salarazai.
Well, that would have been all she wrote. Almost. It's a ball in the middle of the pitch. Almost got there. Almost got there.
You're not really balancing your follow through with the steps you're taking to really dive at that if it's between steps. So he just kind of has to throw the arms at it.
I think that shows how quick this young fella is. That was sharp, wasn't it?
This is why I think they were trying to not send Sherry in this early, but he's there now. He goes big this time. This one will be a wide over the head. Bowlers like the call. We'll see what the replay says. I think that's a good call. Tyrone Peters, he might have umpired about 5,000 games in a row. His judgment's still pretty spot on.
Yeah, good young umpire. Good call that. Salarazai is thinking quick here. He's digging it in. He doesn't want Sherry to get going, but you know what Sherry's like. If he gets one out the middle early in his innings, he's very difficult to get out there.
This is the battle, isn't it?
This is it. This
is the battle.
This could be
first 4 overs. Pitches up this time, dug out. Mixes up his length really well, doesn't he, Salarazai? So when he bowls that short one, it's often a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
He doesn't over bowl it, so that's why he catches out a few batters on the hop, I think.
I said that in my little intro when I was opening up this game, that the first 4 overs, the 2 main quicks against that dangerous top 3 is the big key. And at the moment, those 2 quicks are almost bursting through. They feel like they probably need 1 more.
Worked away on the leg side this time. There's Sale Butty. He's after it in the orange wheels. Very Dutch. Mentioned King's Day's coming up.
Yep. Looking forward to that next week.
Yeah, so they just made a boundary to steady, don't they? No boundaries in the innings so far. Punjab Rotterdam, we know they're pretty strong with the bat as well. Have been polishing off targets in quick time a lot of the time this week in the Netherlands. No ball called. That's probably been his Achilles heel. Achilles heel, not staying behind the line here.
Yeah, he'd started well, but that gives them a little bit of breathing space here. He gets a free hit, and we'll have a look here. Yeah, just over the line. Good call by the officials.
Never over by much, but it just seems to be that kind of inch or two over. A free hit coming up. This is a chance to free your arms. And Bianca will be on strike. Couple to come in the second. Gets a full toss. No ball called again. Could be a run out. Well, it's everything happening at once. Is called. And yeah, this one, that's a good call, I think. Gets caught, but it's a free hit anyway. So there's two reasons it's not out. And what they have done is they've taken a single there, which means that now Sherry Butt will face the next free hit.
Yeah, so a couple of errors here, and he's got to be a little bit careful about not bowling another big no ball. It's above waist height. So
yeah, true.
This is just relaxed Kampong a little bit. This has taken the edge off. It's standing umpire. It's just having a word with Tyrone Peters quickly.
Yeah, just be saying, okay, you know, that's the one, which means now it's going to be first and final warning.
Yep.
So just kind of confirming that. They'll inform the other umpire. They'll inform the captain of the fielding side and also the batters as to what's going on. Yeah, but you're right. If he does another one,
free hit. Free hit to Sherry.
Freebie DB hit. Double free hit. And this one is hit. It's high. I think this is going. Maybe not. Can he keep it in the field? He doesn't. It'll be 4, I think. Well, this is one where he almost had to kind of run around, face it, and maybe just kind of be a human backboard to keep it in. It's a really weird situation because the catch didn't matter. You see here, it goes through the hands and bounces, and then bounces over the line. So Sherry Butt gets the boundary. And, well, they'll take the runs at the moment, Kampong.
Yeah, it's just releasing a little bit of pressure from those 2 wickets in the first over. So that's his first boundary. If he gets going, he's hard to dislodge. This is a really big ball in the context of the match, this one.
Well, he goes short again, and this one's gone a long way, uses the pace. Well, that one's gone into the bushes pretty quickly. Maximo! Jerry Butt, no free hit this time, but he hits it anyway. Chest high, hooks it, and the counter-attack is on. 2 overs down now, SV Kampong, 21 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So that one there hits high on the bat, but because of the pace, it absolutely flies for 6. And these boundaries are too small for Sherry, that is for sure. So he gets himself going. They get to 21 for 2. And what a good comeback that is this over. And, well, this is what we have for the rest of the day, the final.
This is it. And you see how these two teams got there. Punjab Rotterdam swept aside Sunland in the first game of the day. And then they knocked over VCC in qualifier 2. So they'll have to win 3 straight. Kampong, a little bit easier for them. They were able to win qualifier number 1. Second game of the day, so they came straight through. Both of these teams, they've won 7 games this week. Only one will win 8. The 8th game will take them to the trophy. Ashkula Saeed coming back for the 3rd. The final over of the power play. Goes after this, hedges onto his leg. Let's say a quick load. A few people in the chat to Isuru Iranga. As speaking to Piranga earlier, and, just saying I enjoyed the way that he played his cricket, and he was saying Isuru is watching pretty intently. He's playing for Sunland, Pasan Piranga. So nice to have you with us, Isuru. Lily Pounder in New Zealand was going to go to bed but couldn't sleep, so she's back. So
it's a good commitment, really.
Pounder Power in the chat in New Zealand. I reckon it's about 3 in the morning.
Yeah, well played.
Great. You know what's a good time to watch cricket?
3 a.m.
Any time, Corey.
Oh, okay.
Actually, cooler. 2 for 3. Pretty good figures. Is there a ledge on this or not? Well, he's given him. So maybe a little edge. The batter nonplussed. We'll have to see it on the replay. And yeah, just tries to pull this. And yeah, maybe a little under edge. Don't think it was really near the shirt. And I think by just looking a bit of confirmation.
He just wanted to make sure it carried, and it did carry. There was an under edge, and the right decision was made. Ashley Kulasade is having an unbelievable final now. 3 for 3. And, well, he's just sending a bit of a message to a lot of people back home in Belgium saying, I should be there, I should be playing. He is a phenomenal talent. He's the best bowler in Belgium by an absolute mile.
Big game player as well.
He just bowls such a good heavy length.
It's been the tactic so far, isn't it, to bang it into that length. And yeah, okay, a couple of times the cross-bat shots have got away, but it's also created a couple of wickets. This will bring Pierre Jacquot to the crease in the 3rd over. A bit earlier than I think he wanted to bat at number 5. 21 for 3. Kampong, they still do have Sherry Butt there. But we knew that they were going to get a bit of a pace attack in the power play, and that's exactly how it's panned out so far.
Well, Pierre's job is simple. Get off strike, get Sherry the strike as much as possible. Work ones, get to the other end, run well between the wickets.
Just beats him for pace first up. And not just the 3 wickets, but also he's gone for pretty much nothing here. He's gone for 3 runs off 1.5.
Oh, it's a match. It could be a match-defining spell straight away. To do this in the power play of a final is phenomenal stuff. 3 for 3. There's some of the VCC boys. Glad to see they're enjoying the sunshine. They haven't left yet. And, well, there's the Dutch flag for you. That's where we are, Rotterdam, Capella. And I hope everyone's enjoying the final. A lot more people have come in this afternoon session with the sun out.
Just drops this at his feet and goes. Sherry better get a move on. I think he gets there at the end.
Yeah, he's safe. Absolutely.
So Pierre's pretty quick. I mean, it's hard to tell because I don't think that throw was anywhere near the stumps. Bit of a round arm sling. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat as well. Mentioned Lily Pounder, but Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands.
So do you think Sherry takes this on here, or do you think he goes, look, Ashikulla's in a good spell?
I think he's pretty conservative till the end of the 4th. I think he knows how important he is. And he's got an over and 2 balls to kind of eat it a bit. And then I think we'll see him expand his zone. Having said that, it doesn't get much easier, does it? Because you've got something like Saqib Zulfikar coming at you through the middle overs. But I do think you just need to hang in the game at the moment. Certainly think he'll hit anything that he thinks he can hit, but he won't be going looking for trouble. I think he'll be trying to hit the bad balls that he feels comfortable that are in his zone. So we'll find out. These two teams, remember in the group stage, they split their fixtures. They were 2 pretty one-sided matches, but different winners. So anyone's guess this time.
Well, they've both got class streaming through both teams, so it only takes 1 or 2 men to have a good performance, get their team over the line.
Here's Ashikulla Saeed.
Last ball of his spell, Vinny.
Pitches up, and batter takes it on. I think this has gone all the way, you know, and it has. Maximal! 6 to Sherry, but so finally, Ashikulla Saeed gets taken down off the very last ball of his spell. That was just all wrist, that one. He's got a powerful set of hands and a powerful bat. So 6 to finish the power play, 28 for 3. And that's kind of what I was saying. He wasn't going looking for that, but it was pitched up. He fancied himself to drive that. He just plays that on instinct, I think, Sherry Butt, and he gets 6.
Yep, and he's moved himself to 18. So 28 for 3 after 3. I think Punjab's still the happier of the two sides. And if you take 3 wickets in a power play, always helpful. But you see that one big over there. While Sherry Butt is still there, Kampong will still be feeling pretty confident. He's in very good form.
3, 18 and 7, the 3 power play overs. Now it's number 18, Samuel Salarazai, who is going to come on in over number 4. Quick hello to Janine, who's in the chat. A lot of people enjoying the work of Ashikulla. And the robot has popped into the chat saying Ashikulla Saeed, he was an ECL champion for VOC Rotterdam back in 2019. We do remember that. And Corey, you'd remember that too because you were playing in the same team.
Yeah, good times.
4th overtime. Fine leg. Okay, I'm going to do this, and I meant to do it earlier, but I'll do it now. All you lurkers out there, final lurker call out. Lurker call out if you're lurking. I know there's a lot of people that are watching that can't quite get in the chat. Please send us a message. Let us know where you're watching from so we can say hello and acknowledge you.
What's a late night call, Vinny? I don't mind it. And yeah, let's see who is also watching this final. I know you've all enjoyed the week and loved the standard of cricket here in the Netherlands. So yeah, jump in the chat and let us know if you're thereabouts.
Just one message. That's all.
Yep.
Then you can go back to lurking. That's all right.
Here we go. Salarazai to Sherry Butt, who's absolutely motoring.
Yeah, this is a good contest as well. Like I said, I don't think Sherry's going looking for trouble here.
I think he might. I think
he's getting... I just don't think you'd have to be over-aggressive at this stage.
I think he likes the pace on because he knows if he doesn't get out middle, he'll still fly for 6.
He does kind of take it on. Leg glance. There's Butty using the hand method.
Oh.
And he must have been listening to you, Corey.
It's a final. He decides to use his hands.
He's going to use the hands. But yeah, what I mean is I don't think that Sherry's going to go in his shell. I just think he's not going to kind of proactively look to take risks against Salarazai. If he gets something short he thinks he can take on, he will. He's got the fine leg back. That was Butty that fielded that one. That tells me I think might see a bit of short stuff.
Yeah,
Salarazai.
This might be short. Good call.
Mid off, up in the circle.
Yeah, he's going to try and work it for 1. Nothing crazy. Good bowling. Good bowling. Steady from the young man.
Yeah, need to build a partnership. And partnership's so important, of course. And I'm just going to do a quick lurker shout out. I know that Graham says he's watching, not really lurking. Adrian Dunbar watching from Serbia. Well, Adrian, heard that you're going to be in Bulgaria next week. Look forward to seeing you. To Edith, to Ibrahim Khan watching from Uganda. Ben Blandford from Queensland, Australia. Where in Queensland, Ben? Must be pretty late there. I'm going to guess about 1 in the morning. Tell me if I'm right. And Phenom watching from family Easter weekend in Germany. And, everyone saying they can't wait for some of the other ECS tournaments. Anyway, back to the action. Here's Salarazai.
Oh, it comes down the wicket. Good bowling and good captaincy here from Punjab because they've got cover and point tight. They've realised that if they can keep him on strike, he's not going to do anything crazy.
That was a real effort ball as well from Salarazai. He's got just a couple to come now, and I think he's going to give it everything he's got. Hello to Andrew Hogan watching from Tasmania. So he's enjoying it. Hello, Andrew. It's wonderful to have you watching from Hobart or maybe Devonport or...
They got TVs in Tassie.
Launceston. Yeah, I think you might be watching in black and white, but it's okay. All right, here we go. A couple to come. Just kidding. On Tasmania.
Shot.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's got a role to play here, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he just needs to make sure that when he comes off this field, he's got a strike rate of around about 100, and he's given Sherry the strike. But this is what they're playing for, those beautiful medals, and look at the beautiful scenes in the background. This is a gorgeous day for cricket.
This is what European cricket's all about. You got the short sleeves on, and you got your peacock shirt.
Oh, this is...
all blue sky.
I'm getting emotional.
Saturday afternoon at the cricket.
I'm getting very emotional.
Hay fever playing up again. Last ball of the over. Last ball for Salarazai. Has to be dug out.
Brilliant over. Brilliant over from the young man. And, well, he didn't have a good first over. His second over was exceptional and good bowling from him.
3 singles in that over. So good comeback after his first one for 18. And he kept the foot behind the line. So that's a good idea. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Corey Ruck has been a great couple of weeks. Week, I should say, in the Netherlands. Now, Corey, your last game in a while. I mean, how are you feeling about it? Anything you want to say to the people?
I'll just take a moment and, in all seriousness, just say thank you again to the ECN Network for having me on. Thank you to the viewers for making it so enjoyable. And, yeah, thank you to yourself, Rico, Andrew. I'm learning a lot in the commentary box. If you had told me I would have done 200-odd games, I never would have believed it. I'm loving it. I will see you again a bit later in the year. And, yeah, just thank you to everyone for accepting me for me and putting up with my banter.
Well, thank you to you as well, and wishing you the best, because I know you'll be coaching Spain. And we'll see you on ECN for the first time in the series with Norway and Guernsey at the end of April. I'll be there as well.
Oh, so it's not
popping in
it's not
before my
goodbye
couple of weeks
forever.
off.
Well, maybe I can do a little one-over on the Friday there, just to refresh the boots.
Security will be stepped up, and you won't be allowed anywhere near the commentary box in Desert Springs. Anyway, here we go. 5th overtime. It's in the air, into the gap. This is going to be 4. So this is nice by Jacot. He takes the first ball of the 5th. Change of bowler was forced. It's Mubasher Hussain who comes on. Once again, Pierre doesn't mind just getting down the pitch. Not every batter can do it, because you do become a moving weapon. So you can kind of lose your timing, but he hit that one really nicely.
Yep, gorgeous batting. Now he's got that strike rate to 100, so he's doing his role perfectly here. The odd boundary, of course, is going to happen, but now with this young Mubasher bowling, if he can get a 1 and get Sherry on strike, Sherry could go big.
Keep her up to the stumps after that as well. So
good batting.
Yeah, stays put, gets 1.
Okay.
I like from Jacot, every time I see him, I see a little bit more out of him.
He's got big raps in Dutch cricket because it's quite an educated cricket brain. He's a weapon in the field, and it's a big B almost got me. But no, he's a really, really good player, and he's playing his role perfectly here. This is a big ball because I think Sherry, this is the sort of pace that he can take it for 20 runs in 3 or 4 balls.
I thought to the end of the 4th, he's going to be a little bit more circumspect, and I think that's kind of how it panned out. But now it's time to target a bowler or 2. You know you're going to get Saqib in the middle as well, and he's tough to get after. So, yeah, let's go. He wants him, and he gets him. He goes over extra cover. Maximo! Well, that one was a bullet. They have to dig that one out of the hill, Corey. And there you go. Shots fired. Sherry gets 6.
So what they need to do here is just keep their calm, because that's a good shot. Now, Sherry's going to go again. Now, these bowlers bowling to Sherry when he's in this form, keep pace on, pace on, pace on. You have to use variations. You have to change it up. If you just run in and bowl the same ball, he's going to hit everything for 6, and he's done it all week. I haven't seen a team bowl a slower ball. I haven't seen them dig one in slow. Take the pace off.
Yeah.
Make him think.
Yeah.
Because he's going to hit another 6 here if they go
The thing
full
is,
again.
yeah, those kind of regular pace deliveries with a bit of length
Are
they're
going
gonna
6.
disappear. Comeback ball from Abasha. So cramps some room a bit. So yeah, really interesting final. We knew it would be between these two teams. I know that. The Robot's got some news. How about this? The Noisy Budgie Brewery is about to launch in Cartama, Spain. It'll be the first cricket ground in the world with a built-in brewery.
Where's this?
Cartama, next time we go to Spain. Oh dear. More about that in a second. Goes straight and goes long. Maximo! We'll add 6 to the total. And it's a full-on Sherry attack. The Hurricane is in session. 6 more to Kampong.
Yep, and once again he goes full pace on, and Sherry is just feasting on bowlers doing it this tournament. Well, it's right in his wheelhouse, and you can see he just has to use those long arms and loft it over mid-on. That's a gorgeous strike from Sherry.
Sarab saying in the chat, Pierre's also studying to be a medical doctor. So what an all-rounder he is.
That's a proper all-rounder.
Right, last ball the over though. Oh, he tries to go one more
he's
time.
lucky.
He gets away with it. And this is where you need a bit of luck, because this could easily be out on a number of fronts. But he does survive. It wasn't really a stumping chance because that foot stayed behind the line. But you see, this one, if you miss hit it, can be out. If you miss it, it can be out. Just misses by a couple of stumps. So halfway through the first innings of the final, match 24. It's SV Kampong, 48 for 3.
Well, Vinny, we've got a good guest appearance coming as well. Snoop to Loop, the man there, Martine Snoop, who's done a lot of good work here at Sputter. He's going to take over for a couple of overs, and I'll leave you to it. I'll be back soon.
Sounds good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this man in. I wanted to get him in, even though I'm not sure we'll fit him in the camera because he's a pretty tall unit. Welcome to the commentary box. Use Martin Snoop. Martin, welcome, and it's great to have you. Thanks so much for your hospitality as part of the host club. And we'll just take a moment to have a look at Saqib. Attempted reverse, has missed out. Yeah, I'm here, Vinny Sandu, and I've got Martin Snoop here. And look, I know you're the chairman of Sparta Cricket now. I just want to say thanks very much. How's the week been for you as the host club?
Amazing. I can't believe it's already finals day, actually. It flew. Every year we did this year, 3rd year now. We have more days. And yeah, the cricket's getting better, and we have more days, but it doesn't seem to last longer.
Yeah, that's true. We had 3 days back in 2025 last year, 6 this year. I mean, ultimately, I think we'd love to eventually have a 2-week tournament here. I think the fact that we're doing it so early in the season, basically kicking off the season, I think it's a great festival atmosphere about this tournament. I'm really enjoying it. Just wait for this ball from Saqib. Key moment in the game here. Cherry wants him, misses out. So, a couple of dots here. Yes, I mean, a lot of work goes in behind the scenes, doesn't it? I just want to thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network for doing such a great job. But we certainly love being here.
Yeah, absolute pleasure, and great honor to have you guys over. I've been following ECN and you know, initially what Daniel Weston was doing in Germany, and love the concept, and yeah, always try to get this to Holland as well. And yeah, from my first contact with Daniel up until now, to get this over here is very exciting, and it's good to see ECN improving every year, and we want to improve every year as well. And yeah, again, I think it's great to have this tournament here, and great for the promotion of the game.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Because most people around the world, this will be how they see Dutch cricket at a club level when you're looking from the outside in. So it's great to have this showcase. Here's Saqib. He's only gone for 1 here. This over. And once again, gets it up in the block hole, dug out. It's a really good over. And it's the end of the 6th. So Zulfikar just allows 2 singles in the 6th. Does bring up the 50 though. Kampong are 50 for 3 after 6 overs. Well, I know that you guys didn't quite have the success on the field that you wanted, but it's that's just the way it goes sometimes in T10 cricket. And how was your week on the field when you were able to get on the field?
I loved it. I think the concept is great. And what we did this year in comparison to other years was all clubs came with only their own squad members. So yeah, it gives opportunity to other players as well to come in and have a taste. I know a lot of players within Sparta watched the first 2 years and were like, hey, maybe I want to crack at it.
Yeah.
And Yeah, so this year we played with a lot of players. We only won one game, but everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I suppose you got to expose a few more players as well to the kind of pressure cook atmosphere. But, you know, obviously things didn't go your way this time. I know that, yeah, probably if you had a couple of players available a bit more often, it might have been different. So we're going to start a new over here. Number 7. Oh, yeah, I think he probably just punches this away, so he's all right, I think. Where does this hit him? Certainly a guy you don't want injured. I think he actually spots this and knocks it away, which you are allowed to do to protect yourself. It looks on the replay. At least he sees it coming. So almost punched that for 6. It's that is absolutely fine. How to protect yourself. It's always a few interesting things in these matches. Steps across. Chacont gets 1. So how about you? How do you find T10 cricket being out there? I mean, it's a different kind of a beast, isn't it? It's very quick.
Yeah, it's very quick. It's the game itself. It's also the concept. There's more. You play more than one game in a day, so there's more opportunities. If you had a bad morning, you can have another game, or if you're doing really well, you can have another go at it. Yeah, and I think T10, the format is really good and exciting. And now in the start of the season with this good weather, I think it's a really great start for the Dutch summer. And T10 is the highlights cricket you want to see, and everyone's enjoying it. And absolutely love the format.
Gives the teams a bit of a chance to work themselves into the season as well, doesn't it? Having it at this point in the year. Bowling by Bharti. Just put the brakes on. That's now 11 balls without a boundary. They went up to Mubashir Hussain in the 5th, went for 17. Instead of just 2 and 2 off the last 2 overs, although 7th still has a couple to come. Let's wait for this ball from Bharti. Hit straight, hit hard. This will be 4. That's good batting. It's very rarely someone straight down the ground. And that was a pretty good shot. Sherry Butt certainly is an exciting player to watch, isn't he, Martin?
Yeah, we know what he can do, and we saw it earlier on this week as well. And if he gets going, he's pretty destructive, and especially in these shorter boundaries, he can find them at will almost.
Last ball, the over. This just takes the back pad, so we'll get back to the other end because leg by to finish the 7th. The score is 57 for 3. And a question from Mohammed Bitlob in the chat about where's the next tournament. Well, I can tell you tomorrow we have off because I'll be on the plane. But Monday morning we'll be in Bulgaria for a 5-team tournament. It'll be the Blacksmiths making their ECN debut against MU Sofia in the morning. Then we'll have MU Plovdiv and MU Pleven. The MU in that stands for Medical University. A lot of university students in Bulgaria, a lot from the UK. So we've got a fair bit of cricket there. Into Bulgaria will be the 5th and final team we did see in the ECL recently. So join us 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in the morning in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. on Monday morning for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Let's go to the 8th over. So Keeb's back. And just tying him up here. So Keeb, his triplet is whipping the bails off. This won't be out. Yeah, so Snappy, I certainly hope that you put your hand up next year for another series here. So we love coming back. It's a fantastic ground, I think. It's nice to see a few spectators in today as well, hey?
First thing, of course, we would love the event back. I get so much positive feedback from all the viewers as well, via email, via the socials of the club. It's very great motivation for everyone. And if on finals day, as we've seen last year's, then especially it's on a Saturday now, I think some players bringing some families over. We had some hot food, and the weather is great, so that all helps. And as we said, good teams that are up for it. And
fantastic lunch today, I have to say, as well. We really enjoyed that. Sherry Butt almost gets taken out by another throw. Somi ducks under it. So yeah, just struggling to get something going. You can understand why. There's a lot of high quality cricketers in this tournament.
Yeah, Punjab is bringing lots of good bowlers. I don't think one bowler you can say, hey, we're going to target that bowler.
Yeah, for sure.
Lots of experience and quality, and also variation. So, great challenge for Kampong to get a competitive total on the board in his final.
It'll be interesting. Jacquard. So I think the jig's up for him now. I think he's got to attack as well. Heading into the last quarter of the innings. Can he go up to Saqib? He tries. We'll just get one here. How about you, just quickly, before we have to let you go, tell us about how you got into cricket in the first place, because you were born here in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, born and raised. Actually joined VOC Rotterdam, who the people who watch ECN will know as well. As a kid, to play football was my local football club, and they also played cricket over there. And basically, end of the football season, the cricket coach was like, "Yeah, let's go. All the football kids come and try cricket, and if you like it, you can join."
Yeah.
And I guess I went home and said, "Mom, I like this."
This one's touch and go, and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, I thought it was time for Pierre to go, and he does. He takes on Saqib. Not an easy thing to do, but he gets it just over the fielder on the long on boundary. You see it, Usman just had to watch it sail over his head. 6 runs. And yeah, this is the thing in this form of the game, isn't it, Snoopy? Even though you might be a little bit behind the 8 ball, you still have to attack, and that's exactly what Jacob does there. Last ball then for Zulfikar has gone for 11. Over half of those came in the last ball. He hits this one, and wow, what a catch. This is a really good catch by Samuel Asalarazai. Well, showing you can do it all. He had to come forward, and he got the hands under it. And he also sticks the landing, so some style points as well. So Pierre goes 6 and out into the 8th over. And Saqib Zulfikar gets a wicket with his final delivery of the tournament. The score now is 66 for 4. Good catch.
Yeah, good catch. I mean, he's impressed me so far this week. Samuela's the first look I've had of him, yeah, a great addition in all departments of the game. What I've seen this week for Punjab.
Pretty good knock though by Jacob, because he was pretty important in building that partnership, which gets them back on track to at least post some sort of decent score. He goes for 17 or 14, 1-4, 1-6 in there. Well, Lily Panda's got a question about the lunch. Well, we had a nice lunch today. It was a bit of a barbecue lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah, some chicken on the barbecue and some vegetables.
Yeah, the sausages I liked as well.
Sausages, yeah, I was a bit too late for the sausages.
But you had to be quick for those.
Yeah.
But of course, Lily's always interested about the food around here. I've been trying quite a few different types of food. Because we've got just 4 games a day, I've seen a bit more of the countryside this time. 9th overtime. Starts with a dot. But he's just locking up Sherry Butt. I think it's go time now for Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he can take, say, 15 and over off these last 2 up to 96. Not going to be easy though. But he just went for the 1 boundary when he bowled the 7th. And he goes after this, and this will go the journey. Maximo! Sherry Butt, he is trying to break out of a bit of a funk here for Kampong. He moves to 45. Again, he lets his hands do the talking, and he gets 6. Good batting.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see. I mean, Batty, one of the most experienced death bowlers in the club circuit in Holland, and I think Sherry, one of the biggest hitters. So,
yeah, this time's a slower ball, and this one's going to go even further. It's high, and it has just the right distance. Good club selection as Sherry Butt moves to his 50. Half century in the final, coming off 28 balls. What a good innings that is with his team under pressure. 6 Maximos in there. That one was probably the highest of the lot. 2 boundaries. Sherry Butt, we knew he was a threat, and he's showing it. He's keeping Kampong in this contest.
yeah, Batty probably misses his length a little bit, and Sherry just cashes in on that. And yeah, as we know, he hits a long ball.
He's going to go again here, you think. Can't give him length. That's a slower ball. Still picked it. He still deposited it. He has a little bit of length on this, and this is going to disappear as well. But this will be 4, 4, carrera más. And so 6-6-4, the attack's coming. And Sherry trying to swing the momentum of the match. Not too much wrong with this, just probably around about 30 centimetres too short. It still disappears for 4. Exciting stuff, isn't it? One thing, Snoopy, about these T10 matches, they does seem to have these momentum swings more than I imagined when I first started doing this form of cricket. The game can change so quickly. This time goes leg side, and he'll get another boundary. So the over goes magical now. Started with a dot, but then 20 off the next 4 balls. Kampong very much alive here in the final. Well, it's just a bit of a straighter one, isn't it? Got to say a quick hello to Andrew Hogan in the chat, and Mrs. Hogan. Hello to you as well. To Brian Caldwell. Well, hello, Damage. He's already talking about the brewery. Next time, you have to come to ECC, Snoopy. You have to win the championship. Now, tell all your spectators that come with you that there's now a brewery as part of the ground.
Wow.
Which, you can think about doing that here. Get some council approval. All right, last ball of the ninth. It's all happening in the ninth. And he does go straight, and he's going to get 6 more. Vale, vale, vale. Eso es 6 carreras. 26 come off the ninth. It's all happening in the ninth. 92 for 4. And suddenly, that 96 I said was a pipe dream. It's very much within reach. In fact, looks now you'd back Kampong to make 100 plus here in the final. How quickly did that overturn? Because it went dot 6, 6, 4, 4, 6. And so Sherry Butt 65 off 31. And he's scored about 70% of the runs now. But that's this form of the game, hey, you only need one batter to come off for you. You can still be very, very competitive.
Yeah, superb from Sherry, as I said. Butty is well known with the straight or dead bowling, but slightly getting it wrong. But it's also the quality of Sherry, the ability to lift the ball when he gets the length and clear the boundary, and motor Kampong's total to that 100.
Yeah, so this is 10th overtime, and Nana does his job. He gets the one. Everyone enjoying it, including the robot, who says Sherry is a superstar. Hard to disagree with that. Charlie Hunt in the chat as well. Look forward to seeing you shortly. What about MVP chat? I mean, we had the MVP award today. Sherry Butt would have to be right up there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he did well the full week. I think he played every game.
Yeah.
And scored a few 50s. So he's not far off.
He's pretty consistent, I think, for the most part. You're going to have the odd cheap one. Here's Solomon Tariq, who's only bowling the one over here in the final. It's the 10th. And this just misses the off stump. I thought for a second this hits the stump. Have a look at it here. It just misses by about one stump width. So still, Tariq normally around about the mark, but
what Tariq's gonna do now?
Let's find out. Gets up in the block hole. This is in the air. I think it's going to fall safely, or is it? It does. But he's very slow to get going, and there's just no chance to get back for 2. I think Sherry is ball watching a little bit there. He wasn't sure he was going to get away with it. Just a slight few seconds of hesitation means it'll be a single. So that's a pretty good result. And Suleiman Tariq has had a pretty good series himself. Hasn't conceded a boundary in the first half of this over. Can they get to the 100 now? 94, 3 balls remaining. Misses out, and bit of an appeal. Given out. This is where you need to try and find a way to get Sherry Butt back there. 2 balls left. It's the kind of game, isn't it? And as a captain, you know this as well. You have to think on your feet, don't you? Especially here. You want to get Sherry Butt on strike.
Yeah, sure. Every ball is important.
Goes after this. We'll get the single here. So, one more ball to go. 95 on the board. Well, I just want to say a quick thanks before we head to the highlights and the last ball of the innings. I know you've got big aspirations, I think, in Dutch cricket to change the face of it or kind of just enhance it. I know you're chairman of the club now. I think that's wonderful. I love the influence you're having, and thank you again for being such a gracious host. Here's Martin Snoop, captain of Sparta. Part-time captain of Sparta. Meanwhile, we're going to have one more time. Maximo! Sherry Butt, 72 not out of 34 in the final. And that blow lifts out of the ground, and it also lifts SV Kampong over 100. So he scores 72 out of 101 in the end. And SV Kampong, last year's champions, certainly fought back really hard in the last couple of overs. It was 41 coming off the last 2 overs. That does get them to a pretty competitive score, Martin.
Yeah, I think they did really well coming back from the start they had, and the early blows Ashikula did in their batting lineup. But I mean, all credit to Sherry Butt, who did really well, and runs on the board in the final, Vinny. I think that's priceless. It's well-deserved applause he gets.
Yeah, very good innings in front of his family as well. I know that they've travelled to see Sherry play, and they haven't been let down. Now let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Well, it's always nice to see the umpires getting acknowledged. Tyrone, I think, hadn't finished his chocolate bar, but that's fine. And then the players came down, and then it was game on here. Match 24, the final. It was Kampong that won the toss, elected to bat, but it didn't really go to plan early, did it? With a couple of early wickets. And you would say Punjab Rotterdam, their pacemen have been pretty exciting to watch in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Ashikula here and also Samuela, really good, really consistent, hitting a hard length. And Ashikula bowling a great first over and getting the important wickets of Malik and Alphonse.
Yeah, and so you saw that was when Malik just missed timing a pull. That was the end of him. And that did ultimately bring Sherry Butt to the crease. This was a free hit. And they couldn't keep it in the field of play. Yeah, both openers going for one each. So they needed someone to stand up. They tried Abyanka as a kind of pinch hitter. But the real hitting was being done by Butt in this innings. Sherry Butt, that is. A little bit of a feather edge was the end of Sandeep Abyanka for just 4. But then this is the key partnership. Sherry Butt and Pierre Jacquot came together and they just set about building this innings. And you know, they were a little bit conservative in the beginning. They had to deal with the last kind of few deliveries of the paceman. Well, Corey was there. He was getting a bit emotional. He's got the sunglasses on today because he's tearing up every 2 seconds. We'll see plenty more of him at ECN this year, I'm sure. But yeah, it was the Sherry Butt show, wasn't it? 8 big maximos and 4 fours in his innings, striking at 212. 72 off 34. And once he launched, there's no looking back really. Mubashir Hussain, he found that out in the 5th over. And, under attack a couple of times from the fielders. But yeah, after that over from Mubashir Hussain, Saqib Zulfikar came back and along with Bhatti, kept things pretty quiet. This was eventually a pretty good catch off Saqib Zulfikar's last ball. And we were getting to the business end, weren't we? So it was all systems go. And in the 9th, Bhatti got the treatment. After the first ball went for a dot, it was 6, 6, 4, 4, 6, and 26 came off the 9th. All happening as usual. And then towards the end, Salman Tariq did keep things pretty quiet in the 10th after that assault from Sherry Butt. Looked like they were going to get the 100 then. It wasn't so sure. But ultimately, he would get them there in the end. But again, Sherry, such a clean striker of the cricket ball, hey?
Yeah, clean striker of the cricket ball, and also credit to Jacquot and their partnership, who was actually the perfect partner, runs quick between the wickets and is technically quite well. And yeah, that's why they could build a partnership. And yeah, of course, Sherry's power hitting stand out.
Certainly making a really good case for MVP. But let's see if he can get his team home, because 101 is the first inning score from SV Kampong. As we have a look at the scorecard, both openers removed for just singles. Then Abyanka was used as a pinch hitter. Didn't really come off, but he did survive a little bit against the paceman early on. It was Sherry Butt that was the star, 72 off 34, with 8 big maximos and 4 boundaries in there. And Jacquot had a really important role as well in that partnership through the middle. They came together at 21 for 3, but they were able to put on 45 and just get them in a position to strike, which they did in the last couple of overs. 41 coming off the last 2. As far as the bowlers went, Ashikula Saeed, for me, he is a superstar. 3 for 10 off his 2. He set the tone, make things really tough for Kampong. Although they did kind of get out of the hole somewhat still, you would say it's a target that might be a few less than par, but it is a final. The other wicket went to Saqib Zulfikar. Bowled really well. Less than a runner ball, 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Tariq just bowled the 1 over at the end. It was pretty tight. Some of the others got the treatment, but Salah Razai bowled with fire as usual. Once again, I just want to say a big thank you to this man, to Yus Martin Snurp, for his hospitality. We love being at the Sparta Club. Of course, I'll see you in the trophy ceremony and give a proper thank you to everybody around here, but I'm certainly really happy that we're here at Sparta for the European Cricket Series Netherlands again, and yeah, wishing you all the best for the season ahead.
Yeah, thanks from us to you, Vinny and Corey, and everyone from ECN who's doing all the hard work behind the scenes, and it's been amazing to have you guys, and yeah, we've all enjoyed it, and good luck for the rest of the year and everything you guys are doing. We'll certainly be watching.
I want to say well done to you as well, because your English is outstanding. The fact you can stand here and commentate with me, I think the language skills of some of you guys is incredible. But we're going to take a quick break, quick turnaround in the final. When we return, Punjab Rotterdam on ECN debut. They're going for a trophy in their very first tournament. Well, on the European Cricket Network, they'll need 102 to do so. It'll be Kampong hoping to go back-to-back. But to do that, they're going to have to defend 101. Anybody's game here. Vinny Sandhu here. Yus Martin Snoop, the chairman of Sparta Cricket Club, with me. And look forward to seeing you the other side of this break. Corey will be back as well for the final instalment of the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands. Welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series, the biggest European cricket series, the biggest cricket series in the world, in fact, as we will be heading to locations all around Europe this year in 2022. Almost 1,000 matches in the ECS alone last year. Right now, we're looking at the final instalment of the ECS Netherlands. is Punjab Rotterdam. They are packed with power, fireworks, and I do think we'll see them being pretty attacking in this final. Now, a bit of stats for you, bit of stats gun. Last year in the final in the Netherlands, it was Veni Vedivici who scored 101 batting first, and Kampong chased it down. Well, this time it's Kampong that batted first, and they've made 101. So let's see if Punjab Rotterdam will chase it down or if Kampong will go back-to-back. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, and back for the final innings of his career. For now, here's Corey Rutgers. Corey, welcome back, and what do you make of the first half of this game?
Yeah, obviously I had spoken about they had to get through the big three. They got 2 of them early, but they didn't get Sherry. So good innings from him, well done. But now this is really hotly contested because this dangerous Punjab lineup will have a bit of pressure. Chasing in a final is always different. And I have a small feeling that we might be on for one of those classic finals like a last over finish final. So tough to call. Kampong, I think if you said to them at the start, we're going to give you 101 to defend, they would have taken it with both hands. So, yeah, I think so. I definitely think so.
It's funny because I reckon if you said to Punjab Rotterdam that you have to chase down 101, they would have taken it.
There you go.
So here we go. It shows you it's a pretty even game. Anybody's game, really. Sherry Butt, I think that's an individual contribution. All right, 102 to win. Here's Usman Malik to get things started. A big swing from Kogyani.
I love Kogyani. He doesn't mess about. He's trying to hit a 6 first rock.
He got the long on, long off back. I don't think Kogyani really cares where the fielders are.
He's a bit more efficient on the leg side, so I'm surprised to see deep mid off instead of sort of deep square.
So, you can see the intent there. They're going to make the most of the power play.
Usman Malik struggling a little bit with his leg here. Just takes his time.
Move the ball left to right. There it is. Goes for it. Does get it through the field. Starts all important again, isn't it? Starts all important. Just kind of track of that 10 and over. Don't want to fall too far behind, although we know they've got the hitting to do that. But when you consider how deep their batting lineup is, and I think you might as well go for it. Try and get ahead in the game. This time it will be into the gap, and I think this will be the first boundary. It is. Well, Johnny Neutral, he's been going up a gear, and now he gets the first boundary for Punjab Rotterdam in this chase of 102.
I just think Kampong are missing a trick here. You can tell in his batting arc and the way that it swings the ball, he's not going to hit it anywhere else. I think they could bring deep mid off up and have a deep mid wicket or a deep square. Maybe I'll be wrong, but he gets 4. Johnny Neutral, there's a lot to like about him. Oh.
Slow ball goes wrong. It's a bit
Does
wide.
Go wrong. Is that almost a no ball off the pitch, Vinny?
Almost. Have a look at this one.
Because it's outside that white line, or?
It's actually got to be off the actual surface. It's actually not the return crease. That's why that's okay.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. Doesn't get much of that and lands right next to Usman Malik, who runs after it pretty quickly. Dot ball. Kogyani just not getting out the middle of the bat just yet.
Just posting last year's final scorecard in the chat at the moment. Who wants to have a look at it?
I can hear you clattering away. Anyway, big couple of balls here.
Usman Malik goes for this. It's straight down the ground. The fielder's there for this exact eventuality, and he gets there eventually. Nana had a bit of a nervous moment. Hits the stumps, but will just be a long single.
Very long single indeed. He hit it pretty hard. He was trying to go leg side, somehow got it straight. And, well fielded by Curtin Nana there in the end. A little fumble, but keeps it to 1. Just struggling with his leg a little bit, Usman Malik here. I think last year, wasn't he the walking wounded last year as well?
Yeah, he's always by the end of the week, he's always feeling a little bit sore and sorry. But I mean, that's natural, isn't it?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Quick, big thank you to the umpires. I think the umpires have been fantastic this week, and everyone that's helped out, and our on-field officials here in the final, to Tyrone Peters, Martin Hancock. I know that Big Merv, or G1 Callow, I prefer Big Merv. He's third umpire in this, and to Rob Kemming, acknowledge them in the trophy ceremony afterwards. But here's the last ball of first. It just darts in, chopped away, no run. So not a bad start for Kampong in the defence of this total of 101. Also, no breakthroughs. Just the one boundary from Johnny Neutral. That's 1 over down. The score is 6 for no loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone's been great. The Blue Crew, the players, the officials, everybody around at Sparta Cricket, as you've touched on, has been a sensational week. And I hope the KNCB get more on board on the future and keep promoting it as well, because it would be good to have them thoroughly involved.
Interesting comments from someone on the inside of touch cricket. It's good. Hey, also just look at Scorecard from last year's final, where Kampong chased 102 to win the final against Veni Vici.
Yep.
Top scorer, Sherry Butt, 66 off 23. So, see, he's a big game player, and in this first innings,
it's almost unfair having Sherry with these small boundaries. He hits it so far.
Just doesn't make too many mistakes. Has a bit of luck now and then, but you need that. 72 off 34 this time, so even better.
Anyway, Siddiqui, he's coming into Kugyani. Game on.
Goes after this straight, and he gets it pretty good. Straight, long, strong, Maximo! Kogyani bursts to life. And that's the first Maximo of the innings.
You know, Kugyani could go down as one of my favourite players. I sort of like this no nonsense, no smiling, no sadness.
Reminds me a bit of the Carnival. You remember the Carnival?
Nah, because Carnival had a lot of emotion. I mean, Kugyani hasn't showed one bit of emotion.
It's just the fact that he's basically a 6-hitting robot.
He's just like, it is a robot. He doesn't smile. He doesn't frown. He's just on a mission.
A poker face.
He doesn't react ever. I love it.
It's only cricket. Relax.
His pulse must be at 42 beats a minute.
Let's go again. This one, no call.
It's snuck inside the tram line. Adjudicated by the officials.
I think he's the player I always liked watching the ECS as well. Yeah, fair enough.
Marginal.
They'll say if there's less than half the ball on the line, probably okay. It's a bit of an umpire's call on that one.
I like that. The 6-hitting robot. That's not a bad shout.
Well, reproduces it this time. So a couple of dots.
Yep, couple of dots. Good comeback from Siddiqui. His first ball's launched over his head for 6, so he would have been a bit nervous.
I was in by a bit more, but no real foot movement is there.
You can tell Kugyani is much better on the leg side. The offside, he's not really had his groove this time, but when it's anywhere straight, he absolutely wallops it.
Not a lot of footwork about him. It's just hand-eye coordination and bat speed.
Can't have footwork if you're neutral.
This time will be a wide. Moves a bit, but this is a wide.
Yep, good call. I like that decision.
So he's saying he's moved a bit, but look how far he moves, but then look how wide it is. It's like miles wide of the line, so it has to be a wide.
Yeah, and he didn't move an extreme amount. Siddiqui's obviously enjoyed a good tournament and thought that one's a bit rough on him, but I think that's the right call.
It's also why I don't like moving the line, because then it becomes an even more difficult call. Anyway, I think the right call's made. This one does get past him, so might as well keep it inside the line. So they want to be 20 or so after this over.
Well, to get to 100, you only need a boundary and over, really, because you're assuming there'll be some wides, you'll run well.
Yep.
So as long as they keep themselves doing that, I mean, we know how deep their batting lineup is. But they've got to get Kugyani early if they can.
See, another wide. It's going to be called.
Yeah.
Again, this is where...
Well, so watch where so the ball's bowled and he's only on off stump, so that's fine. That second movement doesn't matter, but when the ball's released, he's actually just on off stump.
Yeah.
The extra step he does doesn't matter. So that's a good call.
I think it is a good call.
Yep.
Also, if you're in doubt there, I think it is a wide. The reason is...
When in doubt, give it a wide.
You don't want to encourage overly defensive bowling.
Siddiqui's actually doing a good job here, keeping it away from his wheelhouse, though.
True.
Uh-oh.
And this one's up in the air, sliced away. The fielders are converging, and it's going to be a total disaster. It's a double leave as Sherry Butt and Agandawal. They leave it for each other. And I think that Agandawal had that covered, and then he heard Sherry Butt coming, so he went out the way. But Butt didn't get the memo. And so, in the end...
no.
You don't see this happening very often.
Yeah, I think a bit of over-enthusiasm maybe from Sherry Agawal, but it's just the communication obviously was lacking. That's a huge moment. That should have been 1 wicket down.
Yeah, definitely. Just remember that.
Johnny Neutral didn't even crack a smile.
Kogyani dropped on 11.
Yep, remember that. Put that in the notebook, Vin.
Last ball of second over coming up. This is pulled away. We'll find the fielder. Pierre Jacquard looking straight into the sun. And he's able to handle it. 2 overs down. Game on here at Punjab Rotterdam. They are 16 for no loss. And well, that gives us a chance to have a look at where we're coming round 2 on the tour over the next few weeks. We'll be in Bulgaria from Monday, then Romania the next week. And then we have 4 weeks in Sweden, 2 in the south in Landskrona, then 2 in the nation's capital, starting the 16th of May. Then we'll be in Prague for a couple of weeks. Rico will be back with me from the Bulgarian series. And Landskrona, I'm going to step out and have a couple of weeks off. I'll be watching though. Andrew Ryan will be stepping in for me. And we should have Danny Hudacek in Prague. I know you're going to take some well-deserved time off the commentary box, Corey, but we'll see you at the end of April because we'll also be covering the T20 International Series between Spain, Guernsey and Norway.
Yep. Oh, I'll miss you, Vinny. It's been an absolute wild ride again, but thoroughly enjoyable.
It'll be nice to see you again, I think. Here's Malik. And he knocks him over. And so Zulfiqar didn't have too much of the strike. Usman Malik is always attacking the stumps, and this one goes straight through the gate. And unfortunately for Remat Zulfiqar, he couldn't deal with it. The stumps are askew, and that's the first wicket for Kampong. Punjab Rotterdam lose it to 16 for 1.
Yeah, loose shot from Remat Zulfiqar, and he wanted to play the sweep shot. There was a man out there anyway, and he missed it by a long way. And, well, if you don't cover the line, you're in a lot of trouble, exposes the stumps. And first wicket down. And, well, he's very, very happy with that, isn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't he be as well? Hasn't really clicked with the bat this series, but he's so many ways that Usman Malik can get into the game. And see that one, just was carnage. Also such a good fielder, but Remat Zulfiqar, that's a dangerous player removed. Like I said, didn't have a lot of the strike early. He chose to attack the first ball of the over and he pays the price, but one Zulfiqar will replace another.
I just have this feeling this final's going to go right down to the wire, Vinny.
Sikandar Zulfiqar is the man to come out number 3. Good to see him back in the side. He's been the form Zulfiqar with the bat. Those stumps, I mean, they have taken absolute battering. It's not so easy getting them back in and looking something that resembles a cricket wicket. That's what Tyrone Peters is trying to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So 16 for 1. They get the early breakthrough. Brings out Sikandar Zulfiqar out early. That's exactly what you want.
So go to back to Usman Malik, who Phenom thinks wouldn't be particularly impressed with the double leave earlier, but Kagani has survived. Remat Zulfiqar doesn't. Sikandar Zulfiqar comes to the crease. Well, he's one guy that can take the game away from you pretty quickly as well. This will be a good contest.
Good bowling. I love Usman's his fire as a captain. He's been a good leader. I've said before, I've enjoyed all the captains this week. They've been pretty switched on and they're all courageous types of people and they all lead by example.
Yeah, certainly.
This is a good power play though for Kampong. This is a great start.
Yeah, it's not over yet though. Couple of boundaries here, couple of sixes. I'll be right back on track. Want to be 30 off 2.
I don't think Sikandar will take him on. What do I know?
Yeah, he's almost out. Wow, how about that? I mean, he climbed the ladder, didn't he? And guess who? It's Gert Svanpol.
Oh, no.
Who had some issues earlier, but he does well to reach this. Not many men would have. It was super high.
He did
Gets in the fingertips. It bounces up, but he just couldn't locate it.
Well, we have to mention it now. Both batsmen dropped. Well, Sikandar on 0, Kugyani on 10. This could really hurt them. That could have been 3 down.
11, but I'm not going to.
Thank you.
Not going to correct you, but I just did. All right, now they're going to change the field as well. This is
hurts.
It's a bit of random style. They must have been watching a fair bit of ECS. So,
well, that hurts. You know when you've dropped one and then
I think it might be because Pierre Jacot's going to go back to the boundary.
Yeah.
Okay, so Swanpole will stay in the infield. Pierre Jacot goes out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
We know what Johnny Neutral's thinking right now. How far can I hit this ball?
Well, not far enough, I don't think, because this is File who goes back and he takes the catch and he trips the light. Fantastic. Stays in the field of play and he's going to have to go. Has Kagyani. Well, he had a life already, but this time he's out of lives. He's going to go for a dozen here. They'll have a look at it, but Punjab Rotterdam, they're going to lose the second wicket. It'll be 17 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's out, Vinny. I don't really see any moment that he put his foot on the rope. Let's have a closer look, though, just to make sure. Takes the catch there. Little step back.
He thinks about throwing it away, but then he sees, no, I'm fine. He sees I'm fine. Yeah, good fielding. Andrew File into the side for the final and takes a very important catch. And so, yeah, Kagyani is going to get the message. But excellent outfielding. One thing to hold it, but then he just had to sum up the situation really quickly. And so it's Kagani, Johnny Neutral. That's the last we'll see of him in this ECS. And they don't make him pay for the drop.
Yep, well, they don't make him pay, and that's 2 wickets down. And a few tense nerves there now in that batting lineup, I think. Looks like Saqib Zulfikar's going to go join his twin brother. But what a great start for Kampong. Runs on the board in a final, always changed the game.
Is it his twin brother or his triplet brother?
Triplet.
I don't think it's twins.
Listen,
I don't think you can use that word.
just looked at the chat. There's some nice compliments. Thank you, ECN Network and Charlie Hunt and everyone. Yeah, we are a nice little partnership. I'll miss Vinny just a little bit.
Nice that everyone's...
Oh, it's good.
Everyone's
saying
got some nice things.
Everyone's got their own dynamics.
Maybe we'll have an where everyone says nasty things.
I don't mind that. Let's go.
Here's Saqib. So if we go coming out now, it's always great working with Corey. And behind all of your lovable playfulness and your kind of little cheeky personality, there's a lot of cricket wisdom in there.
Appreciate
I like the way
it.
you look at the game. Malik has a couple now in the final. Let's push for a single here. Yeah, so the robot. And he's saying loved having Corey these last weeks as well.
Yep.
Dream cricket dinner. This is me, you and Rico. And then people like Don Bradman, Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara and Warney. Well, that'd be an interesting table. Yeah, goes on the hit. Should be fine here. Throw whistles in. But it will just be a single. So Andrew Farr with a very good catch in the over. Creates a second wicket for his captain. It's the end of the power play. 19 for 2.
Well, it's not a good power play for Punjab, and they're going to leave themselves a fair bit of work late. And the field's going to spread here. One thing I know about Saqib and Sikandar, they're pretty cool, calm, collected guys. So they will know how to time this chase as much as possible. And we have a quick look at the comparative, Manhattan graph. And yeah, not a good power play for either team, but Sherry Butt batted through, so they need someone to bat through here as well.
6, 10 and 3. There's the 3 overs in the power play. And a very good one for Malik to finish it. He finishes with 2 for 9. Guess the only way we'll see him again is maybe if he bowls the golden ball later on. Let's not count that out. You know, we've never had a golden ball final. I don't want to call it too early. We've never had a golden ball actual final.
I'm calling it.
We've had kind of qualifier 2 golden balls. We've had eliminated golden balls, had quarterfinal and semi-finals, but never in a final. Here's Siddiqui coming back to bowl the 4th.
Nice looking drive that. Beats him at short cover. And, well, that's Pierre Jacot out there. He's a weapon. He's not going to let that go for 2.
Good fielder. Good player, in fact. I liked Jacot's innings. I think, obviously, Sherry Butt stole the headlines. But he had the stability of Pierre Jacot at the other end.
Yeah.
And he just kept giving him the strike and actually hit a couple of decent ones.
Can we just touch on how good that name is again? Pierre Jacot.
Pierre Jacot.
Oh, my word.
Do you know autocorrects to Jacob almost everywhere? I keep seeing Pierre Jacob.
Well, yeah, see what these two are really good at is rotating the strike. They won't get dot balls against them. They'll just keep ticking it away. The big question is, can they find the boundary at the right time? And if Kampong can take that big opportunity when it comes. There's the captain, Usman Malik. He'll be feeling pretty confident at the moment. They need 12s. They need 12s. Not going to be easy. Not in a final.
Here's Siddiqui. It's rare that Siddiqui doesn't take a wicket. He hasn't taken one yet. In 1.5 overs.
Yep.
Got to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat as well.
Chat's been, honestly...
It's been on.
The chat has been on.
Remember the 15 or so minutes where we didn't have the chat yesterday?
I freaked out.
You were ready to pack it in. Corey's ready to retire.
Yeah, I mentally switched off. I couldn't handle it. I need the chat. They get me through.
You need them. I think they need you too. Geez, they're defending well, aren't they?
I think that swung quite a lot, actually. Got that to go late. He hasn't swung too many, but that really went.
Yeah, it did. Even went off the deck a little bit. Mathur Alphonse behind the stumps. He's been getting better and better as the week goes on as well.
Perfect start this for Kampong. They're in complete control. We know Punjab's dangerous. Something's brewing here, Vinny.
Yeah.
Binny.
Call me what you like. And focus on the cricket.
Atta boy.
That's good bowling. Right in the block hole. Well, he might not take a wicket here because he's only got 1 ball to go, Siddiqui, but what he has done, he's kept things really tight. 13 off his 2 overs. Okay, he went for 6 off his very first ball as well, you know.
Yep.
So
Great comeback.
Since then, he's only conceded singles and the odd wide. Full toss, though. This is in the gap. A lot of work to do. Good fielding. Really good fielding. That's Curtin Nana up there. All of these matter, don't they, when you're defending this kind of a score? But it will be a double. We're 4 overs in, and Punjab Rotterdam 24 for 2.
Yeah, good fielding there by Curtin Nana, and stops a certain 4, and only 2 runs gone. And well, this is my last Comcam with you, Vinny.
It is for a while, although afterwards you'll see Corey, he'll be having a chat with the winning captain at the end of the game. And yeah, it'll be followed by the trophy ceremony. Want to just say once again, big thank you to you. We love having you as part of the team. Wishing you all the best. Let's not get too sentimental about it.
Oh, Vinny.
I think it's better just to remember that a lot of people do watch this. But no, it's been great to have Corey here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to working with you a bit later in the year when you get freed up.
Yeah, we went through the roster. I'll be back, but a little bit of time off, and I'm sure Rico, I know the Rico lovers and fans, he'll be back, and you'll enjoy his energy. He's a good commentator.
We are a team. We're a commentary team when it comes down to it, and we all love getting the opportunity to bring you the cricket.
And I don't mind being number 4 in that team. Yeah.
There's no rankings.
There is rankings.
There is no rankings.
Have I snuck myself up?
I tell you, you're a nightmare to play cricket with. I would be on a rough trot, and you'd be saying, you know that I'm now ranked number 3 batter, you're number 6. All right, here's Nana. He gets a full one first up. He delivers a full one. We're just going to get a single. You know, you were talking about that 1 boundary and over just to stay in touch with the rate. Well, that's 2 overs in a row where we haven't had a boundary. So I think consequently, the rate required just snuck up. And already it's over 13.
It's starting to get a little bit precarious. They're going to have to take Curtin Nana down, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Hit hard. Fielded. These are all important stops. It's good work by Abianca. Yeah, this is where I think also it hurts that they don't have TJ Nidamanuru.
Yes.
Who they lost to injury yesterday.
Yep. Mr. Nidamanuru. Good player.
I'm sure he's watching.
Hope he's okay.
Corey's girlfriend in the chat saying, who is Phenom Struck? It's Saram Zalpuri. SV Kampong.
Shot.
This one is lifted away, and this one's out of here. The counter-attack's on. And this one is lifted out of the ground.
That's the male model. Maxi Hornweg's back. Oh, look at he's got with him. Packet of chips. Good on him.
I love it that you thought the packet of chips was the main star of that. But yeah, he takes a bit of a chance. He gets in front of his stumps and he elevates it. I mean, the crowd has been building all day on the hill.
Maxi Hornweg, cult figure, male model. Oh, what a stop from him. Gorgeous throw.
And you can see the chewing in slow motion. It's beautiful. Let's go again this time. Just down the ground for a single.
Yep, single there. So 6 and 1. Sorry, little bug always got.
We do have these little, what would you call them? Like spores or something going through the air?
Yeah, I don't know.
And you keep thinking that they're bugs and you think they're attacking you.
Let's just say the pollen level is high.
Yeah.
If you've got hay fever right now, it is alert time. Anyway, Curtin Nana, he's being attacked here.
Right back down below 13 with that 6. He just walks and this one wasn't really there. Does like to go at the bowler, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Does like to come down the pitch. Saqib Zulfikar.
Well, this is the big partnership, Vinny. I tell you what, they're under the pump here, Punjab. They are right under the cosh.
Pretty sure we're now going to get kind of an adult rating after your performance 4 balls ago. But I do like a good hug.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the slow-mo hug the other day that you hugged me when I didn't want it.
That's true. That's true. Oh, you pretended you didn't want it. Last ball, the over. Trying to miss. Pretty good comeback from Nana. He gets smoked for a Maximo, but he only concedes 9 in the 5th. We're halfway through the chase already. Punjab Rotterdam need to get a wriggle on. It's 33 for 2.
Yeah, Saqib Zulfikar there. He's a good player, but I think if he looks back at that footage, he'll realise he was trying to overhit. Just lost his shape a couple of times. Wasn't looking to time the ball. He does have this natural ability to time the ball. So if he can keep himself calm, give himself a chance. But Punjab, wow, they need something here. They need a kick. They're only on 33 after 5. I mean, Asad Zulfikar we know can play. Yasir Usman hits a big ball. We know Salah Razai hits a big one. But after that, it's starting to get too tight. You can't ask that lower order to come in and hit 6s straight away.
They can do it, but the difference is if they have to do it. You know, the big consequence to failing.
Oh, here we go, Vinny. The locals are in. Good to see them there.
Put your eyes back in your head, Corey. 6 over coming up. This is Ajmal Gundawal, who is going to hold the 6th over. And the Zulfikars get a move on. Next couple of overs, you feel like they need to. He tries, and this is going, but how far is it going? It is going to be 6. Maximo. Abianca went all the way to the fence, and he gets 2 hands on it. but it just skews away, and the result is 6 runs.
Yeah, they're ducking for cover there. I know this is going to sound super critical, but a weapon of a fielder wouldn't let that happen. That's a huge moment, Vinny. It's 6 runs, even if he could have tapped it back.
Because he never gets set and still in a position where he can maybe catch it and pull it back into play or throw it to another fielder.
This sort of pace from Agarwal is what the Zulfis want.
This could be the over.
Yeah.
Goes hard, goes straight to the fielder, looking straight into the sun.
That's happened a couple of times, actually. They've hit it pretty hard out there, but they're finding the fielders. So 6 and 1. This is the over they need to go big.
So far, the biggest over they've had is 10.
Yep.
And 10's what they need every over, right? And if I go back to the first innings, there were only 3 overs that really went large. That were double figures, but they were big ones, 18, 17 and 26 in the 2nd, 5th and 9th. So that's all Punjab Rotterdam need here. A couple of really big overs, and they'll be right back in this.
A good pull shot, but straight to the man again. Yeah, they just need that one big one. They've got 8 off 3. If they can get another big 6 here, just helps them breathe a little bit.
Because remember, Sherry Butt in the 5th, he got a run of boundaries. In the 9th, he got a run of boundaries. And that's just what's been lacking in this inning so far from Punjab.
What I think as well, Vinny, is that 5th bowler hasn't been used just yet. Will they go to spin?
And watch out on the hill. It's coming your way. Maximo! Well, it parts the crowd like the Red Sea. And that's a really good shot by Skandar Zulfikar.
Look at Johnny Neutral. He's absolutely thrilled with that. Didn't Rose have said, but that went through the flags, Vinny. No sharks there.
Straight through the flag. Never mind the flags. Goes through the crowd. Watch out, kids.
Oh, good to see that miss every child perfectly.
That is probably the highest density of children in the crowd. It's gone straight through them.
It's amazing how often it misses people, but what a shot. This is the big over. 14 or 4. They've got a chance here to explode this into a 20-run over. 2 balls to come.
I think he's going to keep going for it. Gandawal under the pump. Short. Just doesn't quite get it. Good fielding by Nana. Just gets everything behind it and somehow keeps it to 1.
Brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding. He gets everything behind it. And he saves 3 runs in the end. That could have gone. I think Sikander will be so disappointed he sort of toe-ended it. He was skipping along. Look at Kurt Nana. That is bravery. And he gets one on the chops for a good measure.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky stop from Kurt Nana.
Yep. Good names out there. Kurt Nana, Pierre Jacod. Now, Saqib Zulfikar, he's a good player, but he's 6 off 9. He needs to get going.
Oh, no better time than the present. Here's Gandawal. 15 off the over plus this. He launches it and almost caught. I think it's going to be 4 in the end. Jacod, similar to one earlier today. He went down low to his right, but it's another 4. So a big over for Punjab Rotterdam. In the end, 19 come off the 6th, and it's game on. 6 overs down, and that also brings up the 50, 52 for 2.
Oh, he's an absolute weapon in the field as well. He'll feel disappointed. He maybe couldn't have just raked it back. Hope he's okay, and he's back on his feet because he's jogging to. He's going to bowl now. Now, this is what's huge in this game. He's probably going to bowl 2 overs in the last 4, and he's a right arm off spinner. Not easy to do, but he's a clever, clever man. These little twists and turns in the game, these half moments, is keeping Punjab alive. He'll come around the wicket. He'll look to bowl these right arm off spin across him. But the thing is with Saqib and Sikander, they are unbelievable at going over extra cover.
Yeah.
They're very good. So that it takes away one of the bowling options that he's been doing, bowling it wide of off stump.
Yeah, sure.
I think if he goes wide through, if he goes on the offside, I think they'll open up and hit him over there.
That's where he goes, but he hasn't quite. It's towed it. It is going to be 4. I think it's 4. We'll have a look at it. And, well, this was really high. And the fielder just kind of lost his bearings there, didn't he? My instinct is it was a chance. I think it's called 4 on the field. We'll see what the result is upon further review.
Yeah, I think it's 4, Vinny. But, yeah, that's another half chance. He's running in at first. Yeah. It is 4.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's good boundary management there, that's probably out.
Just a couple of micro misjudgments.
Yep.
That could have been out. Instead, it's 4. Jacod pitches up. This one should be handled.
I know you can't have every gun fielder everywhere, but that's 2 moments down at deep mid-off that could have gone the other way.
Yeah. Do you call that a chance?
No, not a chance, but if you've got good boundary management, you could have stopped to 4. How did it go for 4? That's what you have to ask.
Yeah.
Anyway, this game turning on its head. Still evens.
Pierre Jacon. Goes wide up, but it's too wide, you know.
Yep, goes wide, too wide.
Yeah, this is what his go-to is normally. So I wouldn't be backing away to Pierre. I just think you're going to make it harder to reach a ball like this. In the end, he's lucky. Just misses the tram line. Slight right to the left breeze as well. So you can back yourself to go over the offside here.
Oh, I like
Do
it.
that. I mean, that's an unbelievable stroke. That has gone miles. I think it's gone all the way, and pretty sure it's a Maximo. It's a Reversimo. And what an amazing shot at this time of the game. He thinks Chacod's going to go wide, and he was right. Well, one of these teams will be winners, but this is a winning-looking shot, isn't it?
Well, this is just a bit of class. Saqib Zulfikar has pulled out the reverse Malachi, and he's gone all the way for 6. Big 6 as well.
Big 6.
Well,
I mean,
let me put this in a frame for you. He was playing Afghanistan about 6 weeks ago, facing Majid.
There's a huge shot confirmed as 6 now, but looking into the shadows there, but that went miles.
Yeah, I
over.
always thought it might be a little bit risky with the spin in this one. Very tight indeed. What a shot. Shot of the tournament. He's coming medium pace now, so he's completely changed it up, and he's got a high top edge. That might go as well. 1 bounce 4. Well, 4 runs. Pierre Jacod realising I'm not going to bowl spin, comes in with the medium pace.
I quite like that kind of change, but it doesn't work because he bangs it in. And yeah, I think...
Yeah, it's 4. Definitely 4.
Yeah, it doesn't get any of the rope, does it? It does seem like it just lands inside. Just confirm it doesn't get any of the rope here, but...
No, that's 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4.
Well, this is an unbelievable hitting
Chacod's
now.
going to stick to the mediums. Here we go.
Shot. What timing.
Nana has saved a bunch of runs so far. And so, you see, times this one. Nana's looking straight into a giant ball of burning gas. And handling it anyway.
I need a wicket here to Kampong.
That rate's back down.
Yep.
10.4, pretty much where it started now.
Let's go wide.
And now, this is why, you've got 2 set batters at the crease now.
You've got 2 set batters, and you've got the 4th and 5th bowler have been under attack. So there's a lot of pressure on young Pierre here. That is wide.
So he does step a bit wide, but it's
No,
quite wide.
It's a gigantic wide.
Whew.
Pressure. Pressure. Those half chances.
Tingling?
Nah.
Pass ball the over. Where he goes after this, and this is going to be 6. You can forget about it. Adios, pelota, Maximo! Sakanda has had a very good week with the bat when we've seen him. And with this one, he goes to 37. He's only faced 15 balls. And at the end of the 7th over, it's 76 for 2.
If Sikander ends up getting him there, it'll be a match-winning innings. Let's reflect. He was dropped on 0. He was dropped on 0 at mid-wicket, and I reckon it sounds a bit harsh, but there's been half chances that could have gone the other way. And, well, coming up is this glorious-looking trophy ceremony.
Yes, we will have it after the final ball, just after the highlights, and Corey will have a word with the captain. But then stay with us because have the FanCode European Cricket Series trophy ceremony. You'll also find out who the MVP of the tournament is going to be. Any ideas? Shortlist?
I think maybe Sherry Butt. Sikander Zulfikar obviously has had a good time. Maybe Ashikula Saeed with the
Yeah,
ball.
good point. We always seem to focus on batters, don't we?
Yeah, economy rates from bowlers should be looked at. There's 3 players. Who else? Oh, Buster Later still.
Buster Later, true. Okay, we're going to last 3 overs. Now, Punjab Rotterdam in the driving seat. Svanpol knocks him over. Well, one momentum swing after another in this final. And he gets through Saqib, who just had gotten going to 21. But Svanpol, with his very first ball, he knocks the middle stump out of the ground. And maybe that's the turning point for the defending champions, Kampong. And now Punjab Rotterdam lose the 3rd wicket, 76 for 3.
Absolute peach. Really enjoyed that. He got it full straight and it decked away. And, well, Saqib was getting a little bit funky with his feet there. Pays the ultimate price. His middle stump uprooted. And you can see him walking off there. He'll be disappointed. But what a ball that was, Vinny.
Yeah, really talked a bit off the pitch, didn't it? And that's disappointment. Have a look at what the ball did. It's just, it goes in and seams away. I mean, it's pretty hard to play.
That's a bit of a Jaffa, Vinny. Not much you can do about that.
He's going to play it on the leg side. And he said, well, how did it end up there?
Well, that's a great start for the young man. And if Swampole can get the ball to talk this over, get it to move like that, well, don't count them out just yet.
And the thing is, he does it early in the over, or the earliest he could do it in the over. It means he's got 5 more balls. And it's only natural the new batter might be a little bit concerned after seeing that. But it is a left-hander. That changes the equation a little bit as well. Yasir Usman is going to be at the crease. Looks like we've got the replacement Bale coming out there.
Oh yeah, here we go. Big Mervyn swerving Hughes.
And look at Big Merv.
Oh, he is in a rush.
Yeah, we might see him break into a small jog. That's it's gonna.
There he is. Oh, my word. And a great delivery of the bail.
I'd like to see Big Merv get a big round of applause here as well for his work. Not just doing the third umpiring duties, but also
that is honestly, if you watch Baywatch, this is better. This is, look at big Swervin' Mervin. Well done, big man.
And give us the big,
oh,
he's going to give us the stretches as well.
He's one of the big men. He's just gone to the limited review system. He's calling for the LRS, Vinny.
We love a bit of Big Merv. One of the true cult heroes.
He literally just called for the LRS, Vin. Oh, we got to go up then,
Last
don't
year
we?
he was doing the Merv Hughes type stretches. Now he's doing the LRS signal.
Swervin' Mervin.
He just wants to be busy because he'll be the one that has to judge on it because he's third umpire.
He's a good man.
Right, here's Usman. This game's at a fork in the road here, you know. And Swanpole bowled an absolute seed off the first ball of his final.
Yeah, absolute nut to start. And he'll be wanting to imitate that again. Usman, if he gets a ball like that coming into his pads, might be in trouble. His fielders running everywhere. Are they okay for time, Vinny? Just
I think they're okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to check. But I mean,
feels like it has.
Can't really. Yeah, there's some allowances for that. A couple of minutes for a broken bail.
Anyway,
Pierre Jacquard gives the sunglasses to Agandawal, who's going to go field at deep cover to left hand on the right of screen. Anyway, here's Yasser Usman for the first time. And this one sneaks past the outside edge. So just when you felt Punjab Rotterdam were getting away, they lose a wicket, new batter at the crease, and also a bowler. There's got to be chock full of confidence here in Svanpol. He's had a couple of moments that he won't want to look back at today, but still, he can be a hero for his team. If he can somehow avoid being hit to the boundary this over, maybe pick up another wicket.
Yeah, and Usman's not really a touch player. He's more a dash player, so he just needs to make sure he doesn't get dot balls and put a lot of pressure on Sikander Zulfikar here.
Big 4 balls, you feel.
Oh, my word. Boom shakalaka, Vinny. What a shot is that?
That is absolutely smoked. That one might have ended up in Bulgaria. We'd probably reuse that one.
That noise off the bat, that was a crack.
Go deep in his crease. Very tape ball, isn't it? To go real deep in the crease and lift it up. He gets the length from Swanpole. This one is absolutely whacked out of the ground. Says Carreras.
Yeah, well, I told you he's not a touch player. That was violent. That noise off the bat was extreme. I mean, they hit one more 6 here. They're in control of this game. They're one big boundary away, and they can maybe be a bit more educated in the end.
You can argue they're in control of it already after that strike from Yasser Usman.
So Canda's played a blinder, 37 off 15.
This time gets middle length, and this one's going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more runs. Usman just turns on this. We'll have a look at it. It's called 4 on the field, but just picks the gap. And so Usman, he starts with a couple of boundaries.
Yep, 4 runs.
Just
Good call.
one bounce. But,
Well, well, you come to the crease, you play and miss your first ball, and then you play 2 of the most violent shots I've seen all
This is
week.
what we talked about with Punjab Rotterdam. They're suited to the T10 game. The real skill in the middle order, it's a bit different to T20 cricket even. You need to be able to come and hit boundaries straight away. If you can do that, you are so valuable. Svanpole on the back foot now. Couple to come. And so he goes 6 more. And wow, with that one. Look at that. That's got over the path. Maximal. Yes, here goes 6, 4, 6. Pick up sticks. And, well, even Johnny Neutral's cracked a smile, Corey.
Well, I tell you what, game, set, match. This championship's only going one way. Usman's come out and absolutely blasted this ball, and you can see they're wrapped here, Punjab, because they were a bit nervous. Look, I can't see a shock here. Surely that is game, set, match. 16 off 4.
If you're in doubt, hit your way out of trouble. That's what you do in this game.
When you're in doubt in life, just start swinging.
Attack's the best form of defence. And Svanpole, he's had the whole range of emotions in this over, hasn't he?
That noise off the bat, that was scary. I mean, he bowled an absolute peach first ball, and then you're still going at 16 in the over. That's hard to take sometimes.
Okay, can they pull anything out of fire here? It's hard to see. 10 off 13 now. Swanpole, no matter what happens here, it's going to be a long way back for Kampong. Goes for it one more time and put this one with the rest. 6 Mars, Maximal.
That was huge, Vinny. That's landed on the full in the forest.
Yeah, that was forest bound. I don't think we'll even see this one again. Don't bother. New balls, please. Yasser Usman goes absolutely crazy as he takes 22 off the over. He's new to the crease. And well, we're going to find some new kookaburras after that. And now, almost a formality with only 4 runs required after the 8th. Punjab Rotterdam, they're 98 for 3.
Okay, I've got one for you. Do you go and do you give a man of the match to someone like Ashley Kuller, 3 for nothing, Sherry Butt 70, Sikander 37, or do you go, Usman, pressure situation, bang, 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 and he gets a man of the match from that?
Very possibly. Yeah, I think it's a very good case for him.
Look at that. That worm, that's the first time I've seen the worm show me some importance. That skyrocketed.
Yeah, that was big, wasn't it? Well, now you know the power of the worm. Well, now you need some sort of miracle over. You just have to somehow take it to the last. It's, yeah, only 4 required. Don't forget his hand as well. I mean, he put him in a position to be able to launch from the 7 over mark. Swan Pole. Well, he had a ball to remember, but an over to forget in the 8th.
What hitting.
4 to win. There
That might go.
is the win. That'll do it. And Rotterdam, they'll do it with 11 balls to spare. And it was just pure timing from Sikander Zulfikar. He'll finish on 41 not out. And Punjab Rotterdam, their very first tournament on the European Cricket Network, and they come up victors. And SV Kampong, their captain Usman Malik, very sporting as well, of course. They came from the clouds last year to win it. So consecutive years in the Netherlands. The team that finishes 3rd does it the hard way, wins 3 on finals day. And your champions of this FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands, Punjab Rotterdam.
Yeah, deserved winners. They were the best team overall. We knew they would be competitive in this T10 format. They're the 50 over winners in the Netherlands as well. So what a great way to start their pre-season by winning a T10 competition on the ECN network. And well done to them. Unlucky for Kampong. Well battered, Sherry. And overall, though, that was a really good innings from Usman at the death. Sikander held his call, and they deserved to win.
Yeah, it was an incredible finish. And yeah, it just shows you. T10 cricket, I've said this all the way along, ever since I first commentated T10 back in 2019, that the thing that surprised me the most is how the game can change so quickly. It's kind of incredible, and you saw it there. Swanpole seemed like he got Kampong back in the game, first ball of the 8th, but then Yasser Usman came and took the game away so quickly, and in a flash it was gone. Punjab Rotterdam 102 off 8.1, defeating Kampong 101. Coming up, we do have the trophy ceremony. I know we do have some highlights of the second innings. Also, we'll have a bit of a chat with the captain of Punjab Rotterdam, Sulaiman Tariq. Yes, stay tuned for that, because we will like to acknowledge everyone that made this possible. Again, thanks to all of our viewers. And coming up on Monday, don't forget, we've got the first day in Bulgaria. It's not too far away, you know. It's only about 40 hours away. We'll be in Bulgaria. Blacksmiths versus MU Sofia in the morning session. In the afternoon, we'll have Plovdiv and Pleven. But right now, let's look back at the highlights of this second innings. It was 102 to win. And funnily enough, that's the exact target that SV Kampong chased down to win the trophy last year. But this time, they'd be trying to defend it. And it wasn't going to be easy against a Punjab Rotterdam side that were packed with some stroke-making power, and we saw it, didn't we, from Punjab? We heard a lot about them, and they certainly brought it. And it was your man, Johnny Neutral, early, who was bringing it in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. He came out with great intent. He tried his best. He got a little bit of luck there as there was miscommunication. And, well, the captain, Usman, he took a couple of nice early wickets, and they were very, very much in this game. They were pumped up with Kampong. And they were ahead because they kept them pretty restricted in the power play. Sikander Zulfikar came to the wicket with a big smile on his face. He was pretty relaxed, and this was the big moment. He gets dropped on a duck. Now, in another lifetime or another universe, that could have been caught, and all she wrote. There was some good fielding, though, overall. Andrew File there taking a nice catch right on the rope. And, yeah, that was bringing Sikander Zulfikar to the wicket. And at this stage, it was all Kampong. We were watching that asking rate go up to around the 13s, 14s. There was a bit of nerves in the dugout, but the two Zulfikar brothers, they were doing their best to try and get to the total. Nana was throwing his body around everywhere with some exceptional fielding at deep backward square. Well, saying my final goodbyes to Vinny, getting a little bit too close for comfort there, but hey, we all love each other on this network. And, well, it kept on going. It was a bit of a procession in the middle from Sikander Zulfikar. He played some beautiful shots over the leg side and some really good hitting. There was these little chances that were going on in between, but overall, they hit them pretty cleanly, Vinny.
Yeah, they certainly did. And that one, we're just happy that all the children survived, because that was into a densely populated area. But it was, it was Kampong fighting all the way. Let's be honest. We did, I think, see the best two teams in the end. The best two actual teams going head-to-head in the trophy. Pierre Jacquard got close, but not quite close enough. You can see Punjab Rotterdam. A few nervous moments for them, but yeah, it was the boundaries that would essentially make the difference. Well, Ashkul Aside was looking pretty relaxed during it all. He felt he did his work. How's that reverse sweep for 6? So that was a real game breaker.
Shot of the tournament for me, Vinny, and it came out of nowhere. No one expected it, and he got every piece. That flew for 6. And yeah, definitely shot of the tournament. And you have to have big moxies on you to do something like that.
Given the moment as well. So put your hands up in the air, umpire. And then we saw Jacquard then switch to pace, but not a lot more luck as that one was kind of half top edge, half hooked away for another boundary. So when it came down to it, I think Punjab Rotterdam, they just backed their game, didn't they? Just backed their game to be attacking, to not do anything too crazy. That was just a really good ball from Swanpole that took a wicket off the first ball of the 8th. It did plenty, and Saqib couldn't deal with it. But then after that, we saw Yasser Usman come out.
Well, he hit the ball, the hardest I've seen it hit all week. Those 4 boundaries he hit were extremely hard. That was big Mervyn Swervin bringing out the extra bail. Good to see him. He's been a good character once again. And, well, limited review system out of nowhere.
Why not? Well, he's a third umpire, can do what he wants. And that's exactly what Yasser Usman was doing, because he went absolutely bananas in the 8th. 6-4, 6-6. And we thought we had the momentum swing against Punjab. Well, Yasser made sure it came back pretty quickly. That went onto the warning track. And after that 8th over, they only needed 4. And, well, it was going to be tough, wasn't it? Swanpole getting some advice. But no matter what he did, Usman seemed to have his measure. And then Curtin Nana came on to bowl the 9th. Just 4 required. This one was timed into the gap. And before you knew it, Punjab Rotterdam, they had it done.
Yep, absolutely. You can see they've been a pretty calm team all week, but finally those emotions came out. And another trophy for them. Absolutely ecstatic. Usman, great batting from him at the very end. And overall, they were the best team this week.
I think, you know, we talked about it. They lost their first 2 games of the week, but they were pretty competitive against a strong VCC lineup. But we just saw a little spark at them, didn't we? And look, disappointment for Sherry Butt. He certainly tried his heart out. But I think what you saw in the chase is that just more batters contributed. Sherry Butt really had to carry that innings in the first innings. But if we go to the second innings, I think you'll see that quite a few batters got amongst it. Starting with Kogyani, who ended up making a dozen at the top of the order. But then have a look at that 3-4-5. Sakata Zulfikar, man of the match in the end for his 41 not out off 16. Saqib with 21. Yes, Usman with an impact innings, striking at 440. That's okay, as he came out and he took all those 22 in the 8th. And they did get to the target of 102 with 11 balls to spare. Look, spare a thought for Kampong as well. They're a really entertaining side. Wishing them all the best this year. They are defending champions. They'll know exactly how that feels to come from 3rd and win the trophy. Not easy to do on finals day. If you look at the bowling, Usman Malik, he did everything he could to keep his team in the game. 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Swanpole, but then things went a little bit off book for him. Apart from that, I have to say Siddiqui bowled pretty well early. They pushed the rate up. He only went for 15 off his 2 overs. So I'm going to step out for a second because I've got Suleiman Tariq here, Vinny Sounder here, and alongside Corey Ruckers. And we do have the trophy ceremony coming up very shortly. But right now, I've got Suleiman Tariq here, and he's going to chat with Corey Ruckers. And then we'll go over a few aspects of the game, I'm sure. And then I'll see you again in the trophy ceremony.
Yep, sounds good. Well, we'll get Suleiman headsetted up here. And we'll ask the winning captain a couple of questions. And yeah, we'll keep it there and we'll get you going. Suleiman, firstly, congratulations,
Thanks,
mate.
Corey.
The captain of Punjab. We've been friends for a few years. So tell us, first of all, T10 cricket. It was new for you. How did you feel and how's it feel to win the trophy?
Amazing experience. I think before we started the tournament, only 2 guys from our whole squad had played T10 earlier. So it was a complete new format for us, but we adjusted well and we really enjoyed it actually. It was a bit cold the other days, but today it was a fantastic weather as well, and to win the trophy is always nice.
Yeah, of course. So the people that don't know, you won the 50 over trophy last year as well. So
yep.
The Punjab Cricket Club's going like this. What's the winning recipe? How are you guys winning so many games?
I think it's not only one thing that you have to achieve. I think it's the group that we have. I think it's a very talented experienced group as well, with Zulfikars in there, Yasser Usman, Sohail Bhatti, the experienced player bowler, the youngster Mubashir Hussain.
Yeah.
And this year we have Ashigullah Saeed and Samiullah Salarzai is with us. So, and Sharafat Jan is with us as well. So we have a pretty good squad, and I think everyone is making each other competitive, more competitive, and getting better and getting more out of their talent.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell us a little bit about the two new guys, because there's been a lot of talk in the chat. They're watching these fast bowlers, and we always knew Punjab were going to be strong with the bat, but those guys with the new ball, and don't forget yourself as well, Vernon Flanner. What is it about the new guys that you think has helped so much?
I think if you look at Samuel Salarazai, it's the genuine pace. I think he's probably the quickest in the competition so far. So last year, I think Logan van Beek was probably the quickest.
Yep.
I faced Logan a couple of times. Now I faced Samuel, so it's I can tell you he's much quicker than Logan as well. So that's an extra dimension that gives you as an attack to handle.
Yep.
Ashikula Said, I think he has been a proven winner. I think he played a couple of years with the VOC, but also with the Belgium national team. He is an experienced guy now, and he's a strong guy who can come and bowl at any stage of the game.
Yeah.
So we are really looking forward to them to bring us the trophy back home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again.
So, and then going forward, I mean, that's the pre-season tournament. You get another trophy. What are the ambitions of Punjab Cricket Club this year? There's a lot to play for.
Definitely. I think as a defending champions, we will be keen to get to the top 3 of the pool, because I think,
it's a different year with the formatting. So top 3 go up and bottom 3 go down.
So the first aim is to get in the top 3, and then from there, let's see if possible, we would like to end up in the playoffs, and anything can happen in the playoffs. So, the ambition is there. We just now have to prepare ourselves and make sure that we execute it well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's one more player that a lot of people didn't get to see, Steph Myberg. He's part of Punjab as well, so will he be playing for you guys this year, and you're looking forward to having him back after the New Zealand trip?
Yeah, I think they came back with the Dutch squad last week somewhere, I think Thursday or maybe Wednesday, but he's this week off with his family in Disneyland, but he's coming back probably Monday evening.
Yep.
And then straight up training on Tuesday and ready to go on Saturday, the first game of the season.
Beautiful. And last one.
Yeah.
Vernon Philander. How do you get the ball? So you know the guys I live with, Maxie, Scotty.
Yeah.
We call you the Vernon Philander of Dutch cricket.
Yeah.
How do you do it? You get the ball to nibble just both ways enough.
Yeah, it's just try to hit the seam. That's all.
Keep it simple. But, mate, honestly, congratulations. Really happy for you. And, look, enjoy the time with your friends and team. Well done, mate. Thank you. So that was some special words from Suleiman Tariq there, and the winning captain of Punjab. He's absolutely ecstatic with his win. And Punjab CC, they were the dominant team this week and definitely deserved to get the chocolates in the end. And they've won the 50 over comp. They've now won the T10 comp, and with all those overseas players as well, Steph Myberg not being overseas but coming into that lineup, I definitely expect to see them to win the trophy, and I think they've got a really, really big chance of going far again. So we're going to show you a couple of little highlights in the moment of the final, and then we're going to get into the trophy ceremony with Vinny Sanderson. So please stick with us. It's Peacock Saturday. This is the last time you'll see me. Thank you for having me for quite some time on the European Network. I'll be back later in the year, and everybody, please hang around for the trophy highlights very shortly.
Hello everybody and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands. I'm Mr. Maximo Vinisandu from the European Cricket Network, Head of Media, and it's my pleasure to be here with you guys today on a beautiful spring day in the Netherlands at the Sparta Club. And we certainly have enjoyed the series. I think it's been the best series we've ever done in the Netherlands. I think those of you that have competed before, I know there's quite a few of you, I think you'll agree it was a fantastic experience. And we saw a lot of top level cricket, and I think our viewers all around the world enjoyed seeing the best that Dutch cricket has to offer. So nice to see a few familiar faces and a few new ones too. But I think across the board we saw 5 competitive teams and we saw a really exciting week's cricket, which culminated in finals day today. And of course we do have the trophies and medals to give away to the winners and the runners up. But first I just want to acknowledge some of our partners. Of course, what we do here on the European Cricket Network couldn't be possible without our partners. Partnerships, they are important out there in the middle. They're also important off the field, and we at ECN value our partnership with the KNCB as well as our partners from FanCode for making this possible, our partners at Local Lifestyle who have done an amazing job designing the trophies and the medals that you guys will get today. And I just want to give a big thanks to them. Also to Bizaway Travel, who get us all around Europe, which isn't easy over the last couple of years, as you can imagine, during such a difficult time in the world. So a big thank you to our partners, and we look forward to a long and full relationship with you guys going forward, as we hope to keep bringing the cricket to you from all around Europe. Also want to give a few thank yous out to some people that have made this tournament extra special. And I want to say a super big thank you to the Sparta Cricket Club, to Martin Snurp in particular. To Martin, thank you so much for your support of the ECS concept. I think it is a fantastic venue, and I know it's looked fantastic this week. The fact that it seems to get better and bigger every year, I think is a really good sign. I know that you guys didn't quite have the success on the field that you would have liked, but I still want to acknowledge you for your hard work and for making this possible. So big hand there for Martin Snurp and for the Spartan Club. Thank you. As you can imagine, a lot of things go on behind the scenes as well to make this possible. I also want to give a big thank you to Nazair, to Leo, to Faye in the clubhouse for the refreshments and the lunches. Thank you very much to them. I want to acknowledge them for their contribution. And also I want to acknowledge the contributions of a bunch of people that sometimes they get noticed for the wrong reasons, but I think they did an outstanding job this week, and that is the umpires. And so to all the umpires, I know we've got a couple behind us here for their work. It's certainly a format that'll wake you up as an umpire, because there's a lot going on, even though it's a shorter game. They are long days. Particularly Tyrone, I know that you've done quite a few weeks in a row, but I think you did a fantastic job. But to all the umpires, it's great to see them and their performance, which facilitated, I think, a very high quality event. Also, I want to give a bit of a shout out to Sir Rob Kemming, his Dutch cricket royalty, for his role in shaping the umpires and the officials. So thank you, Rob. Always great to have you. And yeah, it's nice to see Rob in his home country. He showed me a few places around and I really enjoyed that as well. Okay, I also want to acknowledge the work of some people which I think do an amazing job. And I think actually they're probably one of the most important cogs of what we do. And that is the production crew from Spring Productions. So to Chris Tapps, to Richards and to Anders, big thank you to you. You're doing an amazing job. They take the magic out there and they turn it into something which is literally consumed by millions of people around the world, and they're loving it. And the fact that it's growing, it's testament to you guys, but also to the skills of Spring Productions, and we certainly appreciate the partnership with Spring Media. I also want to talk about a bunch of people who I really enjoy working with week in, week out. There's always a few different faces, but they always work just as hard. And to the Blue crew, the ECN crew, to Sam and everyone else for working so hard. I know that a lot of organisation goes on before the tournament and then during the tournament to make sure it runs smoothly. So thanks to the whole ECN crew. Love working with you guys. And look forward to working with you throughout the rest of the year. And to one man that I got to work with again. He's always entertaining. He's a little bit unpredictable, he's a little bit offbeat, but I tell you what, I really think that he brings a lot to the table. To Corey Ruckers, my commentary partner, thank you very much for your help. And Corey's done a bit of a stint now, so he's going to have a few weeks off. Wishing you the best with the Spanish national team, of course, at the end of the month, where you'll be coaching them, and that will be right here on ECN as well. But let's get into it. And first, I want to acknowledge the other teams that didn't quite make the top 2 places. Obviously, to Sparta, unfortunately this year, just missing out on the Final 4. Well, they did get a win along the way. I want to acknowledge Sunland, who had a couple of good wins early on the tournament, just couldn't quite bring it towards the end. Also to VCC, to Voorburg, who ended up losing their last 4, but they did win 6 games in a row, and they were pretty entertaining first up. So to the other teams that didn't quite make it here, let's give them a round of applause, and we thank them for their contributions to this tournament. Of course, being a European cricketer, it's not easy with some of the travel, the sacrifices to family time, work schedules, all those things. We know being during the week as well, that it is difficult to make these things happen. So I want to, on behalf of ECN, thank you guys for making those things happen, and the fact we had so many high quality players, I think made a real difference. So thank you so much. But I do want to get to the trophies now, and particularly the medals. And I'm going to start with a team that, I tell you what, you've got a lot of fans on European Cricket Network, you guys, because remember last year you came and you were nowhere for most of the week, but you finished 3rd. You ended up doing it the hard way, going 1, 2, 3 on the last day and winning the trophy. And on that day, believe it or not, you guys chased down a target of 102 to win. So that was a bit of a funny one because you're on the other side of it today. But I want to congratulate you on some really good performances. It seemed like you were timing your run really well. This time you finished 2nd after the group stage, but unfortunately just went down in the final. But I think if you look back, you'll see a lot of highlights. Obviously, it's going to be a really competitive competition this year domestically in Holland, and wishing you all the best for the season ahead. I think you've got a wonderful captain that really cares, and I know that you put in a lot of time behind the scenes to try and get the best out of all your players. But the fact that you guys, such a tight-knit unit, and I know that we're really thankful to have you involved once again in the ECS. So ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to acknowledge this team, the runners-up, to collect your runners-up medals, it's SV Kampong, and the medals will be presented by Jus Martin Snurp. Thank you guys. We've got a bunch of talented players, and I just think that they're pretty dynamic in the short form, and maybe we'll see them challenging for top honours, particularly the T20. Remember, there's 1 spot up for grabs at the European Cricket League next year. So big congrats to SV Kampong. Once again, thanks to Local Lifestyle for providing the medals and the trophies that you see before you today. And to Usman Malik, the captain, also to Sherry Butt, his outstanding performance. Congratulations. Let's give him a big hand again, the runners-up of the ECS Netherlands 2022, SV Kampong. And before we get to the winners' trophy and the winners' medals, I just want to acknowledge that we have another trophy up there. This will be presented by Sir Rob Kemming. It's the MVP trophy, and it's for the most valuable player for the week. And I just want to acknowledge a few people that made the shortlist. And it wasn't an easy one. It certainly wasn't an easy one, but I'm just going to mention a couple of people. To Victor Lubbers of Sunland, who scored 214 runs with a best of 85 not out. To Baz de Leyder, of course. Unfortunately, couldn't be available for VCC this weekend, but he did score 204 runs at a strike rate of 300, which is pretty good going. Also to Rehan Wahid, 13 wickets. He was the top wicket taker, including a best of 4 for 10. To Sharafat Kogyani, or Johnny Neutral as we called him, we finally saw him crack a smile at the very end of the last game, but he scored 226 runs going into the final at the very top of the order, and I think it was great to see you out there. To Usman Malik, the captain of Kampong, who did score 178 runs at the top, but also you're such a threat with the ball and also in the field. I mean, I think it's great that you're still out there doing what you're doing. It's great to see you out there with your kids as well. And I know that you're an inspiration to them and so many others. So to you, Usman, congratulations. And look, I have to mention a couple of others quickly. To all the Zulfiqars, really, collectively, but I think Saqib turned out to just knock off Wahid in the final. Actually, he finished with 14 wickets as the top wicket taker overall. Economy about to run a ball, so Saqib, well done. I know it was really fascinating for our viewers to see the four of you in the same team, and I met your father today, and obviously very passionate about his cricket. I think you guys, we'll talk about more you as a team collectively in a second, but yeah, congratulations to you. But really, you had a lot of good performances. To Ashkula, great to see you on ECN as well. I think you performed really well. To Samuel Salarazai as well. Exciting to see such high quality players in the tournament, and it was exciting for us. This really was a tournament where we saw the bridge between what we do and the top level, to see players coming back from the national team and people that are in the national setup to be competing in the European Cricket Series. For us, it's really exciting. So hopefully we can see you again next year, and we'd love to have even more teams involved in the Netherlands. But now I'm going to talk about the man that will win the MVP trophy, and he had an outstanding tournament. If you go back to last year's final, and when I looked at the scorecard, I saw 66 not out for this guy. I said, well, this guy is a big game player, and he certainly was in the final as he knocked up 72 not out, and he got his team to a competitive score. Ultimately, they weren't able to defend it, but with 421 runs, averaging over 80, and with a massive 43 maximos, the MVP of the ECS Netherlands is Sherry Butt. So Rob Kemming will present the trophy. Congratulations, Sherry. Well done. I think it's just great to acknowledge a story like that. Of course, met your family today. Really excited how enthusiastic they were. Travel so far as well. I know lots of people do, but congratulations, you bossed it in the final. Unfortunately, you didn't quite get there this time around, but still an outstanding individual performance. Now let's talk about the winners. These guys, I'd heard a lot about them. I heard a lot about them last year in the top class, where you guys seemed to shoot all the way to the moon in that tournament, and it was great to have you in the ECS for the first time. And the first time we saw you, even though you didn't quite get the wins against VCC, there was just something about you, there's a spark. I think after seeing so many matches, I said, hold on, these guys are really suited to this. You were so fearless the way you went about your batting, but you're also smart. You had some good defensive bowling options and attacking bowling options. You just had a good mix. You're well balanced and you seemed like a team. And one thing that struck me about you guys is there's no real histrionics of yelling or a lot of emotion. You're just pretty businesslike. And the fact that you kept your emotions under control, a lot of it is to do with being cool under pressure. I think you guys were under pressure a few times. You finished in third. You had to win 3 matches to win the trophy. And a bit like Kampong last year, that's exactly what you did. I wish you the best for the year ahead in all of the competitions, particularly, of course, the T20 winner this year in Holland will be the ECL representative. So I'll get to see one of you guys next year, or one team at least, maybe a team we've seen here, maybe a team that isn't. But I look forward to actually seeing what happens domestically this year. But in the final, 102, it was the exact target that Kampong chased last year when we were here, and you guys were able to do it thanks to a bunch of good performances. Skandazulfka also, I think that you saw the late assault just showed that Yassir, he had it covered. It was a really nice way to finish it. Again, he turns a defensive situation into attack, but to Ashkula, you bowled really well. I could mention a lot of names, and I think that's a good sign that you guys have some good depth and that we'll see plenty more of you on ECN, hopefully. But right now, I want to invite you guys to collect your gold medals on behalf of Local Lifestyle. And the winners of this FanCode European Cricket Series Netherlands are Punjab, Rotterdam. Congratulations. Yes, Martin Snoop will hand over the medals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, congratulations, man. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, buddy.
Well done, man. Well done, Ash.
Thank you, man.
Well played, well played. Good to see you again. Well played.
Thank you.
Well played.
Cheers, thanks, man.
Well played, man. Great to see you. Well played.
Thank you.
Okay, so guys, I'll get you guys just to settle behind the table here because we are getting to the final bit of the ceremony. And just before we present the trophy, and it will be Snoopy that will do it. But what I will say is don't forget that this is just one leg of our tour this year. We'll go to something like 25 locations around Europe. So we want to invite you guys to be part of our community. I know that so many of you already get involved in the live chat. If you are maybe at work during the week and you can get away with it, we'd love to see you in the live chat. And hopefully you can join us during the year. We'll be in Bulgaria on Monday, of course, starting at 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe and 11:30 in India. And just follow on with what we're doing, because I certainly will be watching what you guys are doing throughout the year. So be part of our community, grow the community, and that connection between nations and cities is what has made European Cricket Network so special over the last couple of years. But now the moment has come to present the trophy on behalf of local ice. It'll be Just and Snoop that will present it, and he will present it to Suleiman Tariq, your champions of the FanCode European Cricket Netherlands, Punjab CC Rotterdam. Well, it was such an exciting week, and we're glad that you could be a part of it. Don't forget, the roadshow will continue. We'll be in Bulgaria on Monday. We're going to see a few familiar faces. We'll see the Blacksmiths first up as well on Monday morning. Thanks to everyone here for making this possible, to all the players, officials, and everyone else, but especially to you. Thank you so much for making it possible to do what we do. We'll see you Monday morning. Corey, he's had to have a bit of a break, but Rico will be back. We'll see you on Monday morning. Join us for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.